secured. And I say this because, strange as this may seem, first, I want to keep some deniability on the assets I used to destroy the bridge. That's probably why one was used. But if I destroy the bridge, actually, that stops the Russians from reinforcing Crimea. And why is allowing the enemy to bring in reinforcements a good thing? Well, for this simple reason. Because if you secure Kherson and then your objective is an operation against Melitopol, hitting the bridge and disabling it will be part of that shaping operation. Same will be Sevastopol Naval Base and a few other air bases and targets around Crimea. So that until then, the Russians will keep pouring forces into Crimea and into the south. That will trap a huge number of Russian forces because the more forces you have, the more you have to supply. The more you have to supply, the bigger the logistics strain is. The bigger the logistics strain is, if you cut it, the more, the less capable those forces are, and the more rationed the there will the more rationed the supplies will have to be. If I
Well, let me ask you this. So that's a purely military standpoint, but what about the idea? What if the Russian population was forced to deal with a completely destroyed Kerch Bridge? I mean, that kind of would have to. I'm just thinking out loud, but that would enter into the calculation that could actually signify defeat in a way that is extremely visible, not just militarily, but more politically. And
yes, but that would make calculations in Moscow at this stage very much more drastic, wouldn't it? That's the point. It's also managing escalation to a certain point.
Well, but the end is always going to be drastic. We're just we all know that the end game, when it gets to the end, it will be volatile. And anybody thinks it's not. It's not. We're going to have the risk of escalation no matter what happens if we truly want to win.
Yes, definitely. But the thing is, you may want to draw this to a point where you see if there's any change in Moscow. That's one, because as you keep this pressure on, as you retake Kherson, as you cut Melitopol, as you do all this, this means defeats after defeats for the Russians. So that may have, as the operations in the east had, that may have political repercussions in Moscow. So in that sense, you're playing to that game too. If that's not going to work, the moment Russians are faced with an existential threat to Crimea, that's a volatile moment for sure. I totally agree, and I highly recommend people to go on Intelligence Matters. Sorry for which is a podcast with Michael Morrell. He had senior CIA officer Rolf Larsen in one of the episodes, and he explained the issues. An expert on Russia, and he explained the issues around nuclear escalation and how should we take it serious. Because at the very last moment of extension, that's existential for the regime, that may come into play. Let's believe what Vladimir Putin says. Okay, but the thing is, you need to manage things as to provoke. There's always a political dimension to war. I'm not going to quote Clausewitz because everybody quotes Clausewitz, but war is inherently political. In that sense, you need to manage not only the operational side of the battlefield, but you need to manage the political expectation and its outcome in the enemy. And one can hope that at the later stage, when this happens, if it happens, this becomes a political issue for Russia that will have them going to the negotiation table with Ukraine in a better position where we can negotiate everything, including Crimea. So that may be one of the ideas. The other is Ukraine is not probably in the position yet to launch such as to have the forces necessary to open a new front. They need to secure Kherson. They probably need to go through the winter, and then they can launch these operations. They'll be trying to during winter already. They'll be trying to mop up and consolidate probably the western bank of the Dnipro in Kherson, and then we'll enter a new stage in this war. But that also gives, but the enemy votes. Okay, that's something people forget. We are talking the Ukrainians will do that, will do X, Y, Z. Well, the enemy always votes. So Russians will always have a say in how this goes down. In that sense, I believe that Kerch Bridge will be hit when there's the capacity to go further in opening a new front.
Thanks.
Thank you, Nuno. John F.
Hey guys, yeah, about that bridge, I would argue that one of the reasons you want to keep it open is there's a lot of Russian carpetbaggers in Crimea since 2014. So the longer you keep it open, the more of a chance that they empty out of Crimea, especially if the Ukrainians get to the point where they're driving onto Crimea or toward Crimea. Maybe a lot of them will leave, and that leaves you less of a problem in the future when this war is over.
Yes, I believe you need to give you need to let the population decide to go back to Russia. That I believe it's it's something that makes sense even from a military standpoint. If you're going to hit a number of targets around Crimea eventually, it's better that population goes. It gives you a freer reign on targeting. Axel, I'll need to go. I can take one more question, then I'll need to go.
All right, Nuno. Jean F.
Yeah. So I just gotta. I'm coming off as a little bit petty because it seems like I've been pushed down the entire line. So I just had to relieve my frustration. Originally, I raised my hand to talk about the quality of the Russian army. And that seemed like it's very far removed right now. But basically, I wanted to offer my own explanation model that it seems like they're not running an army, but they're running a temp agency where they are literally, if you trained an old 60-year-old guy who's been mechanized, whatever, they just backfill you now in as artillery. But it seems far removed now, but I just wanted to offer an explanation model to why we see the Russian army act so completely randomly. And it just seems like they're running a temp agency. That was all.
All right. Thank you, John. With that said, Nuno, thank you so much for joining us tonight. It's been a pleasure.
Good to see you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nuno.
Good to see you as always, Nuno.
Bye.
And Ben, Are you ready to take over?
What a good idea.
I'm never ready to take over from you, Em.
Oh,
I'll hold the seat till you're gone, but not a minute longer. Good evening,
Alrighty.
everyone.
just give me 1 hour to get some sleep and I'll be back.
Fantastic.
We'll swap you in. Thank you, Em.
Thank you, Axel. Thank you, everyone, for being with us today. It's been a glorious day, honestly. Couldn't have been done without you, our listeners, and our special guests, esteemed guests, sharing their expertise, their knowledge, and their insights. And with that said, I'll leave you in the good hands of Axel, our bedrock, and the good hands of Ben, our very funny Frenchman. How about that, Ben?
I'll take the funny. I'll leave the Frenchman.
All right, good night, everyone.
Thanks, Em. So, Ben, on y va?
Let's go. Actually, I heard that what do you say? Strippers were a lot cheaper these days in Russia. So, but maybe you are not referring to this.
And I wouldn't know.
There's an excellent article, not article, series of tweets, a thread on the subject, where it appears that due to the sudden disappearance of a lot of patrons, as well as the unfortunate rise in supply, the rate of the strippers in Moscow, in the Moscow region, has totally collapsed. So that's for those who want to know. But yeah, it's very telling as well. It's usually a very sensitive, very early signal warning for the state of an economy to know how this sort of professions where people have to get in to make a quick buck are performing. And in this case, it's evidence that the Russian populace is really hurting due to the mobilization and to the sanctions. And I'm joined on a completely unrelated note. I'm joined by Michelle. Good evening, Michelle.
Hi, Ben. How's it going?
I'm feeling like an idiot right now, but I can talk about something else. And you? How do you do?
I'm good, thanks.
Good. That was a pretty amazing, 7 hours, something like that. First, there was Maddie's very sobering but very interesting take on Kazakhstan. I guess you were deep asleep by then, but that was great. I think it's going to be on Spotify very soon. It was about the genocide, well, the genocides that were imposed by the Russian occupiers upon the Kazakh people, the destruction of the state, the destruction of the traditional structures, and ultimately the destruction of the population. That was harrowing, but it was also very telling of the continuation of the use of the same methods. And then there was just four of the greatest military commentators on this platform and probably beyond, who were kind enough to share their lights with us. With the questions from Axel, CJ, and Domin, that was great. Feeling very chumped. And now we're being joined by a lot of new people who are going to ask questions. So, great evening for us. I think perfect Sunday for you. Who needs basketball? Is it basketball season, Michelle?
It's hockey and football and the end of baseball season.
Okay, so basketball. From the wrong side of the Atlantic. Love you. Welcome from the wrong side of the Atlantic. Love you. Welcome on board. And we hope you can have a great evening as is going twice. Oh, right. So news it is. News it is. You've asked for it. Well, of course, it's a Sunday, so some of the information is it's a bit light, but there's a lot of videos popping up about the state of the mobilization, the Russian mobilization. Honestly, there's so many. Some of them are so ridiculous. It's starting to be extremely difficult to make the difference between what is comedy, what is propaganda, and what is actually generally true. I don't think I've seen that many drunk guys on video ever in my life. The conditions look appalling, which I mean, I don't care about it so much, but that really tells a lot about their fighting abilities. It's the sort of things that destroys an army before said army is ever consistent. I've been promising myself to have a check into Russian military history because this happened several times before in the 18th century, in the 19th century. Huge Russian armies, thousands upon thousands of men, sent southwards to fight, usually the Ottomans, but could be anyone. People thinking, well, they're going to steamroll their way. They're not going to stop before the Atlantic. It's going to be a bloodbath. And within weeks, usually, the general runs away with half the money, and the troops are slowly dying of dysentery, starvation, and usually exploded to cold. So yeah, we're back to tradition. That's an important thing. But it's one thing to read it in a history book. It's a completely different thing to actually witness it live on videos. Yeah, you just need to go around Twitter. You'll find tons. Michelle, I'm realizing that I may have a glitch and I may not be seeing hands. So I'm talking. Did you see hands?
I don't see any hands either.
Okay. So, oh yeah. So Abdullah is showing his hand, showing that it is not a glitch. It is. There are no questions. So that was the first thing. Yeah, the second thing to say is there've been a poll recently across Europe and part of Asia regarding how strongly people were supporting sanctions against Russia, being taken against Russia. Unsurprisingly, developing nations which don't feel immediately concerned by what's going on in Ukraine at the moment, such as Indonesia or Saudi Arabia, were not too interested by the possibility of developing sanctions. Some of them, it was a support ranging between 35 and 25%. Not much, sizable, not nothing, but not much, less than 50%. But what was absolutely amazing was the level of support in the EU. What you had was England, well, Britain was at close to 75% support for sanctions. So 75% is like a massive, massive majority. But we know the Brits. The Brits are really anti-Russians. They're really gung-ho about it. They're leading the pack. Let's put it this way: there's the second to fight, first to fight the Poles. First to help are the Poles, but second to help definitely the Brits. And they're 75% supporting keeping on the sanctions. That's expected. What was a lot less expected was that, be it in north or in the south of Europe, so Norway, Sweden, Spain, Italy, support for the sanctions was in the low 70s or very, very high 60s. So that means that even in countries that are not usually associated with support to Ukraine, or sort of complete gung-ho support to Ukraine, the level of support for the sanctions is very, very high. I have to say I was extremely surprised. I was very happy to see these numbers. And so, yeah, there are good news. It's not all bad news, and it's not all sweat and fighting alone. There's really, really good news lurking around. But I've mentioned Norway and Jordan, who knows the country a little bit, I understood, is raising his hand. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. We me and a group of friends from different political parties in Norway founded a group we called Norwegian-Ukrainian Friendship Association at the beginning of the war, because of our frustration with the Norwegian government not providing arms to Ukraine. So we bought a pole. We gathered the money and we bought a pole. And the one that had to do with sanctions, stronger Norwegian sanctions, and especially closing the ports, had 88% support. And the one sort of the most left-wing party in parliament that does not want to support Ukraine with arms, among their voters, they supported it with 74%. So even their voters want them to send arms and to close the harbors. So we still haven't closed the harbors. So we're, as far as I know, we're the only country in EU or Western Europe that has harbors open for Russian ships. So we're buying a poll next week on the same subject, if the Norwegian population supports increasing the Norwegian sanctions against Russia. And after the missile attacks that we recently had, I think we're going to be north of 80% again, as we were in the last poll. Thank you.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you, Jorn, did anything surprise you from that first poll you did?
Yeah, I thought that especially the extreme left-wing party, which is a merger of former communist parties. It's just called Rødt, which is red in Norwegian. They're staunchly anti-supporting Ukraine with arms. They have very strong solidarity with Ukraine, but they don't want to support them with weapons. And I thought that they would be below 50%, both when it came on the subject of weapons and sanctions. But they were over 70% on both. And another thing that surprised me was that the geographical area of Norway that had the strongest support for closing the harbors is northern Norway, where I'm from. And I would imagine beforehand that it would be the weakest, because they are the part of the country that would be hit the hardest by that sanctions. And it's also historically the part of the country where you have the most pro-Russian people because of the liberation in 1944 that even young people today sort of remember through their grandparents and are inherently more friendly towards Russia than the rest of the country. But even considering all that, that was the part of the country where the percentage of people that wanted to close the harbors were the highest.
Yeah, that is interesting. And then you mentioned that you think that support will probably be even more favorable in the next round. Is that right?
Yeah, because the last poll that we conducted was very early in the war, and of course the shock of everyone was in shock that this war was actually happening. So the numbers were high, but since then we've had Bucha, we've seen that Russia is not just going for regime change; they're actually going for genocide, and the missile attacks recently, and we just know so much more now about the face of the Russians, and not only Putin, but the entire Russian venture in Ukraine. So the feeling I get from interacting with the population and watching the debate is that, if anything, there's of course some people that doesn't have any strong opinions on the subject, but I would say that in general, the Norwegian population is even stronger in their solidarity with Ukraine now than they were in early March.
Yeah, definitely come back once you have those results and let us know. It'd be interesting.
Yeah, so after we've had the first public, we're going to leak it to, or have an exclusive in some major Norwegian media. So the day it's published, I'll talk about it here as well.
That would be lovely. Jorn, I've got another question. Traditionally, the theory of sanctions is that it's meant to be used as a sort of a two-punch attack. The first punch being, of course, the sanctions themselves, a sort of negative punch. And then there's positive punch, which is money going to the victim of an aggression. How is this part of the equation perceived in Norway these days?
Well, that's a difficult question because through this, we recently had the suggestion for the next year's state budget published by the government, where they have increased the financial support to Ukraine. But it's still not massive, considering how much more money Norway has taken in from the increased energy prices. So that's one part of the debate. The other problematic part of the debate is that the government has chosen to take money from other development projects in, for example, Africa, to fund the support to Ukraine. So even though everyone in Norway supporting Ukraine and has strong solidarity in Ukraine, it has sort of created a rift in the Norwegian civil society that works in the field of development because, given that we have such increased income as a state, we should be able to afford to increase our financial support of Ukraine because they really need it without taking funding from programs in Africa that are fighting starvation. So it's a bit problematic.
Thanks a lot, Jorn. Before we move on to Jimmy, I would like to invite people who are new here. First of all, welcome. We're very, very glad to have you. If you want to give a follow to the MriyaReport main page, it's just on the very top left of the page. We'd like it. A little follow, a little support doesn't hurt. That'd be very, very nice. That being said, I think we can move to Jimmy. Welcome, Jimmy. Thank you for your patience.
Oh, you're very welcome. Speaking of funding to Ukraine, there's billions been sent over from the US and the UK. So whoever was speaking before about all, needing funding, Zelensky's got multi-million pounds worth of properties in Miami and in Italy. You'll see him on a green screen. You'll see him on a green screen.
Just stop it, Jimmy. Just stop it, Jimmy. Just stop with the garbage.
Yeah. Sorry about that, fellas. I pressed the wrong button. I excluded Jimmy. I just wanted to quiet him. And I excluded Jimmy. If you hear us, please come back. My bad. Trying to impose order. It's late. It's late, fellas. Please. So back to order, and we've got probably another troll. David, go ahead.
Oh no, I want to hear what he's got to say because I've got several answers for him. so I'm desperate for him to come back. But let me start.
David.
Yes.
Oh, David, he's a well-known troll. He's a well-known troll.
Oh, is he? All right. Well, okay. Well, then because it was clear it was a troll, right? Because the whole stupidity of it, that say that Zelensky himself would pay for all of this because he's got some money hidden away in an account somewhere. It's utter ridiculous and contemptuous, isn't it? Really.
Oh yeah, especially because we know another head of state who's famous for being exceedingly rich, like in the order of $40 billion or 20 or something like that. But I can't remember the name of that leader. Michelle, can you
He
help
was
me?
he was about to mention the Jewish Nazi president as well.
No, was he? Oh dear. Oh no.
No, but the only head of state in the world at the moment who can truly fund the war is Putin. He stole so much money. The size of his house in Sochi is basically the size of a small European country. So yeah, this of all the approaches, this is the most ridiculous. Anyway, we're joined by a few people, and okay, everyone is making fun of my indicator. I like my indicator. Abdullah, welcome.
Hi Ben, thank you so much. If I just want to if I make a comment about the situation with Iran and the new drones and the surface-to-surface missiles apparently they're providing with Iran, I think I don't know about you guys, but I think something has to be done with the mullahs in Iran. I'm sure the Israelis and the West and the Americans, I think they know where those production facilities are located. And I really believe that targeted precision strikes against these facilities are warranted. The mullahs, I think, will not stop until a clear message is sent to them. I'm not advocating for an all-out war or a regime change like in Iraq or anything like that. We can leave that up to the Iranian people
James,
to do it
did you fall
themselves.
silent?
Huh? Yeah,
No,
to
he's
do it,
speaking. Axel,
yeah,
he is
to do
speaking.
it themselves. But just a targeted precision attack to just degrade their ability to produce these weapons that they're currently given to trying to bail out Putin. Furthermore, what's also crazy is that the West is also trying to bail out the mullahs in Iran again, even as they supply weapons, by giving them another sanctions relief with the new JCPOA. I think that's what it's called, with which our boy Sergei Lavrov is also a member of the group representing Russia in those 5 nations, I believe. You just can't make this garbage up, but I really do believe that precision strikes against these facilities must be considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdullah. I'm sure it must be very tempting for a lot of people. That being said, before going all kinetic and all, I guess one of the questions we need to ask is how fast can the Iranians produce those second or third rate grade weapons? Because what is going to happen if they're not able to produce them at high speed? They're not designed for this sort of engagement. They don't have the capacity. Their weapon industry does not have the capacity to feed the Russian ogre. So as a result, what's going on? They're just going to run out of parts within days, and then that's it. So before getting involved into this sort of attack, I think this has to be taken into account. And beside that, we also need to very, very carefully consider who would be doing this. So yeah, there's quite a few issues there that need to be sorted out. Maybe you have. Who would you think should attack? The Israelis, the Americans, the Saudis?
I think it doesn't matter who does the attack. I think Americans are more than capable. They have the what do you call the ability to do it from the Gulf. The Israelis can do it as well. It might be a little bit tricky. They will have to cross, I think, Saudi airspace, but they could also do it. But I think it has to be done sooner or later. But what's really disheartening is this sanctions relief that's gonna give more money to the mullahs in Iran. You know, more cash to supply their weapons production, and also all this chaos they're creating in the region, and now providing weapons to Putin. You know, so I think it can be done. I think the Israelis will do something, but I don't know when, because the Israelis have other motives, and trying to stop the Iranians getting hold of nuclear weapons, and also now there is some uprising going on in Iran. So I don't know what will become of that. But I'm just a bit worried about this weapons production, trying to bail out, especially the surface-to-surface missiles. Earlier they were mentioning how dangerous those can be. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, I propose we don't necessarily dig too far there, because I, for one, certainly don't have the capacity to feed this debate. And until we have people on board who have done the reading and have the experience, maybe starting a new war on the space is not the best idea. Michelle, do you know who was next, or do you have something to add?
Yeah, we can go to Tile and then Kingpin.
Oh, hello. And thank you for the moderation as always. I heard most of the last sessions, I think 75%. So of course this topic might be recycled, but I won't know. And I think it's just the nature of the site. What I wanted to know is Janet Yellen was talking to the World Bank and then the International Monetary Fund. And I believe the article in the Washington Post basically said the US is getting very frustrated with Western countries, but I don't think they listed them because Ukraine's economy is really in dire straits and something needs to be done now. And they really want people to chip in more. But I don't know which countries they're actually talking about. And I mean, I think I can guess, but I was wondering if anyone knows for sure.
David might, he just put up his hand, so we'll.
Well, I did, except I don't think we can say categorically, though, can we? But what we do know is that Germany itself is a very large economy, fourth largest in the world, isn't it? France is also another very large economy. And Europe itself should be stumping up much more funds. The thing is, I mean, both France and Germany, whilst they provided some help, look, and I don't want to get into this because it's a permanent embarrassment for Axel as well, but they just could have provided more. The debt that Ukraine's going through, because they have to service their debt, is just huge, and Europe itself should be stumping up more to help, because let's face it, it is fighting a war on our behalf. And that is where I see we've got the problem. Germany, France, Italy could put in more. We could all put in more, and we don't. Everyone is expecting the US to put in the majority of it, and we really shouldn't. We really need to shoulder a lot of this burden ourselves.
Oh, that helps a lot. Yeah, that definitely clarifies it. It's more or less like what I expected. So I guess I don't have another question, but just more of a comment. And it's maybe just a little bit facetious, but I don't think we're ever getting those leopards. I think it's going to be hashtag free the Abrams or the Abrams X. So I'll cycle down and maybe come back up. Thank you so much again for this opportunity in space.
Thank you, Julie. Some leopards were in the move today in Denmark, I heard. So hopefully. I think it was Kingpin next.
Hey, for my question, just 2 comments on what the last people said. One, like, I'm a total, like, I'm almost like, I would say consider like a war hack. Like I'm borderline almost say like go like, you know, Western democracy, like go U.S. imperialism, almost to that point. But I actually think kind of bombing Iran would probably be wrong at this time, just because I think that might help the mullahs in like suppressing the regime and leading to like a kind of nationalist sentiment. I think like if the U.S. is going to strike Iran, like it might, if it does choose, it should do it like if the protests seem to be getting like really successful and targeting them at like the Revolutionary Guard to like prevent them from suppressing them. That's just like my thought. Also on the aid from like other European countries, I think frankly like I agree. I don't think we're ever gonna get the Leopards to Ukraine, and I think frankly like a better option if they're not gonna do that is just let like the U.S., the UK, Poland like deal with the military side, and let like France and Germany and the rest of the EU who don't want to, or sometimes like just don't have the capacity because they never invested in their military, deal on the economic side. Like let those countries deal with helping, you know, the Ukraine deal with the economic fallout from the war. But now to my question, do we have any idea like what Ukraine's military looks like right now, like on the fronts where they've been pushing? Like does it seem like they're running low on certain arms, or like they're getting exhausted, or they're just you know, because like any offensive military offensive is going to burn through a lot of ammo and equipment and even like men. Also, I've heard, I don't know if this was ever true or if this was the case, but I've heard that in like the Luhansk area, the Savatove like Crimean line was kind of like the last defensive line, and there wasn't really any other like main defenses or troops behind that. So if like Ukraine broke through it, it would kind of just be an open field, like run to the up to the Russian border. Is that like still the case? Like, or does it seem like with the mobilization, like there's now further lines of defenses? Like even if they break through the Satove Crimean line, it wouldn't just be like a straight run to Starobliska or whatever.
Kingpin, you're lucky. We have Ryan on board, and he knows everything about the military. Ryan? Okay, Ryan is... Okay, go ahead, Ryan.
I'm not a pro at anything military, so I was just going to stonewall you with a muted mic. Two can play this game. My bad.
No, no. Actually, we do have professional ex-military. Well, no, they're ex-professional military. I don't think being an ex-military is quite a profession yet. David, do you have any thought about this? Have the Russian managed to densify their...
Oh, I do apologise. I didn't listen to anything that was being said because I was answering a question about explosives. So feel free to repeat it, and I'll attempt to see what I can say.
Okay, yeah, I'll sum it up so it's long. Basically, so two things. One, does it look like Ukraine, like in both Kherson and the Luhansk area, does it look like their offensive is slowing down, or like they're running out of what's needed? Because obviously like any offensive is going to burn through a lot of equipment, ammo, you know, men, unfortunately. Like does it look like they're running low and they might not have enough to like keep pushing? And then also I've read before that the defense lines like at the Satove Crimean line are kind of the last like big line of defense, that like Russia doesn't have any kind of reserves or built up defenses behind that line. So if Ukraine could break through, then it could almost just like run straight through to the rest of Luhansk and like capture like Staroblisk and kind of the rest of that territory that it controlled before February 24th. Or was that ever the case, and has that changed since Russia's like mobilized and has like reacted to their losses in the Kharkiv area?
Okay, so I can answer the first question about Kherson. So there's a a news blackout for Kherson. There's some information coming out that people in the artillery have more shells than they know what to do with. So the answer to that would be no. They've got more kit than they need, to shake a stick at, as they say. And I would expect we will probably hear that there are some changes happening shortly in the next couple of days. The news blackout normally means something, but we do know that's been reported by some artillery people that they have huge numbers of shells to the point where they don't know where to stack them. So that won't be an issue. I've not been looking.
Is that also the case for like vehicles, like armored vehicles and stuff like that too?
I think you can assume it's the same thing. The reports of losses, Ukrainian losses, haven't been high in the area. I heard a report earlier today that the ratio of losses to Russian to Ukrainian was 6.5 to 1, right? I.e., for every one tragic Ukrainian loss, there's 6.5 Russians, right? So I would expect that would mean that the losses in equipment aren't high either. Now that we don't know what type of what they're doing and how people are being lost, right? But you could probably assume they're in the close contact phase, right? So maybe vehicles aren't such a big issue, as in equipment losses. That's just a guess, though. We don't know.
And David, the second question relative to the density of Russian defense. Do you think
I haven't. I've been really interested in Kherson, and there's only so much bandwidth for an old person like myself. So I've not really been. I've looked at it. I've seen this as being working in waves. The east is probably going to slow down a little bit whilst what pressure happens on down in the south, right? So because if you've got two fronts operating at 100% or 110% or whatever at the same time, then that takes up a lot of grey matter and bandwidth at the command level, right? And you also need to give your troops some rest. I guess that in those regions where they had some fighting, that will carry on. What's that? What's the Bakhmut, which the Russians are still attacking, and the rest of it? I expect stuff would carry on there, but at the moment, it really sounds like they're going to make a big push down in the south. And I guess that's probably where they're going to have their focus for the moment. So, whilst for 2 weeks, Kherson, or 3 weeks, Kherson went silent for a while, whilst the Ukrainians attrited the Russian troops. And I would expect probably the same to happen in the east, right? So they'll start now slowly or quickly attriting the troops out in the east, but they'll be making a bigger push in the south. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That does kind of lead me to like a follow-on question to that one. How much time do they have? Because I've heard like some people say that the winter will slow things down. I know, I think that's a bit of an overblown, but like I know eventually the Rasputinita or Rasputina, whatever, like the muddy season is going to come. That usually comes around December, or does it come earlier? And then also, last thing that I just kind of thought of. Sorry, I know I'm taking so much time. Do we know how like Ukraine calculates their like estimated Russian casualties? Because there's always been like a big difference between how Ukraine calculates them and how like the West, and both are probably done too, especially like the West, because it's done by their intelligence, like the CIA, MI6. But there's always been like a big gap where like the CIA, MI6 probably estimates right now like 25,000 ish, give or take 5,000. Meanwhile, Ukraine's around 60,000. Is there like a way to see? Like
there's no difference. The numbers you're just quoting are wrong. I'm sorry. The Western intelligence and the Ukrainian armed forces and the general staff calculate the numbers the same way. Ukraine follows the same approach. There's only one summary which is different, where they total up all casualties. So what you're saying is a basis of misinformation. Please go to the Ukrainian general staff homepage, you will find out that they follow the same protocols as NATO has determined, which is the same which the US Army uses. Thank you.
So they just have like a high, or I guess a lower, like wounded
No,
to
you
death?
should look at the right sources, then you have the data.
No, I know, but like in terms of deaths, like the CIA MI6 has estimated about like
No, there's no
25,000
such thing
killed.
as CIA. No, the CIA doesn't estimate those. The CIA quotes what the Defense Intelligence Agency gathers out of the data the US Army gets from their counterparts. That's mill-to-mill data, has nothing to do with the CIA. The MI6 doesn't do it because it's not their task. The MOD does it. It has a different department for that. And David, who's a former British Army soldier, can tell you all about it. So please, let's not mix up intelligence agency gobbledygook because it has no relevance for this. David,
Okay,
please.
so then the death count's
sure.
around like 60,000.
Can you please listen to David for a second? You were
Yes.
talking the whole time and you were making references to things which do not exist. David, please.
Yeah, so I think what Axel was politely trying to say is that, look, just take the Ukrainian figures as being approximately right. Any figures, there's always going to be a slight difference. Doesn't matter. Just look at the Ukrainian figures. If there's any discrepancy, there's many reasons for a discrepancy, and I'll leave it at that. But however, your questions about the weather and the rest of it, the muddy season is really more in the winter, as in coming through January and February. Ukraine, there's a big difference between the south and when you go up towards the north as to what the conditions are. However, the biggest problems really again come back in winter in February and March, where the snow and the rest of it starts melting. Lots of places will have some problems. The problems will be due to if you have weather around about the zero or just maybe +2, +3, and then goes down to -3. However, we constantly worry about this with the Ukrainians. I have no doubt that they know how to fight in their own country. I've never had a doubt about it at all, that they know. Right. The big problem the Russians have is supplies. I expect to see that we'll have Russians just starving to death. So, as an example, you go during the summer, patrolling from needing 3,500 to 4,000 kilocalories a day, and that's on hard work, right? But when it goes down to -8 or something like that, you need 8,000 kilocalories a day. And if you see some of the Russian troops now, they're incredibly lean. These are people who are already starving, and then they will need double the calorific intake. We'll just see people dying, just starving in the trenches. Either that or the cold and the rest of it will get to them, and they'll just start surrendering en masse, is as I expect. We do know the Russians have already thought about this. They have troops behind, waiting to find anyone who's attempting to run away, as it were, and their orders are just to execute them on the spot. So they've gone back to, the old days of the NKVD. But the Russians are the people who are going to really struggle. We've had Ukrainian troops on here saying, no, what's happening is we're the people out there on the front lines, they might be spending some time, but they go back, they get fed, they get hot food, and there's a place to stay. The Russians don't have that. They're out in their bivvies, getting cold. Some of them probably don't have sleeping bags or anything. They will be in a very bad way as soon as the cold weather comes. Does that help?
Yeah,
That
absolutely.
was
You answered
fantastic.
everything.
Thank
Thank
you,
you very
David. That was great.
Thank you so much.
If you don't mind, our friend Awad has been waiting for quite a while. Okay, my pronunciation must be terrible. Sorry.
No, it's okay. Well, first of all, hello everyone. Just gonna get back to what Abdullah was saying regarding Iran. So, pretty sure.
Sorry, what does
most of-
Iran have to do with Ukraine at this point in time, other than delivering weapons?
Yeah, regarding the missiles and everything.
What do you mean with
And
everything? Can you focus, please, on Ukraine?
Yeah, because I'm focusing on that, because the only way right
Good.
now to do it is not attacking Iran, is just providing Ukraine with high technological air defense systems to counter that. It's not that big of a deal of missiles, really. It's more of like what the drones that we're using, although it
Then
was
we're in agreement.
effective. What?
I said then we're in agreement.
Yeah, but this is the only way. But I'm speaking about the suggestion of attacking it directly, because that's just
that
going to
was
make
silly.
the
You're
whole
complete.
complicated
Yeah,
Middle East more
of course.
complicated than it
It's
is.
completely silly. You're completely right.
Thank you very much.
No, I was unfortunately unable to jump in at that point in time because I had to deal with things here with the family. But thank you for making that point. I was completely, utterly bereft of any patience at that time, but I couldn't jump to the phone quickly enough. Thank you for highlighting this. Very much appreciated. I think the people of Persia deserve more than, say, ridicule and bombing. They deserve freedom.
That to do. Michelle, was it Drafaway or Brad first?
We'll go with Brad first.
Hi, everyone. So something comes to mind about Russians in the winter and logistics. And that is the fact that Russian logistics, from all appearances, seem to be much more manually intensive, right? They don't have machinery to, all of their artillery shells, for example, have to be offloaded manually in little wooden crates and stuff like that. And the whole affair just feels very early 20th century, right? And so my question has to do with, do we have any metrics? And I kind of doubt that we do, but I'll take a flyer. Do we have any metrics around if you have 1,000 metric tons of material, how many Russian man hours that takes to essentially manage from a logistical standpoint versus how many Ukrainian man hours that would take? And the reason I ask that question is because just the caloric intake alone indicates to me that, Russian logistics is really, really going to be an issue for the Russians in the winter. In terms of just delivering.
Brad, can I insert this? You're absolutely right. Spot on. Good point. David can tell you all about caloric intake. The key aspect here for you to know is we don't have these numbers. We can't measure them because there's no proper, as what Ben, for example, specializes in, proper numbers from management and accounting systems do not exist for the Russian army. However, what exists is anecdotal evidence and good visuals. For example, if you take these storage facilities, arms depots, and how they actually manually unload ordnance as well as other supplies from trains onto the ground, set them there on the ground, let them wait, or from trucks back onto the site, or by just simply dumping them off trucks. You can see that all of this is uncoordinated, unplanned, unscheduled, and definitely very manual labor. Ordnance like this and supplies like these need to be palletized. By the way, even ammunition is typically in NATO and Western armies, and Ukraine is by now a Western army, palletized. And that's where David kicks in, because he can talk about palletized ammunition. And then you can see that there's a lot more mechanization, a lot more logistical planning, and a significantly better supply chain going hand in hand with the logistics the Ukrainian army is bringing to bear. David.
Just real quick before David goes, the high level idea on top of this is targeting of supply lines. So if you have a choice between targeting a supply of food versus a supply of ammunition, which do you hit in the winter?
It depends on the location. It all solely depends on the location. Ammunition, if it is timely, has to be hit quick. Food always has to be hit so that the enemy runs out of food quick.
Cool, David.
It's always scenario. It's always about top scenarios and timeliness.
Yeah, it is. Right. So anyway, who knows about the weight? It all depends on and all the other bits and pieces as to how you take in your calories. Do you take them in mainly as fat? Are they carbohydrate, etc., etc.? Typically, in the good old days, you would just increase the levels of fat because it's much lightweight. But the way to think of this is that the easy way to think of this is that to increase their calories, they need to, for every day, they need to give someone 2 days worth of supply, right? But we already know that the Russians aren't even maintaining a day's supply for their troops. They're reporting that there are people who are going into the field and trying to find grain, potatoes, and the rest of it. So they're raiding fields to get food. So the whole idea about how much food they're getting is at this point becomes a non-entity. They're already starving. So we do know if they can't supply them now, there is no way they're able to double the supply, right? Their supply problems are well known. I would just assume that these people will be scavenging even more, which is why I was saying that we'll just see Russian soldiers starving to death in the trenches or wherever they are in the middle of the I say forest. They won't be much like forest because many of them are deciduous trees, so they'll just be next to tree trunks, just starving. And I mean, given their behaviour, here's the question: will they resort to cannibalism? That's another question, eh?
So Peter, David, are you essentially saying that the Russians are on a ketogenic diet and that we're dealing with a keto-adapted Russian army?
Well, yeah. I'm not entirely sure whether you could call it a keto diet. It's we don't have anything. That's their diet. They don't have enough food.
And let's go to Dryfly and Fusilier, please.
All right.
Hello. I was just going to throw a little more wood on that fire. They're not going to live long enough to starve to death. They're all going to freeze to death. And anyone, I mean, actually, you're from a cold part of the world. I'm from a cold part of the world. You could take healthy people, and if they don't get food, have a high caloric intake that they can digest, and put them out in the cold for a day, 2 days, the metabolism of not having food, even if they've got body fat, it isn't enough. Not in really cold weather. They'll freeze to death. And you hear stories of that in the upper Midwest all the time with people getting stuck in snowbanks, healthy, fat Americans. Okay, just a day or two stuck in a snowbank, they don't make it without food. You give them a lot of food, if they have a bunch of food in their car, they'll probably make it. They don't have food, they won't. And if the Russians don't have food, they're going to be in a world of hurt, and it's not going to be long. I think we're going to see a lot of people freezing out there before we even see any of them starving. And that's just my opinion.
Fusilier, did you have something to add?
Really, just a quick question of the panel. Militaries run on 3 forms of support: rations, ammunition, and petrol, oil, and lubricants. And I've seen quite a few bits of photographic evidence of the Ukrainians going after fuel trucks. That may just be incidental to all the other stuff that they're targeting. But I wondered if we've got any information about how they're interdicting Russian supply of petrol, oil, and lubricants, because that's often one of the most vulnerable parts of any military. Just a question.
One of the largest lubricant refineries went up in smoke. So I think Ryan may be able to advise when that was. I thought it was the second week of June. I would have to look it up. But it went up in smoke at that point in time. And yes, that has reduced the capacity of the Russian colonial army maintaining their assets appropriately. And they have not been able to replace it as easily. They had started importing lubricants from China, but they couldn't really get enough.
Yeah, that's interesting, Axel, because in winter, as you know, I commanded an armored infantry Group, lubricants actually become more important in winter than they are in summer. But the whole POL supply line is vulnerable. It's vulnerable for us. It must be more vulnerable for them. And I just wonder whether anybody's seen any evidence of the Ukrainians systematically targeting that logistics supply chain.
Yeah, I'm just looking when it was. I think that on June 1st, hold on, June 1st, the Ukrainians hit one. And yes, they have been hitting more lubricant storage facilities, also with precision-guided missiles in Eastern Donbass recently. That's why I don't know whether you remember this. In mid-July, they took a couple of Tochka-Us and took out large storage facilities for ordnance, and right next to that, a tank storage facility where there was a lot of lubricant stored. So yes, I agree with you. I mean, I haven't commanded a motorized infantry or mechanized infantry division. Or sorry, did you say brigade, battalion, division? Sorry. Is it there?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, armored infantry battle group. But
all right.
Look, I think if
Solid.
anything indicates really good advanced planning, it's hitting petrol and lubricant facilities in June and July, because the impact will really be felt when it gets cold.
Absolutely, no question.
Before we go to Alex, just wanted to say goodnight to Ben. It's very late his time, and so he's off to sleep, and Ryan's going to be coming up in a couple seconds. Go ahead, Alex.
Thank you. I just, I was wondering if you guys discussed, probably you did, just to get a synopsis or something. So there was information that Iran will be selling to Russians some ballistic missiles. And I heard before that ballistic missiles are very hard to be caught. Basically, Ukraine doesn't have any air defense against ballistic missiles or anybody for that. But I may not know the exact picture of that. I know that the cruise missiles can be caught, and the Ukrainians are pretty good with that. But what about ballistic missiles, and how many of these missiles Iran can make? Because they're going to produce them. Apparently, they don't have them on stock, but they're going to produce. So what will be like the run rate, and to what extent this can be, or this can become an issue going forward? Because I know Russia is running out of its own rockets, but with these ballistic missiles from Iran, they can still probably do some damage. So just if somebody can give update on that.
That's a great question, Alex. I don't know specifically what that production rate is. If we do have somebody that has that information, that might be something that we can task John with for a side project when he's done with his homework.
Ryan, if I may, yeah, I think they have like almost 4,000 ballistic missiles. That's why I was saying this is a big threat, and that we should attack this facility only. Thanks.
Thanks, Abdullah. I think interdicting whatever supply route that they might be trying to furnish Russia with those missiles might be an option to curb any ambition for missile traffic or missile trafficking. I see we do have a couple of speaker requests, and I cannot bring people up right this second, but it looks like somebody's all over it, so I think we're good. Edward, go ahead. Edward, you're up.
Hi. Yeah, sorry, I just couldn't hear someone. I don't know whether we're glitching. my concern, so I'm not concerned, trolling, don't worry, but I do think Ukraine is going to win, but Crimea is quite difficult to invade. I mean, I think obviously the Axis powers achieved it in 1941-42. It took them about 8 months. They had the Romanian Navy to help them. A Romanian submarine sunk Soviet cargo ships and things in the Black Sea. And then when the Soviets returned the compliment, again, they had to come through the Isthmus of Perekop, and the Romanian Navy largely evacuated all of the Axis forces from Sevastopol. But it was pretty tough going. And because of the political situation where Crimea, the West sort of let the Russians have it in 2014. My concern is that, if Ukraine takes the coastlines around the Sea of Azov, etc., seals off Crimea, kills the Kerch Bridge, the Russians can still resupply, by sea. I mean, Yalta is a port. I don't know how much they can get in there, but Crimea seems quite lumpy, and there are sort of cliffs on the south of it. So I don't know how easy it is to hit all the shipping that might come in there. So they could kind of hold out and just try and get everyone to stop supporting Ukraine and say, oh well, come on, Crimea, etc., etc. So I'm just a bit concerned that they need a plan to get in there before all their allies get fed up. And I can't hear you, Ryan.
Sorry, I was on mute. Alex, go ahead.
Yeah, I do agree that earlier they get into Crimea, the better. It's a matter of what's possible. But even on longer run, I mean, you can basically starve them. Crimea, think of it as if Ukraine gets back the remaining portions of it and gets rid of that bridge, the maritime supplies can be reduced to minimum. Because if Ukrainian can damage the bridge with the ATACMS, they can also damage the ships as long as war is going on, and it will go on until Crimea is liberated. So it will be a major challenge for Russia, especially when it comes to wartime and this kind of stuff. So think of Crimea as a big snake island. There is not much that can grow there. They will depend on supplies from mainland Russia, and under the war, Ukrainians have fleet, and they hopefully will. Actually, they got their first ship not so long ago. It will be a challenge. It is already a challenge. Without that bridge, the supplying of the peninsula will become very difficult. So, yeah. Again, I agree that earlier Ukrainians can get there, the easier it will go. But again, this is function of what is possible. It's not who wishes what.
Oh, thanks.
Abdullah, I think you're next.
Yes. I was just going to say about the situation in Crimea. I think once the Russians are defeated in Kherson, I think it won't be very difficult to take Crimea. And supplying, the listener also mentioned, the Russians could supply by sea. That's not easy, especially in the area. The waters are turbulent waters, and also it's going to be very easy for the Ukrainians just to pick them off with all this modern Western weapons. So I think if Kherson falls, I think that's it for Russia and Crimea. I think they'll start. What do you call that's probably why they left them an exit point back to Russia on the bridge, on the Kerch bridge. So I think once the victory of Kherson is complete, I think Crimea will be an open path. I think for the Ukrainians, hopefully.
It won't take 8 months.
Yeah.
Ukraine has modern technology.
I didn't say 8 months. Sorry.
No, it's not you. It's Edward recounting the storied advance of the German Wehrmacht, which, by the way, also wasn't fully 8 months. There was an operational pause right in the middle, which had nothing to do with Crimea, and the Romanian submarines and navy were not as critical as von Lüttwitz and Guderian, but it's a different thing, completely irrelevant for the time being. This peninsula, as highlighted by Thomas Tyler and Chuck earlier today, can be taken in different ways, given the fact that we have different technology available. And Ukraine will be using both long-range artillery, long-range missile capacity, and good close air support to shape, fix, and then dissect the enemy. And after a bit of mounting operations, they'll take the enemy. And there's sufficient access routes there. The rest is a matter of tanks. Tanks have to be delivered. It's a difficult combined arms approach, no worries. But at the same time, all of this, you need to create the conditions for attack. And the conditions mean that you deprive the enemy of the capacity to mount any kind of logistical challenge. If you can do that, the enemy breaks and panic amongst the more recently Russified population, and nobody should have any regard for them other than that they should flee because they have come there illegally since 2014. And those who are associated with military families in Sevastopol should take a boat.
Yes, and you can tell the importance of Kherson. The Vladimir Putin, he overruled his generals because they recommended that they withdraw from Kherson.
I don't know that. How do you know that? I mean, Abdullah, Habibi, I love you, but do you know that? I don't know that.
No, there were reports that the generals were overruled by Putin.
Yeah, I hear these reports, but I haven't been there. You haven't been there. The generals, I doubt it, have ever said so. They would be stupid if they would. And just because some news say so, I don't believe a thing I hear from them at the moment. I'm extremely careful.
Okay. Yeah, because if that was the case, because the way they're defending Kherson, even without the reports, you can tell how important it is for the defense.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
The defense of Crimea. Yeah.
No, of course. Kherson is super important, and Crimea is the gemstone. But the most important part of all is taking back Mariupol.
Go ahead, Gunther.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. So I think one thing to consider too is by the time they get around to Crimea, like the situation will be so radically different. Like the Russian armies will be pushed back into Russia throughout Ukraine. They will be into Mariupol. And I suspect, unfortunately, that it's going to be basically a Srebrenica times 100. And when the world is sort of can see firsthand the carnage that I can imagine, just sort of politically and just with momentum wise, that a lot more things will be possible at that point. Anyway, thanks.
Brad, go ahead.
Thank you. So at the beginning of the war, if I can remember correctly, the burn rate on the war for Russia was somewhere between $1 and $2 billion a day. I'd be happy to, if somebody corrects me if I'm wrong on that. And so you could actually see their reserve levels like dropping. and then because of what happened with oil prices, and they're finding ways to get their oil out, those reserve levels stabilized, but also the imports coming into Russia were dramatically down. So it would stand to reason that their foreign currency reserves would be fairly stable. I guess my question is, do we know what their burn rate is now? How much is this war costing Russia every day? And what if we kind of ignore the reserve levels, how long can they financially keep doing this? And does the money side of it even really matter in the current moment?
Alex, go ahead.
Yeah, I do not know if we have any exact number. I am pretty sure Russians are hiding them. This is probably they will be hiding anything, but you can look at how they feed their army. That mobilization thing, they the supply, all the logistics, all the dealings with Iran. I mean, war is expensive. And the way Russians are doing it, like, I don't even understand the question. So the question is how long they can go on with current rate. But current rate is not enough. Current rate is really a clear path to defeat, to collapse. Like, if you can't feed your army, you can't give them winter clothing, they will freeze. They will, it will. They are heading towards catastrophe, and they know it. So, do we know the exact numbers? I don't. I doubt anybody does. This is probably their best kept secret right now. But judging by how they feed their people, how this mobilization is going on, how its generals are it's very expensive. It's and how they go with their military supplies. I mean, they now depend really on Iran for the military they need. Just think about that. And even if they had money, like those, there are some technologies they cannot buy. And those technologies, I mean, you don't even notice them when they are there. But when they are not, that suddenly you can't operate. And that's why the soldiers are basically, they mobilize people and then tell, now go and get some basic stuff, to protect yourself. And also go and get something to eat, and find a place to spend the night. It's they are desperate. Their only strategy right now, very questionable one, but is to gain some time, throw dead bodies at the problem, at the imminent collapse, and hope that there will be enough useful idiots in the West suggesting to find a peace where they're facing collapse. It's a failed state that is about to fail, most spectacularly in the last 50 years. So, do I know the exact dollar number? I don't. Thanks.
Maybe just a very, very quick follow-up that Ben could address. Let me clarify. The Russians being able to feed their army, I mean, maybe that is a financial issue. It feels like a logistical issue, especially as it, and not only food, but other provisions, the dismantling of the Russian mobilization infrastructure of the early 1990s. I mean, I can only assume can be blamed for part of that. But if you cannot feed the army that you currently have, the idea that you can conscript, 1 million more
and feed them on what, a third of the calories, because you've got to spread those calories over a larger force. It's ridiculous. So I assume that the food aspect of this is logistical and just incompetence related, but I am trying to get to the bottom of how much longer does money actually play a role in this, or is it just all logistics at this point?
Ben, go ahead. I don't know why you're still awake.
Just very quickly, there's two things to consider here. The first one is there's a strong chance, I would say, that the bulk of the Russian money, of the Russian budget, does not go towards the army, but towards propping up the economy, facilitating the functioning of the government, etc. Not so much the army itself. So, of course, an army with an extra, 500,000 people by now, potentially a full million once the mobilization is over, will cost infinitely more expensive than infinitely more money than a much smaller army. That's a given. But the thing is that they're having to prop up an increasingly high amount of their economy, either to facilitate important exports because they don't want to lose all their markets, or because they have to buy stuff that their providers is managing to just gouge the prices for them, etc., etc. They also have to give money to the industrialists who are not making money anymore because their domestic market has disappeared. All this is billions upon billions upon billions upon billions. And one number that you can go with is that last year and even earlier this year, the Russian budget was on a monthly basis 6 billion above the Russian expenditure. So they were having sorry, it's late. I'm forgetting the word right now, but they were in excess of $6 billion every month for them. This has disappeared. They're now at zero, basically breaking even according to their own numbers, and they're probably the deficit is going to increase. So at the moment, if the budget was for the army was something along the lines, well, for the war as a whole, was maybe 100 million, 200 million dollars a day. Nowadays, well, they're burning 6 billion extra on top of that every month. So you do the math, but that gives you a ballpark. And yeah, and it's going to get worse. As you said, to an extent, it doesn't matter because they can print money and be the violent state that they are to prevent the price rising. Today in Belarus, they already started putting shopkeepers in jail because those shopkeepers were raising prices. And Luka did not want this to happen. So it's very likely that Putin is going to do the same. That being said, you can only fight off inflation and skew the market up to a point until it comes back and bites you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Please go to sleep now. Alex, go ahead.
Yeah, there are many signs that, well, for example, if you listen to those footages, there are people who, like, for example, there was a woman who lost her husband in a war. She is denied the money. All the dead bodies that were not recovered, because Russians do not recover the dead bodies from Ukraine, they let them live there. And main reason is because if there is no bodies, there is no obligation to pay anybody any promised amount. So They are already unable to keep their financial promises to the people that were, sent to this war months ago. And with the mobilization, what is going to happen is the income going to drop substantially, because all those people who fled the country, all those people who are now in the army, they do not generate any revenue for anything, right? And on the other hand, they have these increasing problems with the international trade. They stopped by themselves selling of gas. Well, probably they still sell some, but that was another substantial source of income: oil and gas exports. So it's again, the picture is not nice. Do I know the exact number? No. And I don't think anybody will show me the books, because if somebody calculates it, they are already facing. I mean, bottom line, if your army is starving, you're going to lose the war. It doesn't matter how much money you have on your bank account. If bottom line is the army fed or is it starving? And it is starving. And their obligations are not met. And there is increasingly difficult to deal with the people who are not happy about the way things are going. So, yeah, financial issues are important. Just during when there is the question is between death and life, it's kind of it matters. It just after your stomach is fed, like if you listen to footages, people who got into prison, well, they are happy. At least they are fed, in Ukrainian prison. When they were in the army, they were not. There was like one ration for two, so they were getting half of what were supposed to be getting, and that including like how strict Russian ration is. It's not definitely something super rich for soldiers. It was very very small ration, but even that was cut in half. So soldiers had to feed themselves by going out in the field and collecting some grains and eating them. And when winter comes, that's not gonna get any better. So yeah, you can have all money you want. It's stomach that will drive a lot of behavior.
You can't eat money. You're right, Alex. Brad, go ahead.
Well, I can't see how Alex is right. I mean, Russia is one of the largest exporters of grain in the world, right?
But they can't deliver their logistics to the war front. It's
okay. So that's why I was asking. So this is why I was asking if it was a financial issue or if it was a logistics issue. I will note that it is interesting, and I just posted this to the thread, that now Russia is going to obstruct the grain deal. So grain that would have been exported in theory could stay in Ukraine, could stay in Russia. I'm not exactly sure what that means for specifically Russian exports. I know it's going to hurt Ukrainian exports, but that I don't know if it's meaningful, but it is interesting to see that deal is going to stop and there's going to be less grain flowing out of the Black Sea.
Seems like that's their new pressure point that they can utilize now that Nord Stream is off the table.
Well, it's not new, right? That's been around.
Their new favored pressure point, I should say. It's not a new pressure point.
Yeah, it's the current pressure point. But I had a very, very long thread on food instability or food insecurity that I'll post to the thread. I started tracking this, I don't know,
7 months ago because I was really concerned about a number of nations. But you're correct. Like there's always the latest gimmick, and I think you're correct in saying that is it currently.
It's the new weasel box they can crank to try and distract from the god-awful war that they're perpetuating in Ukraine in a very efficient and costly manner.
Very true.
I'm personally not concerned with Russia's machinations here because they're not a swing producer of grain. There was a bumper crop of grain produced in the last winter wheat production. While they do make a large amount of the exported grain, there were surplus amounts of grain produced other places. Yes, prices have been driven up globally, and who that hits the hardest are countries that are dependent on foreign aid or donated grain. So it's a problem. It's not an unmanageable one. Just made a lot of logistics people's jobs twice as hard. I think we do have a couple of extra spots on the speaker panel. So if anybody has a question or a new topic they'd like to discuss, feel free to request the mic. I don't know if I can add you, but I trust Michelle can. I saw some chart. I don't know if I should give it any credibility or not, but it claimed that something like 3,000 tons or 3,200 tons had been exported and delivered of different grains so far during the agreement, and there were another 3,700 tons on the water already. But I'm not a grain guy.
So Exit and I were tracking a bunch of this stuff. She has the most updated numbers. I will find her numbers and post them to the thread.
Thanks. Bali, go ahead.
Hey, hi. So just following up on the previous question. So if you're a resident, say in Moscow or St. Petersburg, you go to the supermarket and like before Feb 2022, the items that you could buy from the supermarket, can you still go in and purchase the same items? So has it like impacted? I know like auto parts and things like that. Obviously, like people are facing shortages, but what about like other items? Like, you know, for instance, sugar. We know like was an issue in the beginning, but somehow they've made up for that. So do we have any insight into like how people how it's impacting like, you know, people on a day-to-day basis just with like the basic stuff? Thank you.
I think the initial sugar runs that we saw were exactly that. They were a run on existing supply chains. It wasn't necessarily a shortage. There haven't been any embargoes placed on commodities like that I'm aware of. I think it was more restrictions on foreign companies that had branding agreements and were doing business within Russia, like a Coca-Cola bottling subsidiary and McDonald's franchises and a bunch of other businesses. And most of those have attempted to rebrand as best they can and continue their business and just not operate under that international corporate branding name. I know that's exact. Akash, go ahead.
Thanks. I suppose that there's an indirect measure of this, and that is that while Russia has been desperate to maintain access to foreign markets to sell its goods, the one commodity that it has held back is actually fertilizer. It imposed significant restrictions on the export of fertilizer, and that generates a great deal of foreign currency for Russia, especially through sales to Africa and Central America, and to a certain extent South America. the fact that they would do that at a time when they are desperate for hard currency suggests that the Russian government is foreseeing shortages of fertilizer and and by implication, shortages in their ability to produce enough produce to feed their own people. In terms of what one would see going into the cities, the cities are quite misleading for Russia. That is to say, Moscow and St. Petersburg will show shortages long after people are going hungry in the countryside where the majority of Russians live. There's no way to interpret those export restrictions as anything other than dire concern by the Russian government that they're not going to be able to feed their own people. The government doesn't really care that much about its own people. And when it decides that it's going to forego foreign currency at a time when it's desperate for that foreign currency for the sake of fertilizer that is largely going to the rural areas, that says to me that they are worried that absent that move, they will face some sort of calamity in the rural heartlands.
Can I ask a follow-up question? So, in terms of like, say, medical items, like, say you go to a hospital and, are they like running short of, hospital equipment or just like the basic medical equipment and things like medication? Are people seeing it like in those areas or are they able to make up, say, with imports from, say, China and India to make up for that?
That's difficult to assess, in part because Russia has always faced catastrophic shortages for medical supplies in public hospitals. People who have been fleeing Russia, and those numbers have increased as the wave of conscription has hit, have reported that there are shortages, but they've reported that those shortages are most acute in the hospitals that might be receiving long-term injured, that is, people coming back from the battlefield. I'm not aware of severe shortages that have been reported from the main hospitals in Moscow and St. Petersburg. But reading between the lines, part of it will be a transportation issue. They're not able to get supplies to their hospitals closer to their borders. But the fact that they're not doing so, and the fact that the Russian government will be prioritizing the health of their soldiers because they want to patch them back up and send them back into battle before they are concerned about patching up farmers and people living in their cities, that does suggest to me that they are facing significant shortages. There were discussions between the Russian government and the Chinese government that were reported about a month ago around China providing them with medical supplies, but those discussions were largely for supplies that would take some time to come through the Chinese supply chain. In other words, they weren't talking about the kinds of things they could just write a check to the Chinese for and expect it to be delivered right away. Even if that comes online, then I would say that they're not going to be expecting significant deliveries from China for at least 3 or 4 months.
Thank you.
What can be added, if I may, Akash, I apologize for being late, but what can be added is that in recent 6 months, there's more than just irregular anecdotal evidence that a number of operations have been deferred, that specifically operations regarding prosthetics, heart surgery, transplants, and the likes have been deferred because these operations require not only a sufficient amount of support, detailed preparation, but also significantly more effort and supplies. And there is a significant shortage in the replacement of spare parts in restaurants, as well as in ICU units. And that is starting to hurt a number of hospitals. There have been reports from Omsk, Tomsk, Irkutsk, and Khabarovsk as regional capitals, respectively regional centers, where hospitals were not able to fulfill the requirements as in the past for the local elite. I have to stress this is for the local elite. It's not what they're providing to the normal population. And the same thing is starting to hurt and to hit, as Akash has inferred, already the two main centers, meaning Moscow and slightly distant from it, St. Petersburg. What is most interesting is that the center of manufacturing and the weapon systems complex also encompasses Kazan. And Kazan has always been one of those areas where everything worked pitch perfect, just in order to make sure that the Tatars would not get out of hand. And seemingly in recent months, supplies, both in terms of basic services as well as medical services in Kazan, have deteriorated significantly, and there's significant upheaval. But that's all I can say. And here is Yehuda, so I can go to bed.
Good night, good Nacht, I think is the proper.
Gute Nacht.
And don't let the bed bugs bite. He doesn't have bed bugs, they don't have permission in his house. He says 9.
We line them up. We line them up outside, on the street, in good order.
They're not in the. They're not let in the gate. I'll say something horrible, but I'm not. Okay. Sorry. Well, I'm here.
Good evening, Yehuda.
Good evening, everyone. And actually, do get to bed. It's late. Estonia. I had an argument with an Estonian today on a conference call. We said we'd reconvene at a certain time EST, and he was very perplexed by it. And we're like, "What's the problem?" He goes, "Well, that's not the right time. It's already passed." So we got a big debate on what EST means, and apparently in Estonia, it's Estonia time, which makes sense. But EST for those in America and Canada is Eastern Standard Time, which is now.
And everywhere in the world, except Estonia.
Or as we call it, the center of the universe, you see. For those on the eastern seaboard of the Americas. All right. Well, don't let me interrupt. Akash, I see you're here, and David, the usual suspects, Brad, Gunther. All right. Yeah, don't put me on the. You just put me on the spot and then dipped.
Brando had a question or a comment, I believe.
Yeah. Hey guys. I guess I should also point out that CST is not Canada Standard Time either, Yehuda.
Oh,
But
no, it's not Canada. It's Central. We don't call it Canada Central.
I
Canada
know.
Standard, I know.
There's probably some guy in Manitoba who would probably make that reference. I don't know.
No, no, they know they're not the center of Canada either, so they wouldn't do that.
Oh, that's good. It's always Toronto, isn't it?
It is Toronto, yes, the center of Canada. Anyway.
Okay. So we were discussing the topic of medical supplies and just the state of hospitals and stuff like that. But since the conversation turned that way, I did have a question in regards to the way we're seeing the Russian supply, not even supplied, the logistics operation is, well, Russia's going to Russia, but heading into winter, and given the way we've seen the sanitation conditions in Russian trenches and units, do we think that the disease issue is going to crop up more during this winter, as opposed like with influenza? Obviously, COVID's still a thing, and other potential issues going into the winter. It's not really thought of much, but because these conscripts are ill supplied and ill equipped, do we think that disease is going to play a major factor as well?
In the Russian lines?
Yeah, the Russian lines. The Ukrainians are obviously more well supplied and take better care of their soldiers and their health, because the Russians don't really care about the individual soldier as much as the Ukrainian does, obviously. But I'm curious to know because they're just like picking guys up off the street and throwing them into a conscription line. I doubt they're giving them a flu shot.
I'm not sure the flu's the biggest worry. I think hypothermia is going to be a bigger concern, and I think I don't think the regular warmer viruses like the tropical diseases aren't going to be an issue, and with frozen bodies, I'm not worried about typhus and dysentery and all that jazz. In the spring, I would be, if there were rotting corpses everywhere, which there probably will be. On the Russian side, for sure. They're not known to pick up their dead. They're not known to clear any battlefields because they're losing anyway. But the Ukrainians obviously are collecting KI aid individuals. So it's completely different, and it's Ukraine's backyard. They're not looking for an ecological disaster. But as far as, I mean, they have so many other problems compared to COVID and the flu right now. But the one of the big issues is the amount of alcoholics that have been drafted. They're the ones that get caught because they run slower and they're disoriented. Tried drinking a lot and then running away from the police. So what's happened is there are reports on Russian Telegram of big issues with large numbers of functioning alcoholics that require alcohol to live, and chasing down bottles and being drunk most of the time, and causing a lot of disorder in the units that they're posted in, because there are reports of Russians sending messages back saying, we don't want these guys in here. They're gonna be bad for us. They're gonna distract us during battle, and they're right. They're not wrong. But fortunately, that's what the Russians picked up and threw in there. So that's coming more and more apparent. Diabetics being drafted who require insulin several times a day. There will not be insulin available. There's rarely food available. So it's going to be the winter for the Russians. I mean, I think I suggest they're desperately trying to find a way to end this, get a ceasefire, because they're not prepared for any war footing throughout the winter. They will be pummeled. They will be attrited and most likely destroyed wherever the Ukrainians intend to do that. So, if someone's got the flu, I mean, there are Russian soldiers that we've seen on Ukrainian TV that have been, found with, advanced stages of gangrene, and some of them have succumbed, some of them had amputations, some of them have been caught just in time, and that's when things are warm and they can move around and they have freedom of movement. And if you're freezing in the trench and you can't really move around, and they don't have any real combat medics anymore, and they don't have they're being, if they're lucky enough to get evacuated, they're going to a third-rate hospital somewhere else. So all in all, it doesn't look promising for the Russian soldier.
No, it doesn't. And obviously, I mean, alcoholism is always a big deal when it comes to the basic state of the Russians, but especially if you're conscripting them.
Yeah,
that's not a good idea, but that's all beyond. But actually, Yehuda, now that you're back, I did have a DM for you earlier in the day that I was curious about, which is I saw a report coming out that they're starting to pull old MiG-29s out of the warehouses and the boneyards in Russia and send them to like Kursk airfields. So I'm curious, as the logistics side goes, like obviously there's
mute the mic. Yeah. Sorry, that's the good co-host. Yeah, that was really loud. Sorry, what's your question? You're asking about the MiGs?
Just like we pay attention a lot to the tanks and the quality of stuff and all that, but it seems like it's also starting to affect the Russian Air Force in a way more than just missiles. So I'm curious to how that.
Well, full disclosure, Army, Air Force. I know nothing about the Air Force. I know they have planes and they fly and they stay in 5-star hotels. Other than that, that's my limit. But I will say that pulling things out of storage, probably not the smartest thing. We know that they don't really take care of their stuff, and I can't imagine. And the Russian Air Force has not been a factor almost at all during this entire war. It means very degraded air capabilities. No match for Ukrainians, I suspect. And we do know, I have heard from my friends in the Air Force world, that the Russians are massively undertrained and they don't do any joint operations or any like close air support. So it's a very, very different situation. It's almost like they're siloed, don't operate together. So all in all, super bad situation for the Russians. I hear comments about the things they can carry. I'm at the point where I consider it. If I was a commander, I'd obviously want to know more in Ukraine, but I almost don't even care, just because it's more of the same. What pilots do they have? What are they bringing out? They've underwhelmed the world in every aspect of their military. The Air Force has been no exception, and we'll see more of it. I suspect they're just more targets for the Ukrainians to hit, to be honest with you. people mentioned the types of missiles they carry, hypersonic this, and I'm so it's nothing that's going to change. It's not a game changer for the Russians. It's not going to turn any tide. It could cause a nuisance for the Ukrainians, for different theaters or different aspects of this war. But I don't see it as definitely not a game changer. Nothing to write home about. Like even with the Iranian drones, once they were the Israelis handed over information, they were able to examine wreckage of certain ones. Those have all been interdicted for the most part, it's the same old. These are just little stop gaps that the Russians are trying to throw up. It's desperation. It's not a solution. It's not a well organized plan to counter anything the Ukrainians can do. It's just piecemeal. As we've seen Iskanders, which have a range of 500 kilometers, moved from Russia into Crimea, and before the Kerch Bridge was blown, brought up into Kherson. Why? They have a much farther range. Doesn't make any sense. None of it's making much sense. I suspect the Russian, logistics folks, all the J4s, the G4s, they're running around with their heads cut off. No one knows what's going on. They're just throwing things into the front. It's very much a Soviet, reaction when things go bad. Just throw everything up there. Just hopefully the problem will go away if we throw enough manpower and material. And all that does in modern warfare like this, with a competent adversary, meaning Ukraine, is just create more targets to destroy. So I hope that answers your question, Randy.
Oh, totally does. Thanks, dude.
No problem.
I think you nailed it on the head, Yehuda. I seem to recall they negotiated the release of some pilots the other day when they released those few hundred Azovstal guys. And I can only imagine them putting one of those same pilots who's already been shot down in a much more advanced aircraft into a MiG-29 and sending him right back in the same direction. Seems like it'll be a wash, rinse, repeat. Maybe they can take some of those pilots captive twice.
That'd be. It's like we just let you out. You just came back. Kind of situation. But
lunchtime.
Levity a little bit, but just in all seriousness, yeah, it just shows the desperation that they have to, that even in their aircraft, that they're starting to do this.
Yeah, 100%. A question for Akash, actually. I don't know, Akash, if you are a masochist and enjoy hurting your eyes and brain, but do you follow the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs or the Russian Embassy in the UK? They do a lot of posting, which is probably like the lowest level propaganda I've ever seen in my life. It's almost like they'll read today's headline and they'll write something almost like exactly opposite of what reality is, and they do it with a straight face, and it's just so beyond the pale because it's so blatantly wrong. Like President Putin loves peace, and he is a hero, and he will get it, and it's laughable. I just wondered from Akash's perspective, from the if he's ever seen anything like this, because I mean, eventually, when the negotiations for turning over war criminals and how big the demilitarized zone on the Russian side will be, 50 or 75 kilometers deep. Those are the negotiations I'm looking forward to. So I support negotiations. I support how, what the reparations schedule would be, and how big the demilitarized zone in Russia would be, and if it would be UN peacekeepers or maybe NATO peacekeepers. We talk about negotiations. So I'm kind of that would be the maximalist Ukrainian position, I'd say. We've seen people, I've heard people, unknown people, even on the Times radio today, really irritated me. He's actually a professor of international relations at Cardiff University. If you go to Cardiff, I would highly recommend, if you take that course, that you get your tuition money back, because this professor, who I don't know his name, thank God, basically said that Ukraine, the negotiations will start with Ukraine negotiating how much of Ukraine belongs to Russia. And he said anything other than that is a maximalist Ukrainian position. So I think people don't understand what negotiations mean. But at any rate, I wanted to Cash. Have you heard about this stuff? What do you think about this pandering and this strange? I don't even know what to call it. It's just crazy to me. The Russian government's position. Obviously, it's pure propaganda, but how does this help them? I mean, they've got to see the writing on the wall. They've got to know at some point there will be a reckoning because they're behaving like they've done a good thing, and they'll tolerate peace deals with Ukraine with them staying in 20% of it. And Cash, am I right? What's going on? Help us, enlighten us with
Uh,
your insight and calmness, please.
well, that's a lot. I do read the Russian uh, Foreign Affairs Ministry's post. It's always good to know what your enemies are saying. And actually, the Russian embassy in Canada follows me on Twitter, which makes me laugh. I'm not sure why. I hope they are as entertained by my tweets as I am by theirs. I think there are a couple of things they're doing here. First of all, those tweets aren't for us. It's for the purposes of putting something up so that they can, for domestic consumption, know that they have lost the propaganda war for most of the world. And the only propaganda that is really important to them right now is managing their own population. Most of those tweets that we can read that are written in English are therefore written for the small percentage of Russians who are online who can read English and who participate in some form of debate in Russia. And that's largely because they are not even trying to convince those people. They are giving those people their talking points. There is a certain element of the Russian government trying not to convince us, but to get us to talk nonsense. In other words, the more time that we spend replying to their preposterous statements to say that they are preposterous, the less time we spend dealing with serious issues. And that's one of the reasons why I really like the posture that has been taken by Ukrainian diplomats, which is not to engage at all with what Russia is saying, but instead to show them contempt and derision, and then to get on with the serious business of what Ukraine is trying to achieve. In terms of, will any of this have an impact after the war is over? No, but there are negotiated issues that will have to take place after Russia has lost this war and its troops have returned to the Russian homeland. One of them, as you pointed out, is the status of war crimes and war criminals. I have a sense that Putin and his generals believe that they are acting with impunity. That is to say, that no matter how the war ends, there will not be concerted effort by the world at large to bring them to justice. And I think that would be catastrophic if we were to follow that path. I think that even after the war is over, there can be no normalization of relations with Russia. There can be no lifting of the sanctions until there's a reckoning for the people who have committed these terrible crimes in Ukraine. And if they are not prepared to hand them over to us, then we should, at a minimum, quarantine Russia to say those criminals can stay within your border, but the moment they step outside, we are going to arrest them. And until you hand them over, we are not going to allow you to participate in the international system. There are also questions of reparations. That is to say, I think that Russia should contribute to the cost of rebuilding what they have destroyed. And that should start with things like the Ukrainian debt to Russia. Ukraine has about $3 billion in debt to Russia that predates the war. That should be cancelled immediately. There's a concept, ironically, that was created by a Russian jurist, Alexander Sak, who died about 70 years ago, called odious debt. And it's the basic idea behind it is that if a country has been ruled by a despot, once that despot is pulled down, the population who have freed themselves should be under no obligation to honor his debts. To put it another way, if you get into bed financially with a despot, you have no right to ask the people whom he has oppressed to pay his debts for you. Similarly, after this war is over, none of the debts that Ukraine has to Russia should be considered valid. They should be considered an odious debt. Russia gave up its right to claim those debts the moment it invaded Ukraine. And I think finally, there's the question of funds that have been seized from Russian banks that are currently being frozen and held in Western institutions, especially in the United States and in Britain. I don't take it for granted that after the war is over, that money should simply be released to go back to the Russian government, especially if it is still the Putin government or a Putin-like government. Some of that money should be transferred to the people of Ukraine, once again, to help make whole what the Russians have damaged. But I don't think you'll hear any of these in Russian tweets.
Probably not, because it's too long as well. There's only 144 characters. But but no, perfectly well put and well said. I think that what's interesting is that it's not for us. I obviously do engage sometimes because I get angry, but it makes me wonder: isn't there a fear that they have to walk back their comments? But you've kind of answered it there. They don't really care what we think. So, Cash, what's going to make this? What's different about this conflict? Why do I get the overwhelming feeling that people in the world will hunt down those who enable this genocide, just like the Nazis? Is it? Do you get that feeling? Am I right, or are those who think that correct, or is it going to be more of the same? And I'm not just talking about going after a handful of Serbians, Slobodan Milosevic's, and Radovan Kad, talking about a large number of people. Is it because it's so televised? Because we have tapes of different units being ordered to murder Ukrainians? There's video evidence of it. Is that the only reason why we're doing it?
I mean, my own sense is that there are two ways in which this conflict is different. One is that the crimes really are egregious, and the other is that the vast majority of wars that happen in the world today are civil wars. This kind of war, where one country mounts an unprovoked invasion of a second country, actually is very, very rare. It's unusual in the 20th or 21st century, at least since the Second World War has become unusual. And for all the weaknesses that there are in international law, most of those weaknesses are a product of the fact that international law has not kept pace with the modern reality, that most wars are not international but intranational within the borders of a given state and between insurgencies, revolutionaries, rebels, and the like. But international law, the law of war between nations, is very well developed. And Russia has broken just about every international law and law of war that exists on the books. As a result, I think that there is a real sense amongst people across the world that we have to bring the Russians to justice, not only because of the severity and gratuity of their crimes, but also if we are not prepared to bring them to justice when they have so blatantly broken international law, done so without any lawful excuse, and where there's absolutely no ambiguity over guilt or culpability, then there will be no international law. If we are not prepared to bring these people to justice, who will we bring to justice? I don't want to overstate the case. I mean, international prosecutions are notoriously difficult. It's not unusual for such a trial to take 10 years, even when there is significant evidence. But I think we have to proceed. We do have to obviously start with the most senior commanders and work our way down. But after this war is over, the purpose of prosecuting those people is not just to give justice to the dead, as important as that is. It's to lay down a marker, because if after this war is over, it emerges that the people who perpetrated these crimes got away with it, we will be in effect encouraging the next generation of tyrants and kleptocrats to commit the same crimes, confident that they too will not be brought to justice. We have to give justice to the dead, but we also owe a duty to justice to people who are not yet born and who will be the victims of future tyrants if we don't act now.
We know the why now, but what's the how? How does this happen? Is there a precedent? Nuremberg was one example. I haven't heard. I mean, we've had Rwanda and the Balkans there, but how does it work? Does the ICJ say this is past the threshold of X amount of dead or egregiousness and level of egregiousness, and therefore we're going to set up an independent commission inquiry to deal with Russian war crimes in Ukraine? Is this uncharted territory? Is there a plan? How does that work?
The mechanisms are fairly well laid out. It's a question of how effective will they be. There are really three streams that will be open to the world. One is the International Criminal Court, and they have already opened a file on Russia. So they already have prosecutors and investigators working on building a case. I would expect the most senior figures involved in war crimes to be tried at the International Criminal Court. The second is the possibility of the United Nations or a group of victorious countries, or countries, I should say, supporting a victorious Ukraine, setting up an ad hoc tribunal, as happened in Rwanda or in Bosnia. And that is an international tribunal established under international norms that is set up purely for the purposes of investigating, prosecuting, and punishing crimes that happened in a specific conflict, as again in Bosnia and Rwanda. The third stream is through universal jurisdiction, and that is to say, the kinds of war crimes that have been committed in Ukraine are so appalling and they rise to a level that shock the conscience of the human race. And as a result, it gives national states not only the right, but indeed the responsibility, if they can lay hands on any of the perpetrators, to put them on trial within their own jurisdiction. So if, for example, some of Putin's generals decide to vacation at their properties in the French Riviera, and the government of France becomes aware of this, the government of France would have, after the war, a responsibility to arrest those generals because they're on French territory and try them in a French court if for some reason they cannot be sent to the International Criminal Court or to the ad hoc tribunal. I think that we will see prosecutions on all three of those streams, from the most senior to the less senior officers. But I think that, any negotiations that happen after the end of the war will be led by Ukraine. There should be and there can be no pressure put on the government of Ukraine and the people of Ukraine by the international community to bargain away those prosecutions, because to a certain extent, it's not up to the government of Ukraine to waive the right of justice that is due to the Ukrainian dead. Those people have a right to see their persecutors and their killers brought to justice.
Thank you for that. I think we have some hands up for your Cash. I don't know if it was Gunther or Heather. Who is next, Michelle?
We actually had Helming stay next, so go ahead.
Hi, I just wanted to chime in really briefly on the grain export situation. So I never really understood why Russia agreed to it in the first place. And thank you for elaborating on that a little bit. I just wanted to highlight that the low water condition in the Mississippi in the US is actually setting up a really interesting situation. Almost all of the bulk grain transport out of the US, especially now that we're coming up at harvest season, goes down the Mississippi. And because of lack of rainfall, there's a major constriction there right now. So especially for corn export. So I was just looking at EOC numbers for 2020. Top 3 wheat exporters worldwide were Russia at number 1, Canada at number 2, and the US at number 3. And all of those were pretty equal. And so just something to keep in mind, we don't know how long this low water condition will last. But it's potentially, if you think of corn as a substitute product for wheat, potentially some major restrictions in global grain supplies coming down from the US. And so, something worth considering. Thank you.
No problem. You're an ecologist. That's the call.
Yeah, and I'm a data scientist too.
Right.
I'm a data scientist also.
So is global warming real? I'm just kidding.
Well, okay, but there's one of the big pieces here is that what we're seeing is conflicts like this being exacerbated by the consequences of climate change, right? So we have things like droughts causing grain shortages in places, or grain, transport restrictions at the same time that we have conflict. So we're definitely in a situation where the feed forward effects of climate change are here. Right, they're starting, and we saw that. Thinking about hurricanes, disruption to natural gas supply to Europe, which is absolutely critical for Europe to make it through the winter. So Europe got really, really lucky by having great natural gas supply all through the summer from the U.S., from the liquid natural gas facilities. But conversely, because there were no hurricanes, we're in a drought condition for 60, 70% of the continental U.S. And that means that grain export from the U.S. is very restricted, and we don't know when that's going to happen. And that is absolutely 100% related to climate change.
So do you think that a possible solution for the lack of fuel in Europe this winter would be to like burn a lot of things to increase global warming, so that the Europe is hotter this winter, and that way they won't need
Well,
as
so
much oil.
remember, weather and climate
I'm
are
not.
not the same
I'm
thing,
not going to let
right?
you into that. I'm not going to let you. This is a joke.
Weather and
Because
climate
clearly,
are not the same thing.
I was going to say, I bet you your favorite comment is when you get global warming isn't real because it was a really cold winter last winter. And yes, weather and climate is not the same. Anyways, I was just trying to have some levity. You're the first ecologist to fall into this trap here, so I do appreciate it. I will answer, I think, one of the questions, and then Akash, he's Mr. Global people stuff. So I will say this: the deal. Why did they do it? Well, in the Russian sphere, the Russian Ruski Mir, the Russian world, it was considered a diplomatic victory, especially to Russia's erstwhile allies. It was seen to be like, look, Russia's mitigating famine. There was a trope that if it was against Ukraine, I would say, if Ukraine doesn't stop this war and just agree to be genocided, that all 100 million Africans are going to starve to death because of Ukrainian grain and yada yada yada. And the reality is that I think Ukraine represents like 8% of the global output of grain.
Yeah,
wheat.
just for wheat, they were number 5 in 2020.
Right. So I don't know the actual percentage, but it was a low number. And the reality is the deal that the Russians agreed to, I think at max allowed for 1 million tons a month to go through if you really looked at the numbers, which was something like, I think the numbers, we had a grain expert from Ukraine come in and say usually they do 20, 30 million a month. So it's like he gets a victory, doesn't really help Ukraine. But he gets a PR victory in the developed world that apparently he pitched that this was, Jesus 2.0, and he was saving the world. So it was giving very little to gain politically a little more than he should. Now, again, as you said, there are far bigger exporters of grain. Obviously, Canada has the best grain, much better than American grain. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, that would be why he did that, I suspect, because it wasn't he didn't lose anything to do it, right? He was just doing it to bother Ukraine. And then when he got a lot of grief and flack, he thought, I could turn this around into a victory and make us look like the good guys, because obviously he knows that Zimbabwe is his biggest foreign audience to court. It was silly. But Akash, can you follow up on the rest of that?
Sure. So I would agree with Yehuda that this was viewed through the lens of being a propaganda coup by the Russians, especially in their dealings with the developing world. It's also the case that by signing the Black Sea Grain Initiative, it not only allowed Ukrainian agricultural produce to reach the international market, there was a quid pro quo that it also meant that some Russian produce had to be allowed into the international market. So this wasn't an act of philanthropy by the Russians for the developing world. It was a way of them getting around some of the sanctions to sell their produce on the international market in exchange for hard currency, and also to increase their influence in the countries that purchased the food. There are about 36 countries in the world that rely on Ukraine and Russia for an outright majority of their wheat. And so the Russian invasion of Ukraine was significant. It is significant in causing hunger across the world. It's coincided with the drought in the Horn of Africa and conflicts in Yemen. So that right now, all those factors combined mean that about 45 to 50 million people are currently living in famine-like conditions across the world, a significant number of them in countries that rely on Ukraine and or Russia for their foodstuff. The food that has gotten out through the Black Sea Agreement is not generally wheat. About half of it is corn, a quarter of it is wheat, 10% or so is sunflower seeds, which makes me laugh with Ukraine, and the remaining 50% is other food stuff. It's up for renewal on the 19th of November, and the Russians are already saying that they may not agree to renew it. But I feel fairly confident that they're saying that only because they're trying to extract other diplomatic concessions in exchange for agreeing to a renewal. they need to get their agricultural products to the world, if only to get some money into their coffers. They don't particularly care about whether the world starves to death or not, but they do care whether they have access to the payments from the world. I do think that the if I may say, the weaponization of this deal is telling, and the fact that there are countries who don't need to buy agricultural produce from Russia, but are doing so nevertheless, and in particular, I would name in particular China and India, is unfortunate. I think everyone can forgive a country whose population would go hungry otherwise, but I don't think we can forgive countries who are just looking for a good deal.
Fair enough.
So maybe
That's a good
another way
answer.
to ask is, would an extended shutdown of U.S. export for 6 weeks, 8 weeks, would that give Russia considerably more leverage in renegotiating this deal?
It would, although the Russians appear to be playing both sides of this, as they so often do. The crisis in the grain crisis around the world, that is in part a consequence of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, but also a consequence of extreme climatic issues across the world, has significantly increased the price of those commodities. Russia is quite literally getting rich, or it's making money from the fact that its invasion of Ukraine has made its agricultural exports far more valuable than they were before the invasion. So I'm not sure how they are likely to play that, but one way or the other, they will come down on whichever side will generate the most amount of cash for them and the most amount of influence in the developing world.
Well, I hope that answers that. We'll get back to that in a bit. I think we've got some other hands up. I always get it wrong with Michelle, so whoever's next.
We'll go to Brad and then Gunther.
Hey, so on the food insecurity front, I've posted several things in the Nest, including Exit's awesome export tracking spreadsheet, and as well as a thread that I started back in March, because I had this hypothesis that we were going to end up in this starvation, but also political instability situation, and also what is referred to as frontier markets, so frontier emerging market sovereign debt crisis, and we're starting to see all of that. So there's threads in there, and I'd note I posted also a picture of which countries are super dependent upon Russian grain, and I'm digging up right now how many of those chose to abstain in the U.S. vote. I'll bet it's probably most of them. And finally, in the thread where I have this hypothesis, it's this plus this plus this equals global hunger, instability, blah, blah, blah. There's some really good research papers in there, even though I started this thread back in March, including there's to Helming's point, I've got a chart in there that shows the food price index. And when the food price index spiked back in, I want to say 2009 and 2011, when we had the Arab Spring, there were a number, when the food price index was hitting its highest point, there were a number of political events, political protests, and or coups that occurred. And if I remember correctly, there's actually a huge database that tracks this type of thing, but it escapes me where it's from. But you can go through that thread. There's also a paper in there on Middle Eastern dependence upon foreign, on food imports. There's some, there's a number of pretty good research papers in that thread if anybody's interested.
Thanks, Brad. I think Gunther was next, and I don't know if you had an angle grinder or a blender going a minute ago, but we had to drop you.
Yeah, it was a multi-tool. I am so sorry about that. I had my phone was in my pocket and it decided to turn on then. So anyway, apologies. Hey, first off, just a comment about this morning, guys. Like that panel was like amazing. It was so amazing. Like, could you imagine like if you turned on TV and you could see a panel like that for discussing things versus just some pundits who are wrong about half the time? Anyway, so I just want to say good job on that. And then I had a question I wanted to ask. It's kind of a softball question, but I'll ask it anyway. So one of the criticisms that comes up online with people that are, I think they're actually being sincere in one level, is that that the war in Ukraine has strategic benefit to it, to the United States, and the longer and costlier, bloodier it is, that's the better it is for the United States. And often gets attached to that is that it is good for our defense contractors, and that's why we're supporting Ukraine. And so, anyway, so that was my question. Like, how do you respond to something like that if someone's being sincere?
I don't think the U.S. Provoked Russia into invading Ukraine. Russia took that initiative all on their own. The U.S. is supporting Ukraine without committing more boots on the ground after we have just exited a 20-year war in Afghanistan with, I think, unarguably mixed results. So I understand U.S. reticence and the U.S. citizens' reticence to enter into another war. And while I do acknowledge that there is some monetary benefit for defense contractors, the U.S. has invested an inordinate amount of its annual GDP in defense and weapons for years for exactly reasons such as this. And in times of peace, we catch a bad rap for that. But in times like we're facing right now, who comes to the aid of Ukraine? And, like it or not, those weapons are sometimes needed. And I've said it before and I'll say it again. I'm a bit of a peacenik, and I actually get some crap from the people in the back channel for that because I own firearms. But I think there is a time for armed conflict, and when you're facing a genocidal maniac and national annihilation, people are well within their rights to pick up arms and defend themselves in whatever way they need to. I wish personally we were doing more in Ukraine, but I understand for strategy reasons and because we don't want to escalate this into a global World War III conflict, we can't commit actual NATO forces to this, even if it might be the right thing to do. It creates too much of an unknown on the escalation ladder, and that's precisely what we're trying to avoid. So the restraint that we have displayed thus far, I think, is unfortunate but necessary. And the cost of that is paid in Ukrainian blood.
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. My assertion is that the baseline premise that it's somehow strategically advantaged for there to be a war is advantageous to the United States. But anyway, so thanks for your response.
Well, I don't think it's so much advantageous for us to prolong this war. It would be equally as advantageous for us as far as annihilating another nuclear superpower with totally conventional means. That's what Russia's been threatening for the last month or so off and on now, is that they might escalate to that level. And we've responded and let them know that we don't need to escalate that level to completely cripple them. We don't want this conflict. We didn't ask Russia to invade Ukraine. Russia took it upon themselves to invade Ukraine, and we're going to supply the Ukrainians with hopefully anything and everything they need to fend off a Russian attack. We've got a ton of hands, and I see Colby just became a fella. So one of us. Prince, I think you were next.
I agree that I was next. However, the way Rosalie and Leonard and Colby, actually, it wasn't in that order. It was Rosalie, Colby, then Leonard came up. I'm wondering if, especially the way Rosalie's raised her hands a couple times, I wonder if she wanted to address what this was that Gunther brought up.
You would be correct.
Go right ahead, Rosalie. We didn't
Okay.
pick this fight. We're just going to help Ukraine win it, but continue. I'm sorry for the
Right.
interruption.
No, you're fine. So, when people approach the conversation like this, when we see somebody saying the U.S. is motivated by, XYZ, insert defense, military industrial complex, whatever, this is generally not something that they came to on their own. These are not natural thoughts that healthy people have. And so I very often will just try to parse with them. So if you're saying that you think that that could be the United States motivation, are you saying this because there's a certain amount of money that you personally would accept to allow what we're seeing in Ukraine? Is that what that person is saying to you? I think it's really not that you want to make them uncomfortable, but really think about what they're asking. I've not had anybody tell me that they would in fact accept this for a certain amount of money. But another thing is that, most Americans are not defense contractors. So it's unclear how this rationale explains anything. I personally don't gain anything and would very much like the war to end. And I think the one thing that we have learned is that, Russia is on its way out. The harm that happens because of the loss of life, the trauma, having to send money that we could use to improve, our domestic security. Like, these are not things that benefit the US. I think only somebody who is thinking in a very almost like a caricature kind of like we're almost like a cartoon villain could really, really believe this, that Americans are so terrible as a group, as a country, that we would be willing to subject the Ukrainians to this for any amount of money. It is the most outlandish thing. And I try, usually it's Americans that ask me, but when it's not, I'm like very offended. I'm like, how can you think that about us? But it is often Americans who consume a lot of Kremlin propaganda. And when I am able to parse through this with them, and also to think about where they get the idea, because, the Kremlin has a long history of encouraging Americans not to support their defense, not funding, nothing. And I know the conspiracy theories are one of the ways that they advance their foreign policy interests. There's some really great studies on it. And so that's another thing that I like to talk to people about. But yeah, I just wanted to kind of throw those thoughts out there.
Thank you, Rosalie. Colby, did you want to jump in on this subject? Or if not, we can go back to Prince.
Yes, please. So I'll first just say, yes, NATO expansion is non-negotiable. So the premise of this argument is that the United States orchestrated this war in order to financially benefit American defense companies. And this is a fairly standard left-wing tanky argument that the US government is actually run by Lockheed Martin and Boeing and Raytheon and General Dynamics. This is not true, but this has been a fairly standard talking point among certain segments of the left for quite a very long time. And now it's sadly being adopted by a few fringe figures on the right now, which is quite odd to me. But it is what it is. They're both morons. So in order for this argument to make any sort of sense, Ukraine would have to actually be buying all of these arms on their own. But they're not. Most of the arms that the United States is supplying to Ukraine is being funded by the United States government. And the United States government doesn't need a war in Ukraine to justify buying arms from Lockheed Martin, Boeing, Raytheon, or General Dynamics. They can just buy arms from those companies if they want to. Congress can just appropriate more money for the defense budget and buy the arms. So they don't need a reason. The United States government has never needed a reason to spend more money on the Department of Defense. If they wanted a reason, they certainly wouldn't orchestrate a war in Ukraine in order to justify it to the American public. If you want to get very cynical about things, that's like a very uncompelling argument that, oh, well, we need to, give more money to these companies because it's a war in Ukraine. No, if Lockheed Martin and Boeing and Raytheon and General Dynamics actually ran the United States government, they could think of a much more creative way to make a more compelling case to the American public that, yeah, we need to actually, spend a lot more money on defense and we need to have a lot more contracts. So it's a nonsense argument. It's an argument that has never made sense. It's an argument pushed by the Kremlin and adopted by extremely stupid people in the United States and the West more broadly.
One thing I wanted to add to what you're saying is, if this was something that was manufactured just from, generating motivation, this is not the war that you would create if you were creating it. If war generated profit, like this isn't the situation, because we're having to explain to people why this matters, how this affects the US, why we should care. I mean, it's just so, we have this space 24/7 because we need to make people understand how important this is. And so it's so laughable to me, but that was a really good point that Colby was making. Like, this is a war in Ukraine it's not what you would create.
I see we have Major Giroux, who's been promoted to general for the purposes of Twitter. General Giroux, please go ahead.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Michelle. Hi, good day or good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for allowing me to contribute to the conversation tonight. My apologies for jumping ahead of other people who have had their hands up, but from a historical aspect, Gunther, this is not something new. This has been since the American involvement in the Vietnam War. Oh yes, the Americans are once again wanting war in order to feed their military-industrial complex and pad the pockets of senior defense contractors and the politicians who support them. This is something that has been once again, conspiracy theorists have said this over and over and over again. Lyndon Baines Johnson, President Lyndon Baines Johnson inherited the Vietnam War from President John F. Kennedy, who of course was assassinated on the 22nd of November 1963. And Johnson was a domestic president. He was very unfamiliar with foreign policy and was really looking to advance civil rights and other domestic and help the poor, America's poor and the homeless, etc. And so he inherits this war. But so one of the conspiracy theorists is Johnson was receiving, him and senior politicians would receive kickbacks from defense contractors. So that's why he expanded the American role in Vietnam. So that's when the conspiracy theory really started. And then every war that the United States has been in ever since then, oh, we go into Grenada in 1984. Oh, it's for the military industrial complex. The Gulf War in 1991. Oh, it's to pad the pockets of the military industrial complex. Oh, we were going into Iraq and Afghanistan in 2001. Oh, once again, the military industrial complex. So this conspiracy theory continues to pop up throughout history over and over and over again whenever the United States gets involved in the war. And Kelso Breeze, Gunther, you're talking about it now because once again, the United States is involved. So there is a historical precedent of this conspiracy theory coming forth and always debated amongst the conspiracy theorists and the historians as to whether it's true or not. Thank you, Ryan and Michelle. I just wanted to add some historical context to that.
Thank you very much, Major Drew. Prince, go ahead.
What I actually came up to say was I wanted to ask Yehuda something, and he's gone, so it doesn't matter. but I will just pipe into this before I drop down to listener, but from a slightly different angle, and I'm sure people will have opinions about this. But my brother was a person who was in favor of supporting Ukraine at all. And what I heard from my brother was, but we could be spending all of this money at home to take care of the issues that we have right here at home. And one of the things that I was able to do with my brother is to explain to him that even though we're saying we put 10, $10 billion in, some of it does go to Ukraine, but some of it does go back into our own economy so that we can replenish our own stocks. And once I explained it to him that way, he had a much easier time coming around to supporting Ukraine. So don't get me wrong, I do not think that the US started this war in order to bolster up our own yada 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 yada. I'm just saying there's sort of another kind of nuance that can be used for people who are saying, but we shouldn't be giving this money away when we have all of these problems in our own country that need money. And I know there's a million other arguments. I'm just giving the example, that one of the examples that I used with my brother, because it does sort of tie in. So I thought I'd share that before I drop down to listener. And thank you all. And Rosalie, I just saw your message. You're very welcome. No problem. I can tell when people come up and want to address the subject a lot of times. So I'm more than happy to let somebody with expertise pop in ahead of me when I know that you have something very important to say on a subject. So thank you, guys.
Thank you, Prince. Leonard, go ahead, and then we can go Rosalie and Colby, or Colby and Rosalie at one.
Hey, thank you, Ryan. And yeah, Prince, you mentioned it perfectly. You're doing an excellent job of identifying the hot button issues. And sure enough, this is another one. And thanks to Major Giroux, you've laid out the historical background and backgrounder to this perfectly. And so to Gunther, Gunther, you're raising some really interesting questions, but I get a little bit of a feeling that you're kind of dealing with this yourself as well as convincing your friends. So regardless, I think Major Giroux laid out a very excellent approach to them, and that's just the day-to-day historical facts and analysis, and simply pointing out to them that there's far more than economics involved. And perhaps one further point there, I just asked them how familiar they are with the exegesis of World War II. Where did that come from? And by their reasoning, then perhaps the United States should have stayed the heck out of World War II, maintained its isolation. Reasons, which is totally absurd when you look postmodernist philosophical school. And it just might be salutary to point out to them that both Pol Pot in Cambodia and Ho Chi Minh in North Vietnam came out of the Sorbonne. So doctoral graduates of the Sorbonne in France, which puts them as direct students of Michel Foucault, Jacques Derrida, and Jean-Luc Nancy, who are the French postmodernists. And this entire approach, arguably, that their entire philosophy can be drawn with a straight arrow to the specific outcomes we saw with Pol Pot in Cambodia, which is perhaps still one of the most heinous examples of this kind of political philosophy gone wild in the world. And it's very much a philosophical underpinning based upon the assumption that there's no hierarchy of values, that America, Russia, all equal. Every political administration is equal. So why give any credence to one over the other? And this very much flows out of the Jacques Derrida's, Michel Foucault school of philosophy, and it's very much been discredited in the modern world, and certainly in the specific outcomes, the horrendous outcomes that it has generated, and not the least Cambodia, Vietnam, and on today. You're seeing that those same arguments are what provides sustenance and succor and gives oxygen to the entire Russian disinformation campaign that is launched directly at those very people you're talking to. And they're, if what you want to do is just convince them to think about it a little bit from a philosophical standpoint, as well as from an historical standpoint. And if they don't have any intellectual rigor on either of those points, then I'd suggest you simply do not want to take their postulations or their whatever sort of questioning they're doing. You do not want to take it seriously until they've addressed those issues seriously on an intellectual level. So thank you.
I'm not sure who is next between Rosalie and Colby.
If Colby wants to go, that's okay.
Thank you. Just one quick final point on this topic. If the military-industrial complex in the United States, as it's deridedly referred to as, was nearly as powerful as some people seem to believe it is, the United States would not be spending as little on defense spending as it is right now. It would still be spending upwards of 6% of GDP per year, which is sort of like the minimum that was spent for most of the Cold War. They're spending under 4% right now. So they would have never accepted that kind of cut in the amount of money the United States has been spending on defense since the Cold War was won. And the fact that those cuts were made in the 90s and defense spending still hasn't returned to those levels speaks to the amount of power which they have, which is considerably less than a lot of people seem to think.
I just wanted to add to that how he was saying that there's a history with this narrative coming up in every war and in every conflict the U.S. is involved in, and that is also true of claims about biological weapons. Those first started in 1949, and we've seen them on and off for decades. And so it's amazing that we don't educate the public about these, because they don't really change over time. It's really the same narratives, but pointing that out to people, I find is a very effective way of debunking.
I think Bard's Blonde is next.
Oh, yeah. The defense contractor argument, I love. This is such a good, stupid, tanky argument, because one of the things I always wonder is, okay, the U.S. defense industry occupies 3% of U.S. GDP. And I always wonder, like, if the United States government was going to be a slave to a corporate overlord, why would it be a slave to something that represents 3% of the government, as opposed to like any part that's a larger, part of the 97%, which actually represents the overwhelming majority of GDP. Like big tech represents like 10% of US GDP. And big tech definitely doesn't want the US to be involved in this war. So, I mean, like Elon Musk, think about him. I mean, Tesla's, if Russia falls off the market, Tesla's double in value. I mean, and you can't buy them for anything like you could buy them now because the supply chain for EVs is 10 times more complex than it is for a gas vehicle. I mean, you're looking at the loss of palladium, zinc, copper, nickel, all these different precious metals that you really need Russia to be a part of. And yet it seems like the United States government basically told Elon Musk to shut up. And so I'm always wondering, like, I mean, and like oil and gas represents like 8 or 9% of US GDP, and ExxonMobil walked away from tens of billions of dollars of revenue when it left Russia. And I'm always like, if the United States is a corporate slave, which is essentially what these arguments suggest, why is it a corporate slave to something that represents such a minuscule component of its economy? I mean, there's so many large industries in the United States. There's seems to be like some stupid person who will throw out the United States government, which is huge, is somehow entrenched and essentially just beholden to some corporate interest. It could be big ag, big pharma, big media, big entertainment, big pharma, big law, big tech, big defense. I mean, there's a bajillion. The United States economy is huge. It's huge. And it has tons of huge industries. And it just seems to me, whenever people think about defense, they're assuming that defense represents some vast majority of the US economy, which it does not. US economy is extremely diverse and broad-based. If you got rid of the defense industry tomorrow, I mean, it wouldn't even put us into a recession. So I always like think to myself, like, first of all, if the United States is just a bunch of corporate slaves with no soul, why wouldn't we be a slave to something that is more meaningful to our economy? And if we are going to be corporate slaves, then, why not choose something that is actually consistent with what's going on in Ukraine? Like, it seems to me like we've acted in the exact opposite of our corporate interests by essentially undermining our tech sector in a major way, by depriving ourselves of access to a country that is a major component of precious metals, and also contributing to inflation, which is terrible to the economy. And it just doesn't, none of this makes economic sense to me at all. The notion of America as proxies for the US Defense Department.
As I said before, we didn't start this conflict, but we'll help Ukraine finish it on the most preferential terms possible. Thank you, Bart. Gunther, I think you were next, and then Chris.
Well, those are some really great answers. And yeah, Leonard, I'm just thinking about how to respond to some people. Obviously, I don't believe that. But Rosalie, what do you think about the argument that that somehow that this war is strategically beneficial in some way to the United States? I would argue that, of course, because of the nature of war being so unstable, it is never strategically beneficial. But I'm sure you've seen that argument. Like, what do you think?
It's just it's so detached from reality. Like, there's a lot of I think places where we could say we might benefit more if you would look at war in that context, and I just don't. It doesn't make sense. It's a logical fallacy where someone mistakes correlation for causality. So if the US might possibly benefit, it is therefore the cause of the war. And this is like saying everyone who died in a car accident drank water the 48 hours before they died, and so the water is what killed them. I mean, it's that bad.
I think Colby. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Ryan.
I think Chris and then Colby were next.
Yeah, hi Ryan, Michelle, everyone. Everyone's made very good points on this topic, so I haven't really got much to add. But I just wanted to say this is just one of the typical talking points from the Kremlin that they've been pushing out all this year. There's probably about 20 of them that I can think of. You know, early on we had the biolabs and we had the Nazis. Well, the Nazis keep coming back. That one won't go away. NATO expansion, all the rest of it. There's just another one. And it's just, it doesn't make sense, as Rosalie just said. What changes things and what gets a country to do things like provide billions of dollars to us in assistance to another country is public opinion, you know, overwhelming public opinion. I'm in Australia and overwhelmingly we support Ukraine and think this, what Russia's doing is just beyond appalling. And that's why we're helping, not because it's going to help us in some way. So yeah, thanks. I'll just stop there.
Colby or Leonard, either one. I think you were next.
The destruction of the Russian armed forces is definitely in America's strategic interests. But the idea that Joe Biden is ultimately behind this and he orchestrated this war to achieve that goal, yeah, okay. I mean, maybe if you've never like heard of Joe Biden, you know nothing about his record his entire life. Yeah, Joe Biden did not orchestrate a war in Ukraine so that he could destroy the Russian army. That's not a thing. But it is in American strategic interests. But it's a byproduct of a war that Putin has started. You know, that's his mishap, and that does work to America's advantage in the long run, in my opinion. People disagree with that, but I think it's certainly in America's strategic interest to have Russia defanged, at least temporarily, because America very much needs to focus on other global threats like China. And if Russia is no longer a major threat to Europe because their army's been crippled, that allows both the United States and Europe to focus on the next looming threat, which is China, because China is in many ways worse. It may not be invading its neighbors, but it is committing genocide the same as Russia is, just on its own people. And unfortunately, countries tend to get away with genociding their own people a lot more than they get away with genociding the neighbor.
The interesting thing is that it also strategically benefits every country pretty much that isn't Russia, because Russia is such a problem on the global stage. You know, it benefits China, which will be able to exploit them. But nobody's like, China's behind it. And it's always important to point out, nobody wanted this to happen. Russia on their own decided to just rain missiles onto Ukraine for no reason. And the US didn't make them do that.
Guys, I'm going to respectfully disagree with both of you. I think Joe Biden orchestrated this back in 2014 as a way to get himself elected.
I hate you so much right now.
Is your name Paul Manafort?
No, I'm not. Go ahead, Leonard, and then we can go to Brad.
Okay, thanks, Ryan. Just briefly, yes, Rosalie, you make just an excellent point by way of counter-argument there, and that's something that should be clearly pointed out to anybody who's embarking on that kind of questioning, as Gunther had referenced. The economic benefits of stifling this war, stopping it, are every bit as great for China and the entire rest of the industrialized trading world as they are to the United States. Yet these same questioners, if you will, are not suggesting that, oh, is China behind orchestrating this to get the United States to carry the ball on this matter to benefit and to uphold world trade channels. And the clear response is that every advanced nation on earth has a strong vested interest in beating this Russian invasion back and beating the Russians to the end of this war, because the depreciating effects are they spread out like ripples in a pond where you've dropped a pebble, and you can see that today simply by looking at the questioning going on in Africa, the sub-Saharan Africa, the Indian subcontinent, any of the third world nations where food issues arise, and all sorts of other spin-off complications that arise out of this Russian deleterious creation of a war in Ukraine. So you might just ask them if they enjoy their current standard of living. And I think if I understand from our previous talks, I think Gunther, you're in San Francisco. I have family in San Francisco, and I kind of know the kind of intellectual milieu, or the sort of the kind of questioning that you might be experiencing. And I think it wouldn't be inappropriate just to ask them as to how comfortable they are in their current standard of living, and that they really enjoy all of the benefits and the fruits of the untrammeled trade with Asia, for example, the vast trade benefits that come from trading with China, with Japan, with now Indonesia, and even the Indian subcontinent. And what if the U.S. did not step in and solve this Russia problem? That would be an instant air brake to their standard of living. And I suppose that's up to you in terms of how granular you get on that point. But there's all kinds of spin-off benefits that they enjoy in San Francisco and Silicon Valley that would cease abruptly if somebody did not take the Russians in hand and solve this problem. So it's far larger, as Rosalie says, it's far larger than just a simple military and dollars spent on defense equation. It's far, far larger than that. So thanks. Hopefully that helps, Gunther.
Brad, go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry, I've been in and out of this conversation because I've been tweeting something actually at Leonard about postmodernism, because I don't think it's as simple as he would suppose. I actually consider myself a Derridian cosmopolitan, which I mentioned you, Leonard, in the you can read about it, it's interesting. But in response to this idea of all this spending on Ukraine is bad for the US economy, that is a completely ridiculous notion. When we spend money on defense in this country, because of the way our defense economics works, for every dollar that the US government spends on defense, we get about $1 back in revenue, right? In taxes. I posted a video in the thread on this topic. It's about an hour-long video on defense economics in the United States. So the reason that this industry is so large, well, first of all, it makes sense to have a powerful military in order to protect our interests. And also we tend to police, because we were the instigators of the international system, essentially we provide security for that system, or we have until more recently. And where is I heading with this? So certainly for every dollar that we spend on, equipment, maintaining our military's personnel, we collect taxes, and we require that any system that we buy, any military capability, is produced here in the United States. So we get corporate taxes, we get taxes on income. You have jobs that are created and people spend money. So the multiplier is around 1.0 in terms of, for every dollar spent, how much revenue comes back into the US government. Not only that, but we become a major exporter. Now, does this mean that us going into Ukraine was some big conspiracy, and that we, in terms of providing support, military support and aid, does this mean that it's some conspiracy and we'd like to see Ukrainians die so that we can weaken the Russians and we're just drawing this thing out? I don't believe that that's the case. I think that it's in our interest that there be successful democracies throughout the country, throughout the world. And I think most Americans, we look at what Russia's doing, and we are, why have many of us in this space literally spent hundreds of hours talking about this and doing what we can to dig up data and all the OSINT people that are out there. Why do we do it? Why do we care? Because we're pissed off, right? We are infuriated over what Russia is doing to Ukraine. Why do 73% of Americans, despite the threat of nuclear war, favor not only supporting Ukraine, but increasing the amount of military support that we're providing to Ukraine? Does it happen to be in our interest? Yeah, yeah. But at the beginning of the war, they were talking about $5 billion in aid. Well, our military budget's over $800 billion. It was barely enough for the defense contractors to even be interested. And frankly, a lot of the weapons being provided are weapons that, they're kind of defunct. Like, the US is asking the major contractors to spin up production lines on weapons that we're not really interested in using anymore. And so, it's not exactly, in terms of what it means to the contractors, it's not exactly what they've wanted to be doing. Yeah, it's bigger now. Now it's a big deal, or a big enough deal for the contractors to turn their heads. But you have to put this in scope. And in terms of why, why do we care, or why is the defense industry in the United States beneficial, and why is it a big focus? It's because because of the sophistication of the weapons that we produce, the type of R&D that goes on, the types of jobs that industry generates. They're not low-level jobs. They're $100,000 plus per annum jobs. And so can we justify, from an expense standpoint, versus spending in the tech sector? That's ridiculous. And this is somebody, I ran my own venture-backed software company, so I know a little bit about Silicon Valley and how it works. It's a ridiculous notion. The government is never going to directly put money into Silicon Valley at anywhere near the scale of what it puts money into the defense industry. So I don't buy this notion at all. And I think anybody who it's like, oh, we're spending all this money in Ukraine, we should be putting that towards blah, 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 blah. Well, spending money in Ukraine doesn't cost us anything. It's essentially free. Okay. So watch that video. It's an hour long. Perun, if any of you are familiar with him on YouTube, is an excellent defense economist. And I'd encourage you to watch that video.
Bards, go ahead. And I also got a message from Language. I think he'll be joining us in approximately an hour for an update. So don't go anywhere.
Yeah, I was going to circle back to something that Rosalie said, which I thought was really critical, really important. And it's something I've been thinking about a lot over the past 8 months or so since the war started. And that is that something that the Kremlin does seem to encourage, it's certainly something that it engages in, and then I see it parroted on both the extreme left and the extreme right, at least in the United States, is the conflation of an unintended consequence of an event that's somewhere down the chain of events with the cause of the event itself, and how that is something which is probably a byproduct of Americans latching on to conspiracy theories, which seems to be something that we're really eager to do. But it also is something which the Kremlin is actively trying to get us to do. Because, for example, this whole theory of the war was started because American defense contractors wanted to generate revenue. Okay, so that I would postulate that's an unintended consequence of this war. That is something that is going to happen, but many people will then say, because it is something that happened down the chain, it therefore is the cause of the thing in the first place. And I think that conflation of cause and effect is something which people who are trying to be transgressive in the United States and, kind of think that being reflexively contrarian is a personality, that people latch on to that because they say, oh, well, if there's some benefit to some component of the United States economy, that means that it's the cause of the whole thing. And the reason why it's a little bit upsetting politically is because that's exactly how Vladimir Putin views the world. He thinks that the only countries that exist that are real are like the superpowers. So, like, according to Vladimir Putin, basically there's the Russia, China, and the United States. That's all that exists. That's the only countries that are actually real. And everyone else is basically just a pawn in a large chess game. And therefore, nothing that anyone else does is a byproduct of actual human agency. So when I was watching that PBS documentary Road to War, which is really, really good, and I recommend it, Julia Yaffe was saying how, or maybe it was someone else, someone was saying how Vladimir Putin believed that the protests in 2014 in Ukraine were caused by CIA, and there was somehow CIA informants and Hillary Clinton had infiltrated the minds of millions of Ukrainians and somehow forced them to protest the events and seek to overthrow what they perceive to be an illegitimate leader. And so it's essentially saying that no one is real outside the United States, Russia, and maybe China, basically. Everyone is just basically a subhuman. And therefore anything that happens outside of the circles of those great powers is basically just sort of the actions of pawns in a larger game. And that's basically how people who say things like this war is actually Joe Biden's master plan, they're suggesting that somehow Joe Biden infiltrated Vladimir Putin's mind and he caused him to invade another country. And that, I mean, it gets very convoluted, but essentially it's a form of the notion that there's only a few people in the world who have agency and that everyone else is just a cipher. We're all just ciphers playing around in this larger game of chess, and there's only a very small handful of people who are actually real. And I think I think it's disturbing that Americans latch onto it because it represents a real lack of critical thinking skills, I guess. But it's also scary because it feeds into basically the propaganda that we're being fed. And so that's why I think it was important.
For anybody who's not aware of the Frontline PBS documentaries that she's referencing, I've put a link to all of them up in the nest. I highly recommend them as well. If you live here in North America, you should be able to stream them for free via the PBS website or YouTube, I think is what the links are. We have Ikilo and then Rosalie, Chris, and Brad.
Hi, thanks for having me third time. And you guys are awesome. I'd like to, first of all, to all the military people, just be very grateful. So I'm part of a group. I'm on the medical side, I mentioned, and so we looked at conflicts and we're particularly interested in harm to children, and that was before the conflict in Ukraine. Of course, the sort of a lot of our thinking changed after seeing what was happening in Ukraine. But now, perhaps this is like completely wrong, but in regards to the military-industrial complex, I had some of the very similar sort of thinking as what you described, Gunther. But I worked with some people on the military side, and and the way it was explained to me, and maybe you can correct me because you guys know a lot more about this thing, is there needs to be a system in a country like United States that produces a robust military, and that's the system we have. And it's a bit peculiar. It's a bit different from other industries It does rely heavily on government subsidies. That's most of the contracts, and it's only so many defense contractors that work and produce, armament. And another part of the revenue comes from export. So, and it's not insignificant. It's up to 5 or plus % of the U.S. exports are U.S. armaments, and so it's not small. But to answer your question, Rosalie, we are the owners. I mean, it is through our pension funds and through endowments that are invested in the industry. So it's the same large pension funds managers that own actually pretty much all the big, defense contractors. And Major Jury can correct me if I'm wrong about saying that. And the reason why it's set up that way, because it has to be primed. The system has to be primed. I mean, I've never heard of HIMARS before, Ukraine, but somebody had to build these things, test them, and now they're working. And so, so we take, it's exactly what I forget who the caller said. We take these things for granted, but they happen because there's a system in place that allowed these things to be manufactured. Now, is the system perfect? No, it's not. And there have been problems. Like, for example, the war in Yemen has been very problematic. There's been a lot of injuries. I mean, it's underreported. And that's being addressed right now in Congress because there's now more and more, I guess, a demand for making sure that civilian casualties are somehow addressed to. Now that's a double-edged sword because if we in the United States we look at civilian casualties, which do happen in warfare, and the other side is just more than happy that we do it, and they don't have to do it on their side. So there has to be like an international accountability system in place. And I think what's happening right now in Russia, and that's been discussed so many times, they need to be held accountable for what they've been doing, because this is not those are not civilian casualties by accident. Those are deliberate, and it's a form of warfare which is prohibited, basically.
So
And
Russia's lost as many people in 6 or 8 months as the U.S. lost in all of its Vietnam involvement.
yeah, that's on top of their own. But I'm talking about killing of civilians. So, but does that make sense? I mean, I that's the way I understand the system. So basically, there is a system in place, and we are the owners of the system. It's not some rich person that owns the system. It's the pension. It's mainly pensions, actually. So we are the owners. It's our system, and it goes through our taxes and our pension funds. So I don't know. There's some economists. I mean, Brad, maybe you know a lot more about this stuff, but
there's more than 100,000 companies in the
Right.
U.S. defense industry.
But are they owned? A lot of them are owned by the big 5, 6. Aren't they owned by largely by
public? They're public companies, right?
Right.
So yes, you can own them as an institutional investor or as an individual investor. You can buy them on your E-Trade account or your 401k if you're invested in some sort of mutual fund. They will probably have them. These institutional funds will invest in them on the large part as well. So both are true.
Sorry to interrupt, but like the company that I work for, we were invested in one of these companies until just a short while ago.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go back to Rosalie and then Leonard and Chris.
So I just wanted to add about conspiracy theories, because I think that this subject really only gets looked at as if these are just ideas that silly people have. And I don't think we really appreciate the role that it plays in Russian foreign policy. But one of the things that I've come to suspect about conspiracy theories from Russia, and I'm certainly not alone in this, is that these claims are in some cases things that Putin really believes about the world. they are a reflection of the way that he sees the world, and he's making the assumption that we are like him. And when we think about conspiracy theories, kind of in my field of research, we understand that they can be protective. They very often serve the people who believe them. It helps us understand the world. Very often, almost always, affirms our beliefs, and it gives us a sense of control. So when we're looking at these ideas, because they don't come out of a vacuum, the conclusions that we reach very often reveal more about us than they do the thing that we're forming the judgment about. So when you think about what would be advantageous about a specific claim or belief about the war, like that the US is behind it to make money, if it's when you think about what's advantageous about that, it's advantageous in the same way the belief that the US was behind protests in Russia was advantageous. And it's that if these claims are not true, then the truth is that the Ukrainians don't want to be a part of Russia, and they don't want it so much that they would rather die than submit. And while there's a lot here, I think it's much easier to believe that somebody is making them do things than to believe that people are so repulsed by you, to believe that your own people protested you. So in some ways, I do think that these have a protective benefit to the people who believe them.
Leonard, go ahead.
Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, some excellent points there, Rosalie. And just perhaps just a further brain. And I think you made the observation, or one of the previous speakers, that up until 6 months ago, who'd ever heard of HIMARS, and who'd ever heard of HARMS, and who'd ever heard of any of these advanced missile systems that are literally just dancing circles around the Russians and Russian technology and the entire Russian war machine and war capacity to date. And literally 6 months ago, probably 99.9% of all Americans had never heard of any of these things, and much less probably didn't even care about them. But today, thanks to what Russia has brought upon itself, this spotlight and this focus on its utterly nefarious and ill-conceived war, there's a large swath of the American public that, yeah, at least on a passing basis, knows a little bit about some of these systems and what they can accomplish and where they came from, and maybe are questioning, hey, where did all this stuff arise out of? Like, how did we get all this neat kit that's available now in our military arsenal? Well, Russia has brought the focus onto all of that. And anybody who's a listening, thinking patron, and I mean, this could apply to, I think, some of the contacts that you're addressing, Gunther, that what would be the state of Ukraine today had none of these weapon systems been available or available to be deployed? And even one of the listeners, I think Luca, who works in Silicon Valley, has mentioned fairly recently that the one thing that really brings any of these questioners to a standstill and really makes them stand up and pay attention is just a quick rendition of the kinds of atrocities that the Ukrainians have suffered in not just the last 6 months, but even the last 2 months, even the last 2 weeks. I mean, there's a vast, sadly, never-ending conveyor belt of horror that Russia has served up. And if you're needing to convince any naysayers or doubters or doubting Thomases, you don't just, and I don't suggest pictures. I stay away from those absolutely as much as possible. But it's such a pervasive uh, presence now in the media and social media and in by second and third hand that pretty much it is very straightforward to address these kinds of atrocities. So simply ask them, like, who would bring an end to this kind of medieval, subterranean, horrendous behavior if it weren't some of these advanced missile systems? And if you're going to begrudge a few $1 billion to wipe out that kind of human travesty on the face of the planet, then clearly you've got your economic agenda in somewhat of a disarray. So yeah, thanks.
Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. Yeah, Leonard, never-ending conveyor belt of horrors, but also a never-ending conveyor belt of lies and nonsense. One thing, I just wanted to go back to what Bars Blonde said about people not treating people as though they're real people, they have no agency. Well, that reminded me of a speech that Putin did a few weeks ago where he talked about his view of the world in which there's only great empires or great powers and colonies or, their servants, basically. I think he said vassal states. And that's how he looks upon all these countries that surround Russia and countries like mine, Australia. Basically, they're just pawns in his game. And the thing about Russia, when it's not winning on the battlefield, they're pretty good at propaganda. So they keep putting out stories and confusing stories to just mess us up, mess with our heads. And one of them, there's a lot of them in all the conspiracy theories to do with MAGA and QAnon, a lot of that stuff. I think Russia's been fueling a lot of those conspiracies. There's a lot of links between Trump and his people, Michael Flynn and Russia. It goes back years, and fortunately, people are starting to look into it and understand what's been going on. So there was one other point I wanted to make, but I can't remember it, so I'll just stop there.
Thanks, Chris. I think Bard was next, and then Brad and Abdullah.
Yeah, going back to something that Rosalie said, which was that conspiracies can serve Putin's interests or maybe play into his view of the world. I would say that not only that, but they actually also can be a convenient excuse and or elevate the profile of someone who is trying to find their way out of a situation. Like conspiracy theories can be a convenient, like for example, Imran Khan in Pakistan, when he was ousted, he was on the ropes essentially in his leadership role there. He essentially made it up an excuse that somehow there was a CIA conspiracy against him that immediately elevated his profile and made him more popular in his own country, despite the fact that he was sort of incompetent and corrupt. And so it's something that you can a conspiracy is something you can latch onto to excuse your own incompetence as a public. Freedom, success, happiness, wealth. If you can't offer your people any of these things, you're kind of looking around for something to latch onto. And I think a conspiracy, especially since there's a lot of anti-American sentiment everywhere in the world, it's a great thing to latch onto, is to say there's a conspiracy against me because I was the person who was going to lead you to the promised land, and I was the person who was going to create prosperity for you and freedom and a great future and all these things. And the only reason that I can't is because there's a conspiracy against me. And I think that in some ways, part of Putin's failures, it reveals the absolute failures of his governance, that he starts into these absolutely moronic escapades where he starts talking about all the many conspiracies against Russia and how he's just a victim and all of this and all the grievances he has, because in a way it's just him excusing his own failures and saying that essentially the reason why you have such a terrible lot in life is because of all the many plights that the West has foisted upon me as your great leader. And if it wasn't for all these terrible conspiracies, oh, your life would be totally different. So I think that it's both a convenient excuse and an out for terrible leadership who are doing an awful job leading their people, and also because it can actually elevate their profile in a way that it wouldn't even be. They would become more popular by virtue of these populist sort of ventures where they elevate themselves by saying that there's some global conspiracy against them because they're so important on the global stage. They are so critically important.
Yeah, there's actually quite a bit of research on this, and conspiracy theories. Yes, they do help people avoid accountability, specifically when people are very invested in the person who has done wrong. They're also very likely to believe it because isn't it easier to believe that you weren't wrong about this person? So it can serve both at the same time. What I find interesting is that it never ever comes up in these conspiracy um, themed conversations that it is Putin who had the most to gain here in doing this. He was not doing well in terms of popularity as far as Putin's concerned at home. The economy is not looking good in Russia. The Russian people should be far wealthier than they are. They should be living much better than they are. You know, 1 in 3 Russians doesn't have a toilet. Half their hospitals don't have hot water. But war makes his popularity go up. It brings a society together and it distracts from the abject failures of his leadership. And nobody wants to talk about that.
Been unable to add anybody as a speaker all night long. So thank you for helping with that because I can't. I think Akash actually wanted to go next.
Did you want me to go ahead, or I think there
Yeah,
were
go
others
ahead,
before
Akash.
me? Okay. Um, I wanted to agree with what the previous speakers said, what Rosalie said in particular about disinformation, but I also wanted to add some aspects that I have seen weaving through specifically Russian disinformation. And one of the aspects of it that I find most interesting is that by and large, I'm not convinced that the Russians expect or even need us to believe the conspiracy narratives that they're offering us. They played an additional role. What I mean by that is that I get the impression that what they're trying to do is use these conspiracy theories and this misinformation to distract us, to create doubt within our own minds, and to allow us to escape reasoned arguments on the idea of distracting it. Even when we disbelieve their conspiracy theories and their misinformation, when we spend time engaging with it to disprove it, to argue against it, to demonstrate why it's preposterous, that's time that we're not spending making arguments about what they're actually doing. It also causes us to think about them or to treat them as if what they're saying is somehow reasonable. To a certain extent, even if we don't believe that their misinformation, even if no one believes it, it causes us to be distracted and diverted from things that we really should be talking about, arguments that could be useful to attacking or undermining the Russians. The second aspect is that I find that some of their stories are so preposterous that my sense is what they're doing is to create doubt about the truth itself. They're trying to create a sea of disinformation with which to drown out the truth. They're not necessarily trying to convince us to trust and believe an alternative narrative that they are peddling. They're trying to convince us that we can't believe any narrative, that there is so much misinformation out there that the very idea of truth has perished. We can't believe anything. We may not believe them, but we shouldn't believe people in our own societies. And the third aspect, which I think is the most insidious, is that they're trying to give us arguments, even if they are thin and preposterous and monumentally weak arguments, with which to justify our own unjustifiable positions. I find it difficult to believe that there's anyone who genuinely thinks that Hillary Clinton started this war. If Hillary Clinton could mesmerize and hypnotize the entire population of Ukraine, she would probably have become president of the United States. And if Vladimir Putin thinks that Hillary Clinton is somehow controlling him from afar, then I don't think that he can also say that he is the kind of Superman that he purports to be. What these arguments do, though, is allow people who hold positions like, I don't want to go through Ukraine, I don't want my country involved in Ukraine, fundamentally, I don't care about people dying in Ukraine. It gives them a pretext, a thin argument with which to justify that position. It enables them to have a kind of narrative that uh, permits them to defend the indefensible. And I think that all these, it's important to bear all these things in mind, because most of us in our day-to-day lives are accustomed to having normal conversations with normal human beings. That is, people who have reasoned their way into a specific situation and are susceptible to being reasoned out of it. What the Russians are doing isn't trying to convince us. It isn't even expecting us to believe them. They are attacking the very idea of truth. They're trying to distract us from the truth. They're trying to tell us we shouldn't trust them, but we can't trust anyone else. And they're trying to say to us, you don't need truth or reason. You should just listen to your emotions and your baser instincts. For all those reasons, there is sometimes some value in responding to their arguments, especially to convince perhaps a small number of people who might be susceptible to them. But I think that we have to bear in mind that these are not normal conversations with normal people, and we should not allow ourselves to be drawn into their universe of fantasy.
Akash, I just wanted to get your opinion on something. So how would this be tied to the corruption? So in other words, do they have to rely or relay all this disinformation because they're just so corrupt that they basically lie about everything?
I think that's definitely an element to it, but there's also an element of within their own population who are so subjugated by them. I'm not entirely convinced their population believes them either. So, for example, there was a project a while ago where people from Ukraine were telephoning Russians, just telephoning random Russian telephone numbers to talk to them about what was going on in Ukraine in an attempt to break through the Russian propaganda. And as you can imagine, the vast majority of Russians who answered the phone hung up, and a significant proportion of Russians who answered the telephone would argue back with them and simply toe the party lines. But what I found interesting is that for the minority of Russians who were willing to have a conversation of some sort, the argument that was most effective from the Ukrainian side was to say to the Russians, do you know anyone who lives in Ukraine? And most of those Russians did. And they would then ask the Russians, what have they told you about what's going on in Ukraine? And the Russians would reply, well, they've told us about the terrible atrocities being committed by Russian troops. The third question the Ukrainians would ask them is, do you believe your friend who lives in Ukraine would lie to you? And the answer was always no. And that suggests to me there is a kind of cognitive dissonance going on in Russia. If you are a Russian, you probably feel entirely powerless. And as a result, to just get through your day, you have to pretend that you believe the lies that are coming out of Moscow. Because if you didn't pretend that, first of all, you would be susceptible to being victimized by state authorities. But second of all, it would be very difficult to live your life. It's not just that the Russian government is lying to the Russian people. In a country that is authoritarian and where the state itself is a criminal enterprise, to a certain extent, the Russian people are lying to themselves as a way of making their lives bearable and rationally intelligible.
Yeah, that is really interesting. Thank you for sharing. I saw Rosalie, you put your hand up really quickly, so I just not sure if you have a response there.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond or add on to what Akash was saying, because I have talked to people who are either, Russian citizens, or, they have family there. And one of the attitudes that I gather people have that it doesn't make sense, I think, unless you're Russian, but uh, is that they know that they're being lied to in many cases, but i- it's that they believe that it's justifiable. Um, and also, they will often respond that, well, it's not as bad as the lies that the US tells, or it's not as bad as other, all leaders lie. It's not that they are unaware of it. Um, in terms of the war, when people who knew what was going on with the war were asked about it, a disturbing amount of them would say things like, well, Ukraine would have attacked us if we didn't attack them first. And so, I'm sure that there are obviously some Russians that don't support the war, but uh, we shouldn't underestimate the ability for people to engage in motivated reasoning. And that is that there's a position that they've sort of defaulted into or come to because they support somebody, and they can, after the fact, come up with reasons why that's what they should do. It's sort of working in reverse of science. So you've got your theory and you're proving that instead of collecting your evidence and looking at your theory.
Yeah, thanks so much, Rosalie. So we'll go to a few hands. Actually, before we do go to hands, I just wanted to remind everybody that Language Learner is going to be up in 25 minutes. So at 8 p.m. Pacific time, 11 p.m. Eastern time. So if everybody could please retweet the Twitter space and let other listeners know that he will be joining us shortly. Also, if you would like to come up and ask a question, there's the microphone button on the bottom left-hand corner. So just press on it and one of us will bring you up. We do have quite a few hands up right now, so it might take a bit of time. I'd also like to welcome Anda, who's going to be co-hosting with me for the next little while. And thank you so much, Ryan. It was a pleasure co-hosting with you for the last few hours or so. So have a great rest of your evening. And we'll go to... Actually, I saw Jingu put his hand up really quickly, so let's go to you, because I'm thinking you might have a response to Rosalie or Akash.
Yeah. How about let other people talk, because they have been waiting for a long time.
Okay, perfect. So we'll go to Abdullah.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Jingu. I remember prior to, I'll be quick. Prior to the start of the war, I think the U.S. administration released unprecedented intelligence that Russia was about to invade in order to prevent an attack. I think that's important that we tell our far left friends that America was not looking for an invasion at all. And it's also interesting to watch Russian propaganda in different parts of the world. It's not a one size fits all. In the Middle East, where I am at the moment, they're always pushing the NATO narrative on the RT Arabic channels, while they push the cost of living and high gas prices in America and Europe. And also, there was another listener who spoke earlier. He was talking about how it's important that we support democracy and all that in Ukraine. I just like to tell people that most of us support democracy and we all would like to see the Ukrainians protecting their sovereignty and then their independence and then their democracy. But it's also important that we do not alienate countries that are not democratic. I think more than 50 countries in the UN are not democratic. And things like sovereignty and protecting territorial integrity may actually get us more support, especially in the area, in the country where I am at the moment. No one likes to be invaded and taken over. So messaging sometimes, when I'm talking to my friends, I always talk about territorial integrity, not having a big neighbor just coming over and just taking over. And sometimes that just crosses much better than saying democracy, because they don't know. A lot of them don't know what democracy means, to be honest. So it's very important. And Rosalie, is that something that you've seen in terms of messaging by the Russian propaganda? It's not a one size fits all. Different regions have different what do you call recipe.
Yes, they absolutely will tailor narratives to specific populations. I'll share an article on it and let other people talk. But yes, they absolutely do this.
Thank you.
So Hardy, you're next.
Oh, hey, thanks for bringing me up. One thing I wanted to say that was kind of insidious about Russian disinformation, effective and insidious, is that they sprinkle in things that are true with the lies. So they'll put things in, quite a few things in there that people are like, yeah, I can go along with that, and then they sort of twist the narrative as they tell it. But one thing that I remember, and I don't know if this has been incorporated into like U.S. foreign policy, like overall strategy or not, but in 1997. Zbigniew Brzezinski wrote a book called The Grand Chessboard. He was the national security advisor under Carter. He's kind of the Democratic Yang to the Henry Kissinger Ying, if you want to see it that way. They were about the same age, and I think they were both at Harvard at the same time. Anyway, in his book, The Grand Chessboard, 1997, he identified some strategic priorities for the United States over the next decades. One of the things he identifies in that book, and I've not heard this talked about a lot, which kind of surprises me, he identified two countries that were of strategic importance and priority for the United States. And what he said in the book is that the United States should make it a priority to deny a single power control of both Ukraine and Kazakhstan. And so there is a strategic competition that's real between the US and Russia. And I just wanted to share that. I don't know if anybody's read that book or has heard about that, talked about anywhere else. I haven't.
Does anyone have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I don't think that anybody doubts that there's a strategic aspect to this war for every country on Earth. It just doesn't logically follow, therefore, that this is the explanation for it. But I mean, I don't think anybody says like there's no concerns of strategic importance whatsoever.
Right, but I just mean in terms of the paranoia, right? So the Russian paranoia that the West is out to get them. I mean, I'm just acknowledging that there is a strategic competence and that some of the paranoia, it is a chessboard. And the Soviet Union got checkmated pretty hard, after the fall of the Berlin Wall and the fall of the Iron Curtain. So they're kind of butthurt in a way. And I think that's one of the reasons we see this lashing out that we're seeing now.
One quick follow-up to that. Is that okay?
Yes. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, just with respect to Zbignew's comments, you have to put into context the geopolitical framework that he was coming out of. And I'm sure, as you're aware, he was a Canadian product of McGill University in Montreal. And he was dealing at the exact moment when the entire strategic arms limitation trees were being or executed, if you will, and made functional in the terms sense of eliminating Ukraine's nuclear weapons. And he was dealing in a context where in December 1991, it was actually Ukraine and Kazakhstan that and Belarus thrown into the mix, but primarily Ukraine and Kazakhstan that voted to dissolve the Soviet Union. And that was literally the end of the Soviet Union as we know it, and that pretty much ended Mikhail Gorbachev's the sort of the death knell of what he was attempting with Glasnost and his whole interaction with Ronald Reagan, the U.S. president. So at that moment, Kazakhstan and Ukraine clearly figured hugely into the Eastern equation, or the equation of first Soviet Union, and then the immediate fallout in the entire Eastern quadrant of Europe that has resulted since that. So his comments specifically referencing Ukraine and Kazakhstan should probably best be seen within the context of that actual moment in time. Thank you.
Great. Thanks for that, Leonard.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Michelle, do you know the order? I have a little bit catch up on that.
No problem. I did have Leonard, but I don't know if that was just in response to Hardy or if you had a separate question.
No, that's pretty much covered it right there. So thank you, Michelle.
Okay, thanks, Leonard. So it's going to be Craig, Bardsblon, and then Jingu.
Hey, mic check.
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, awesome. I just wanted to add to something that Akash was saying about what's going on in like Russia and propaganda and how the Russians are seeing. One of the important things to think about with an authoritarian regime or totalitarian regime is that many of us have to recognize that we're sitting in a position of relative security historically. Many of us are sitting in generally free, liberal, open societies, democracy, where laws matter. The government can't just come knocking on your door and put you in prison. You can't be put in jail or shot or killed or sent off to some camp because you disagree with what the leader is saying. And when you look at historical analysis of regimes akin to the current Russian one, or worse than the Russian one, the overwhelming majority of people kind of just put their heads down and go along to get along, which I think is an important thing to think about. Where it's a lot of people that might recognize, because I know Akash was talking about how people will just refuse to answer the questions about the war and propaganda and stuff like that, and that could be either they don't want to talk about it, or that they are fully recognizing that their government is lying to them, but they also fully understand that admitting that openly is a great way to have some really bad things happen to them. And so they just shut up about it and they just kind of keep going with their lives, try to survive. So it's a very difficult position for people who are against the regime or disagree with the regime, kind of just generally because of how lethal opposition can be.
Thanks, Craig. Leonard, you put your hand up really quickly. So did you want to respond, or is it a separate topic?
Actually, I had a little bit of a separate topic. It kind of related to what Rosalie had said, but so tangentially to Craig. But I can wait if somebody else has a more immediate, like a direct question or comment. Thanks.
I would have a small comment on that. As I come from a country who has passed through a long period, in which speaking up against the regime was not a good idea for the population. And to that, I can concur that it is hard. It is hard to teach your children not to talk about what they are, not to talk in public about what they are hearing in house. It is hard to be always aware if someone is listening to you on the phone or somewhere else, or a neighbor is saying stuff about you. It is hard. I won't contest that, because we went past it and we know what it's all about. in Romania. But, and there is a big but, it's a big difference and a big gap between not having information unless you spoke with some neighbor. We didn't have TV, we didn't have internet, we didn't have anything. Still we knew what's going on. We spoke with neighbors, we spoke with friends and family. We got information through other channels. So this is why it's very it's very it's very hard for me to believe they don't know, you know, very, very hard for me to believe they don't know what's going on. They do know, they don't talk about it. They won't answer at the phone and say the truthful thing because phone is easy to tap. Russia is not a democratic society. They cannot believe. No one is going to hear what they say and they will fear about that. Okay, but do something. Do something, because at some point you need to do something. You cannot live in your dream. And I'm not talking about the Far East, where probably they don't have access as much, but they have dead bodies more than in St. Petersburg and Moscow. In Moscow, they have access to information through internet, through other channels. So in one way or another, they do know what's happening. And sitting still and sitting back and looking how your boys are coming back home in bags, I cannot understand that. And we have had, and Rosalie is up. We have had an example, like 1 month ago, when the partial mobilization started, when everyone who was there tried to run away from this mobilization, because they know going to Ukraine means dying. They know it's not a walk in the park. It's not just, and it's not okay. We have proof they know. So yeah, until they decide for themselves, enough is enough. And we cannot count on that. You cannot make a strategy on that. You cannot conduct yourself counting on something that someone else has control of. You have to conduct on what you have control of, right? You make your plans on what you have control of. What we have control of: our narratives, our help, our support for Ukraine. This is the only thing that we have control of. And this is the only thing that we can plan for, prepare for, do. That's it. Okay, sorry. I'm ranting. I think Bars Blonde. Leonard, do you have something on this, or we go to Bars Blonde and do after that to Jingle?
The comment I had related to the question that Craig had raised, really, and Rosalie, with regard to the sort of the state of the Russian polity and how that directly impacts the misinformation in the Kremlin. But I mean, if somebody else has a more direct comment in terms of what you were saying, Anda, then by all means, let them go first. Thank you.
Thank you, Leonard. Brand?
Yeah, I had a couple of comments to some earlier issues. First, with respect to Hardy's comment. So once again, I think that characterizing global politics as a chess game, a quote unquote chess game among great powers, is feeding into Russian propaganda because it's very dehumanizing to Ukrainians. The fact that there is, and it feeds into this causality reversal, wherein you're saying that since there is a strategic consequence to every country in the world, that somehow a strategic consequence for one particular country is therefore the cause. And that's sort of reversing cause and effect. Whereas the cause is Russia's conduct, the strategic consequences for every single country in the world is a byproduct of that predicate, that triggering event. And so to think of it as, oh, well, if there's a strategic consequence that somehow it was triggered by another actor who somehow infiltrated and created it, is also very kind of insulting, because what you're saying is essentially that Ukrainians, and this is ironic coming from either the far right or the far left in America, because if you're coming from the far right and you're like this very fierce individualist, or if you're coming from the far left where you're like ostensibly a human rights activist, what you're saying is that Ukrainians are prepared to die, to fight and die, and to sacrifice their lives in order to serve as a pawn for America's strategic interests, and that essentially they have no soul and no mind and no heart of their own, no wishes of their own, and that essentially they're just these figments of the imaginations of great powers as opposed to human beings. And then I wanted to go to an issue that Kosh said, which I thought was very interesting when he was talking about Russian propaganda, because there's a few people who I've watched. And when you were saying the issue with respect to Russian propaganda, that it's not necessarily attempting to persuade you of a particular point of view, but rather trying to confuse you. I've watched several things so far who were pointing out that during the period of the USSR, the propaganda was very much directed at trying to persuade the population of the idea that communism and essentially, the philosophies of the USSR were the superior ideology, and that actually people in the USSR lived a superior life, a better life, and essentially that became too brittle to sustain when there was sufficient exposure to the Western world to expose that for being kind of a facade. And since then, the Kremlin propaganda is very, very different. That in fact, the purpose of it is not to persuade you of any specific ideology as being superior, but rather to send conflicting messages and to confuse people so much that they become depoliticized and they essentially outsource any political engagement to the Kremlin. And that he did the same thing with the oligarchs, where he essentially told them, you can be rich and corrupt and live in London and send your children to boarding schools in Switzerland, but you can't be involved in politics. And I've watched a few YouTube channels of people who live in Russia because I'm interested to sort of see what's going on there. And several of them do actually have that attitude where they say, I don't think about political things, and I don't even want to know what politics is, and I don't have political thoughts, and I don't believe all politics to me is equal, and things which are very reflective of someone who is so overwhelmed by the confusing narratives that are thrust upon them, that they've essentially shut down any and they essentially will not engage with any component of political discourse, and they've been depoliticized is the word that I keep hearing. And I actually think that's happened to the United States too, although there's a zero chance the United States becomes depoliticized. I think instead it becomes the already kind of volatile and noisy political discourse just becomes more noisy and more volatile. But I do think it's interesting that it seems like the Kremlin propaganda has switched from trying to persuade you of a particular viewpoint to trying to overwhelm and confuse you so much that you even abandon yourself as a citizen and you no longer even want to engage with having a political life. And that gives the Kremlin all the power over you as someone who should have like a civil rights.
I just wanted to add that this is what you're describing. It's accurate. One of the effects of having the information space just polluted with conflicting narratives, which, by the way, is kind of the hallmark of Kremlin disinformation. They call it a lack of commitment to coherence, which I think is just a perfect way to explain it. But when people are not sure what to believe, they really feel like there's no barometer out there for them. They disengage from civil society, and this is beneficial to autocratic leaders who want to grab power. They mobilize the people they need to, and when people are disengaged, they're not opposing policy. They're not really doing anything, and it is it's I think it's probably by design.
Thank you, Rosalie.
Yeah, can I clarify? Like she referenced me in that comment. I just wanted to clarify that I'm talking about what Zbigniew Brzezinski wrote in his book. I'm not representing my personal views, so don't direct it at me because that's not what I believe either necessarily. I'm just kicking that out there for discussion's sake. That book came out in 1997, The Grand Chessboard. But the second thing I'll say is I can concur on what the last two speakers just said. I have a friend I went to college with, like back in the 90s. It was here on an exchange program. She was from Moscow. And I'm in touch with her recently, and she just refuses to touch the topic. It's like this word depoliticization. It's exactly right. Like she's like highly educated, cosmopolitan person, works for an international company, travels globally, and just refuses to talk about it whatsoever. So she's absolutely depoliticized, as you described it. Thank you.
Thank you, Hardy. We have language learner with us. Language, how are you on time?
I've got some time. The last thing I want to do is interrupt an ongoing discussion. Text and map code is up in the nest if people want to follow along with the update, but I'm happy to wait for a little bit.
Thank you. So we have long waiting. Leonard and Jingo. Jingo, you are waiting for the longest time. Leonard, do you have a short point?
Relatively short, and it just follows directly on what I think it was Brad or the last gentleman who just spoke, and specifically with reference to his comments about it's almost like a taboo subject in Moscow or in Russia at large in terms of do you even venture a topic, much less an opinion, on any of these issues. And I would just reference a couple of recent commentaries by Russian ex-nationals. One of them is Masha Gessen, who is in New York now, and she apparently moved out of Moscow about 2015 or thereabouts. So about in conjunction or right after the initial Crimean fiasco that Putin kicked off. And she's a lady who was raised and spent her life in Russia, very well educated. According to her evidence, if you will, she's a member of the gay community and the Jewish community in Moscow, and was functioning reasonably effectively, I gather, in that community until about 2012, 2014, the period immediately prior to the Crimean fiasco. And she left. And she's written a book called The Man with No Face. And it's Putin. And she interviewed Putin a number of times for the purpose of writing the book, and goes into a deep dive and some really useful insights in terms of the current state of the psychology, if you will, of the Russian intelligentsia who have largely left Moscow, left St. Petersburg. And her comment was basically this, that when you're discussing disinformation in Russia, you have to first address the fact that there is no public opinion. And she says, firstly, there is no public. And she describes that as being no forum in which a public discourse can take place. And this is something that's almost beyond the pale of North Americans or anybody raised in a Western democracy. But that's her point, that there is no such thing as a public forum, and without a public forum and an open, or some form at least, of having an exchange of ideas, an exchange of discussion, of discourse, absent that, you cannot really have a public as such, because the state effectively segments the public into such small silos and specific groupings that there can be no forum for discourse. And the second point she makes is that given that fact, there's no such thing really as public opinion, because if you can't have the discourse, then the direct result is there's no effective public opinion. And that pretty much meshes with the comments that Rosalie had made, and the more recent one that Craig had referenced, and that is that really you're dealing in an environment where there is no facility that allows for the creation of a public opinion. So that pretty much cedes responsibility and power over formulating any form of opinion whatsoever to the apparatus of the state. And that is precisely what Putin has arrogated unto his own control. What with the media he owns, the only television station alive in Russia, his mistress is the CEO of the television station which controls RT now, and all the other competitors are shut down, gone, and that extends to every level of discourse. So that creates a real, almost a vacuum, a monopoly, in which a government like Putin's and a cabal like the Kremlin can play almost at will, and they can fill the vacuum with whatever claptrap, discontinuity, disinformation they see fit. And we can pretty much fast forward to today and see the direct results of that in action. And I would just close it by a comment referring to a Canadian historian of somewhat famous or perhaps infamous repute, Conrad Black, Lord Black of Cross Harbor, who wrote fairly significant historian until he got into significant legal difficulties in Chicago. But he wrote as one of his historical studies that Russia as a state had not experienced 15 minutes of good government in the last 1,000 years. And I would say that just dovetails quite nicely with this entire concept of public opinion, public discourse, and any kind of rational thought that goes on in any semblance of a public sphere. So thanks.
Thank you, Leonard. Jingu?
Yeah, I just want to say that every time the subject of disinformation is brought up, it's just all over the place. So I'm going to make an analogy. So when we talk about, for example, the problem with a marriage, there are different degrees of the problem. So you have spouses saying very mean things to each other. Okay, then getting worse, you have family abuse, family violence. Then you get even worse. You have serial killers trying to prey on very gullible people, murder them in order to cheat money from insurance company. The latter two should be something we focus on. The last one should be something prosecuted firmly. The first one, although it is a subject worth talking about, but it should not be something that consume a lot of our energy. It happens. So first, disinformation is part of human nature. How do I know? Suppose I make an investment in a stock, I lost my money. So I have two ways to explain it to my wife. The first is, you know what? I'm just not that good. I made a stupid mistake. I lost money again. Second, honey, you know what? In the stock market, there are evil manipulators. They again abuse me out of my money because I'm a person with integrity. I'm no match for them. Guess which one I'm more enticed to talk about? So spreading disinformation somehow, unfortunately, is part of the human nature. Just like Rosalie said, it makes people feel good. We do that all the time, every now and then. Now let's go to the second layer. So yes, there's systematic disinformation associated with culture, especially for people coming from Russia, coming from China, coming from a very imperialistic society. That's very likely. Why is that? Easy to understand. First, these nations are totalitarian. People are deprived. Then everybody needs to have something to feel proud of, to feel they can associate with. So think about it. Before I came to the United States, I've been brought up in a very imperialistic education for 26 years. I did not realize that China, for thousands of years of history, only represent about 30% of the land currently controlled by the Chinese government. The current Chinese government, what it controls, 70% in the history almost had nothing to do with it. It's pure, sheer occupation and did a very terrible job. Now, think about it. Even though I was a Chinese with great value, all in a sudden, I felt the great nation I was once associated with should be a lot smaller, a lot weaker than I would love to believe. I somehow felt my identity is weakened. Not until I came to the United States, lived here long enough, and naturalized to become an American citizen, I started to naturally view the current Chinese imperialistic brainwashing is evil. But how many people are like me? How many people can say, now I have a different identity? I feel proud to be an American. I feel that this kind of brainwashing is wrong. Being a Chinese does not mean you associate yourself with a big empire. Think about today's Russian. 95% of Russians are more like the Jingu just arrived to the United States, or even before, or the Jingu today. I bet you the Russians who can think like me today is a very tiny minority. So therefore, if you talk to them, they're going to tell you, yeah, even if what Russia is doing in Ukraine is terrible, but you know what? I still want to say it is somehow justified. There must be some reason to it. Whatever I can tell you, I would say it just to make myself feel good. Just like when I lost in the stock market, I'm going to tell my wife, honey, it's not me. I'm an honest and person above board. But in the stock market, there are just so many evil manipulators. They again cheated me out of my pocket, $10,000. It's not my fault. It's their evilness. Make me probably feel much better. So now let's talk about the third. The third one, I would say, the Western countries, especially the United States and the West, is paying attention, but not enough. This information is by and large, an espionage issue. Both Russia and China have very well structured teams spreading disinformation, conducting campaigns. In Russia, you have strategic agents traveling around the country distilling meta narratives. Meta narratives are the narratives you can improvise upon. For example, so the Democrats are the socialists are communists, so therefore you are sliding into communism, into totalitarianism, blah blah blah. This is meta narrative. Russians are very good at it. Why? Because they have been doing that ever since the Bolshevik got into power. Chinese, on the other side, is much more hidden. The scale is huge. But the Chinese are not very good in projecting their cultural influence beyond the Chinese diaspora, per se. So, what they are doing, number one, they are recruiting dissidents. They're turning people who were dissidents, or they're planting their agents as dissidents to spread disinformation. Number two, they're working with money laundering, cryptocurrency to destabilize the global financial structure. Number three, they're echoing Russia. So one thing, whenever I hear people say that China is going to turn Russia into a client state, vassal state, I was laughing. If you think the most important import to China is oil and chips, you don't understand communist regime. The most important import communist China has in the world is the know-how, the formula it imports from the Russian intelligence services to conduct global disinformation campaign. Many people here don't know about it, but it's real. So we have this problem. All these disinformation are carried out in a tree-like structure, in a drug cartel-like structure. So what are we doing? We should be going after the agents at the end of these distribution channel. Just like if you are going to fight drugs, go after the drug cartel before you try to clean up the street. Are we doing that? Not yet. We are rounding up the small potatoes out there. We're not effectively going after the drug cartels. We let them loose. We don't even know where they are. So then we talk about, it's a cultural issue. It's basically how to educate people. It makes me feel we are fighting a disinformation warfare in this country like this. We let the drug cartel loose, keep them at large. At the same time, we go onto the street, convince individual buyers, you know what, cocaine is really a bad thing. And we talk to the people selling the cocaine and say, you know what, you should not really do that. Or sometimes we throw them into the jail. That's it. That's what we have been doing. And we need to change that. We need to go after the intelligence services agents coming from these countries, really deport them, put them into the jail. You know what, for example, in the Chinese disinformation, if you deport 100 agents, the Chinese disinformation, what we are suffering right now, will go down by probably 90%. As we are speaking, the WeChat, the Chinese social media channel, is revving up as we predicted in January. To do what? They are demonizing the Democrats. They are campaigning very hard against the Australian left. So here the Bart was talking about basically talking about the communism as being superior. No, it has changed. Since 1970, the rhetoric has changed. Okay, it no longer talks about the superiority of the communism. They don't do that anymore. It has changed into, you know what? Because we came from a communist country, we know all the mistakes a leftist government will make. So therefore, we are going to drive things to the extreme. Therefore, we need people who can verbally, very radically go against communism. So therefore, we're going to elect people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, Jim Jordan, Ron DeSantis, and Le Pen in France to be the future leader of the world. The biggest sponsor of MAGA, part you would love to know, is Communist China, despite the fact the MAGA are very rhetorically anti-communist. CCP, never mind. They're useful idiots. Let's give them money. They are doing everything they can to help them. So that's what I'm saying, that whenever we talk about, disinformation, I feel like we're all over the place. We need to look at different levels, how to address them, and address them effectively. That's my point.
Thank you, Jingu. We have Lexcon and Akash then. Lexcon? Lex? Akash, do you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Super. Please give us your opinion on this.
Well, I just wanted to pick up on some of the threads laid down by Leonard and Bardsblond about the way Putin is following in the footsteps of earlier tyrants in trying to abolish the existence of the public, or the existence of public forums and public squares where people can form ideas and exchange their thoughts and come to a kind of popular consensus. And it really did strike me the extent to which this has ancient roots. Without wanting to go into historical tedium, we don't know a lot about how the Roman Empire worked, but what little we know comes a lot from the letters of Pliny the Younger. And I remember reading some of those letters, and in one of them, he wrote to the Emperor Trajan and asked for permission to set up a fire department to fight fires in Bithynia, where he was the governor. And the emperor said, no, you may not form a fire department, even if it causes the city to burn down. And the reason for this was that Trajan was afraid that if there were a fire department, they would have men from different families and different areas of the city, people who would not normally interact with one another, coming together, meeting regularly. They would talk, they would form ideas. It's possible they'd start discussing politics, and that would threaten the empire. It seems almost comical, but it is a real decision that the emperor of the Roman Empire was so afraid of the formation of a popular will and popular consciousness that he was prepared to allow his city to burn instead. And if we fast forward to Putin now, instead of suppressing the discussion, he tries to drown it in misinformation. It is a common thread of authoritarianism from the ancient world to the modern world, where what the despot fears the most is the ability of the people to come together, pool their common sense, and to form a popular will. And the reason I'm bringing this up is that I suspect that for most of us, I suspect that for all of us who participate in these Twitter spaces, when we discuss some of the enormity of the crimes being perpetrated against the Ukrainian people and some of the extraordinary challenges that they are facing and meeting, but facing in trying to repel the Russian invasion, most of us probably ask ourselves, are we really making a difference? We may be active in our communities, but do these spaces make a difference? And I think they do. The proof to me that they make a difference is the fact that from the beginning of civilization, despots have fought against things like this. Putin has fought against it, and Trajan fought against it, and they're trying to prevent ordinary people from coming together, having a chance to exchange ideas, and allowing the wisdom of the many to triumph over the authoritarianism of the few. I just wanted to offer up that view because I suspect that I'm not alone in sometimes feeling powerless in the face of what is going on in Ukraine and wishing that I could do more. And I'm sure that there's more that we can all do. But I think it's important to bear in mind that we are doing something simply by being here. And if we ever feel that what we're doing isn't important, just remember that neither Putin nor Trajan would want us to be doing this, and that Trajan would be prepared to see one of the cities burned to the ground rather than watch us do this. So with that, I do have to bow out myself, but I wanted to thank the host and the co-host of this space for the work that they have put in to making these discussions possible, and to say that I'm aware that many of you invest many hours of sleepless days and nights into this. You are making a difference. If you weren't making a difference, Putin and the emperors of the past wouldn't be so keen on stopping you doing what you are doing.
That last comment, Akash, is extremely profound. Thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate all the time you spend with us. And I know Rosalie's tweet must have worked because you came up, so thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Akash. You are always bringing us back to recentering us. This is the correct word. Jingu, this time I will kindly ask you to help us wrap this up in order to have language learners update going.
Sure, I'm going to be very quick. So basically, Akash said it very well. And basically here, whenever we talk about the Russian, the traditional, the ethno empire, and also the Western world, it comes down to two fundamental disagreements on the basic assumptions. The first is agency good or not? Is it going to lead to order or chaos? That's the first thing. The second thing is what is the purpose of the state? Okay, so in the United States and also in the West, we believe the agency is good. Agency will eventually give us the freedom to give us a natural order. The great institutions will come out of it. That's what we believe. But in Russia and in China, it's the opposite. People believe agency leads to chaos. And the Russians actually have the empirical evidence to prove it. What happened? Right after Soviet Union disintegrated, for about 10 years, Russians were excited. They truly believed it is time for them to build a democracy. So what happened? During Yeltsin years, it's a massive chaos, massive corruption. Basically the living standard tanked. Why? Because usually when you go through this kind of transformation, you need very strong institutions in place. If you don't have strong institutions in place, it quickly will sink into chaos. So what we're seeing in Ukraine, the Ukrainian military has proven itself to be a very strong institution. Although in the Ukrainian society, there are many issues because in the human history, a military could be the backbone of a society. It's proven over and over again. So what we're seeing is a country that's coming together, unite together, and their political system is supporting the military. A very hopeful nation is in the process of formation, but let's not lose sight. We have more failures than success in this kind of democratic transformation. Afghanistan, South Vietnam, even Iraq, Iran in many ways. Iran used to be a very pro-Western country. We bet on some people who was unsavory. So it's not guaranteed to be successful. So many nations, many people brought up under these regimes believe that the agency promoted by the West will lead to disaster and chaos and humiliation. The second, what is the purpose of a state? So in United States, we believe the state should protect us for our freedom. In China and Russia, and at those states, the basic assumption is the state should first and foremost provide order. If things gets into chaos, the state failed. So therefore, if let's say the Chinese communists throw Uyghurs into the concentration camp because the Uyghurs were striving for their agency, independence, freedom, there will be enough Chinese to see, look, if that leads to chaos and bring down the China I know, probably the communists are doing something reasonable. Same with Russia. So there are enough Russians looking at the ridiculousness that's going on, thinking, you know what, when it comes to the fundamental mission of a state, what Putin is doing is reasonable. So therefore, if you listen to many people like Maddie and so on, they will tell you, even if Putin is removed, likely there'll come another Tsar. If Russia maintains its current imperialistic identity and structure, democratic transformation is unlikely going to be successful. They're right. So that's my point. And if the democratic transformation failed in these nations, what happened? It's not only the drastic drop in living standard, chaos, it also gives rise to someone much, much worse. Think about the Germany after World War One. So that's my point.
Thank you, Jingu. Thank you very much. Language. I added up the your tweet with the map and the code in the nest, so everybody can use the code to follow you up. And please take it away.
Sure. Yes. Thank you guys for having me. We'll just jump right into it. To be perfectly honest, not a huge lot of action on the ground today in Ukraine. Seems to be the at least nothing public, and we do try and stay with. At least I try and stay within my lane here when it's stuff that hasn't quite hit media yet. So apologize, but it'll be a bit of a shorter one. With that, without further ado, let's begin. As per usual, we'll start in the northwest around Belarus, proceed clockwise, and end with some general statements. Tonight, we're going to be using the map from the Georgian Strategic Institute, David Bashkevely's map. It works very well, and it shows you generally where the front lines are. So this is the military update for October 16th, 2022, day 235 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. In Belarus, about 9,000 Russian troops are stated that they will be arriving in Belarus as part of the, quote, allied grouping of troops per the Belarusian Ministry of Defense. This is not expected to materially change the situation, though it will require more Ukrainian forces to stand guard by the border rather than deploy elsewhere. Regarding Kyiv and central and western Ukraine and the politics of the day, President Zelensky repeated calls to save electricity and reduce consumption during peak hours from 5 to 11 p.m. The Ukrainian government has allocated some $10 million in order to help deal with further damage and repairs to Ukrainian infrastructure. Due to the excessive activity of Russian troops contacting the Ukrainian surrender hotline, the Russian Federation has blocked the website. However, the other chatbots and phone numbers continue to work and be used to grand effect. Ukrainian border guards along the border with Slovakia stated that they were conducting joint patrols focusing on EU protocols and broadly working on integration. Per the World Bank, the poverty rate in Ukraine has increased from 2% to 25% and may increase to over 50% by end of next year if the war continues. The Ukrainian Intelligence Service, the GUR, announced a $100,000 U.S. bounty for the capture of prominent Russian mill blogger and former DPR-LPR proxy commander Igor Girkin and confirmed his presence in Ukraine, stating, quote, "It is known that one of the most famous Russian terrorists has decided to renew his participation in the war against our state," unquote. Moving to the east towards the Sumy, Chernihiv regions and across the border towards Belgorod, where we saw some activity today. Strikes did continue across the border region into Ukraine without noticeable change, while several communities were left without power. Chernihiv managed to reduce its electricity usage by 20% today, compared to the day before, the highest conservation thereof in Ukraine. Russian hospitals in the Belgorod region are denying medical care to civilians currently due to both the increase in wounded Russian soldiers and the forced mobilization of medical personnel en masse, going all the way up to those at the age of 65. Reportedly, there were over a dozen strikes attempted on Russian anti-air defenses near Belgorod, which reportedly heavily damaged the airbase nearby, and is further indication that Belgorod is starting to become the front lines of the war. Moving to Kupiansk and eastern Kharkiv. Broadly along the river, the situation remains unchanged. Ukrainian troops continue to fight around Tavozanka, though there's been no indication that they are making active attempts to try and push through Russian positions there. It's broadly artillery duels. To the east, Ukrainian forces continue to push down the P07 highway, which lies between Kupiansk and Svatove, and have begun attacks on the two northern of Russian strongpoints here, having already cleared the third one on the south side of the highway some days prior. It's believed that they are continuing to progress by gradual amounts along this highway in the general direction of Svatove. Much closer to Svatove, because the highway extends for quite a distance, and Ukrainian forces have pushed up from Liman as well. Ukrainian troops are believed to be within just a mere 13 kilometers to the southwest of the city, near the towns of Kovalivka and Ryhorodka. Russian forces continue to express serious concerns about possible Ukrainian assaults towards Svatove and the number of Ukrainian troops available. Moving down to Liman and Kremina. More footage is coming out from the destruction of Russian troops fleeing Liman as photographers are examining the highway out of town in the following of IEDs and mines being diffused there. Russian troops continue to skirmish on the outskirts of Kremina with Ukrainian forces as Russian troops continue to try and consolidate their hold over the highway between Svatove and Kremina itself. However, Russia claims there are tens of thousands of Ukrainian forces in this area and continue to repeat calls for either utilization of heavier weaponry, bringing more air power to bear, so on and so forth. The concern has also been stated with the reports of Ukrainian offensives in Kherson that Ukraine may attempt to do an offensive here as well, so as to split the Russian forces and their concentration. Moving to Seversk and Lysychansk. Russian and Ukrainian forces continue to skirmish here. However, there hasn't been any major change in recent days, with the broad focus being on artillery duels. Moving down to Bakhmut city and the areas around it. Fighting continues without appreciable Russian gain to the east and northeast of Bakhmut. To the south of Bakhmut, Russian forces claim to have taken the immediate southern outskirt towns of Optin and Ivanrad, but these claims are false. Ukrainian troops continue to control these areas, although strikes continue into south and southwest Bakhmut city proper, and the situation remains challenging. However, additionally, very competent Ukrainian troops are being moved into Bakhmut in anticipation of urban combat. Along the southern line from Donetsk, there is no significant change from the Donetsk region as Ukrainian and Russian shelling continues, while Russia continues to attack towards Avdiivka and Marinka. Broadly speaking, regarding Mariupol and the positions in the south, the situation remains grim in Mariupol. People are forced to stand in line for hours just to get free bread, and there's been a number of challenges with restoring infrastructure despite Russian claims of mass construction. Along Zaporizhia and the southern axis, in Enerhodar, near the nuclear power plant, Russian forces are still reportedly not allowing current or former employees of the nuclear power plant to travel into Ukraine-controlled territory. The kidnapped deputy general director is still missing. Reportedly, the Kadyrovite military unit, Akhmat, part of their National Guard sort of special response team, has become the caretakers of part of the nuclear power plant directly, storing weaponry and equipment in turbine halls 1 and 2, as well as generally harassing the staff. Per Ukrainian commanders in the south, the ratio of Ukrainian losses to Russian losses is 1 to 6.5, and is causing heavy psychological stress to the Russian troops as a result. Ukrainian commanders say that if that ratio goes up to 1 to 8, that they may start seeing general collapse of Russians just based on sheer morale. Reported intercepts of Russian communications in the area indicate barrier troops are being used, with one soldier explaining that it is his unit's responsibility to shoot retreating soldiers and that there is yet another unit further back responsible for ensuring his unit doesn't retreat, it sounds like it's barrier troops all the way down. Ukrainian air defenses in the southern regions have been exceptionally active, shooting down 9 of the Iranian-provided suicide Shahed drones inside of a single hour overnight, and overall destroyed 11 of them. Moving to Kherson. Across the Kherson front today, the ongoing operation continues, broadly in the form of Ukraine securing and consolidating control over the territories to the northeast and softening up Russian positions in anticipation of further armored strikes. There are rumors that the Ukrainian military is also planning for operations to the northwest of Kherson concurrently. There were 5 Russian and 15 Ukrainian airstrikes, which, along with over 230 artillery strikes, eliminated 50 Russian soldiers, 2 tanks, 6 armored vehicles, 7 artillery systems, and 1 electronic warfare system, while also targeting a number of Russian air defense systems broadly in the area. The ongoing Ukrainian offensive has claims of heavy destruction of Russian vehicles in its wake, although Ukrainian personnel are broadly asking for media silence on the operations here. Several Western-provided vehicles have been recorded as destroyed or heavily damaged in recent days by Russian forces, indicating both possession of them on this front line by Ukrainian troops, as well as their use in ongoing operations. Russia is evacuating, quote, state officials from their occupation government in Kherson, withdrawing them all the way back to Crimea. They are also reportedly broadly looting banks and other financial institutions. In Odessa, the Black Sea, and Crimea, reportedly in the Black Sea, there remain 2 ships and 1 Russian submarine with approximately 12 cruise missiles available for use. In general, yesterday, Ukrainian forces eliminated some 400 soldiers for a total of 65,000, 5 tanks, 14 armored vehicles, 7 artillery systems, 8 cars and trucks, and 14 UAVs. Abroad, arson attacks continue unabated in Russia, with a military office near Moscow attacked with Molotovs. Russian authorities in Krasnodar, immediately to the east of Ukraine, announced they will continue to carry out mobilization activities through the end of the year, which directly contradicts Putin's claim that mobilization will be ending by the end of this month. Per the Washington Post, citing NATO security officials, Iran is increasing the supply of weaponry to Russia in the form of long-range surface-to-surface missiles. The Fateh 110 and Zulfigar, which have ranges of 300 and 700 kilometers respectively. Per UK intelligence, Russia cannot keep up its production of its own missiles in line with its usage currently. Iran is also alleged to be sending dozens of their Mohajer-6 combat UAVs, which are broadly comparable to the Bayraktar TB2 drones, as well as more suicide drones. Israel stated they may provide weaponry and equipment to Ukraine as a response. France stated they will provide Crotel short-range air defense systems to Ukraine for usage predominantly against drones and close missiles. They're expected to be in country by end of year. With that, should be about done. A little bit of a quick one. Thank you so much for listening. I can stick around for a bit to answer questions.
Yeah, thank you so much, Language. If anybody does have a question for him, please raise your hand. Or if you'd like to come up and speak, there's the microphone button on the bottom left-hand corner. Press that. And once you are up, we do like to go in order. So if you could raise your hand, that would be great. There is a heart icon or emoji in the middle of your screen. Press on that for a few seconds. And then on the right-hand side, there will be a hands up button. So thank you so much. And we'll go to Leonard.
Thank you, Michelle. And thanks again for the update, Language. I just had a quick question relating to Zaporizhzhia and the town around or adjacent to the nuclear plant. And over the last several days, we got news that the second director, I guess this would have been the assistant director of the nuclear plant, was kidnapped. Which would have been the second kidnapping of a director there in the last 2 weeks. I'm just wondering if you have any further data as far as, do we know what's happened to this second director, or is he back in the saddle, or is that kind of a question mark right now? Thanks.
As last I heard, he's still missing. The previous director had been kidnapped, threatened, and then with partially intervention from international agencies. He was basically dumped off at the border between Ukrainian and Russian controlled territories and said, don't come back. We haven't seen any evidence of what's happened to the deputy director, and his status is currently unknown and probably at risk.
Seems like a high risk job.
Yeah, I don't know what the Russian plan. I don't even know who the acting director is now. I believe it's somebody from the International Atomic Energy Agency who's not physically present. And given the fact that Russia is not allowing these people to actually leave the nuclear power plant, or more specifically to get out into Ukraine-controlled territory, it seems that they're trying to put a stranglehold on the whole vicinity, if you will.
Thanks, Language.
Go ahead, Dryfly.
Hello, Language. I got a question for you. I read that article. I'm assuming that's where you got it from Dimitri, on the layer upon layer of people basically shooting the retreaters. Is that where you got that story from, or you hear it from other people as well?
The Ukrainian Ministry of Defense actually published something on that as well.
Okay.
So I think Dimitri translated it, but
then he translated. Yeah, he translated some of it, and that's why I was asking. Do you think that that's part of the reason why they're having so many personnel issues? I mean, if that's a terrible usage of forces. I mean, yeah, you're using the front line as human shields, but you've got a whole layer of those, and then you have a layer behind them, and then a layer behind them. And the real shooters are a small fraction of, or a fraction anyway, of the total force. Instead of having everyone at the force, you're at the front, you have people shooting people. I mean, that just sounds crazy to me. Do you have any thoughts on that? And I'll listen.
I agree with you. It's crazy. We don't quite know the extent of it. I believe this occurred in the southern regions. In fact, the person who was sent there said that he had recently been mobilized, that he hadn't been given the training that was promised. So it does just kind of seem like a whole mess down there. I agree it's a poor use of troops. When you have your own troops shooting at each other instead of the enemy, then you're probably doing something wrong. But it seems like it's some kind of hastily thrown together solution to a perceived problem. Perhaps after what we saw in Kharkiv, the idea that, well, the Ukrainians wouldn't have taken that much territory so quickly if our people just stayed and fought, because look at Liman, where they did stay and fight and it took longer. I guess if you have a real cynical view of human nature and you don't care about how many people get killed, then this is what you would come up with as a solution to that.
I just one last thing. I saw this. I guess you'd say it's a special or historical documentation of how the Soviets ran some of their attacks, and they had the same situation, but they had a very, very small percentage of the total force that were the enforcers, so to speak, and it was like maybe 1 in 20. So they'd have like 1,000 people in a unit on the front, and then they might have 200 that were behind it that were watching the lines. It sounded from that article that it's way more, and it is a result of just complete chaos. So I'd be curious if you see more about that you bring it to our attention, because it could suggest that more than just what that story told about that one particular. And I will now listen.
Yeah, there's been a couple. There's been a couple indications of this happening elsewhere, though that's been a lot less formalized. This is the first time we're getting apparent evidence that it has been formalized in some extent. So I suspect it's still not, the huge amount of, Russian forces that some people have claimed. I would expect it's more in specific isolated regions, although threats have been made much more broadly. But Russia simply, like you said, they don't have the amount of troops to take a large quantity of them and put them behind. I wouldn't be surprised if part of it is, okay, you guys are wounded, combat-capable troops that have already been in Ukraine for a while. We're going to move you to defensive positions. We're not going to let you rest. This is as close as you're getting to that. But we're also going to try and use you to compel these less experienced, less equipped soldiers to move forward. Hopefully that clarifies a bit.
It does. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Dryfly. So we're going to go Nick, Greystone, and then Carlito.
Thanks, Michelle. Mic check, and forgive my voice. We have a lot of wildfire smoke in my area, so I might sound raspy or hard to understand. just quickly to dry fly, the use of, I was surprised to learn that the use of barrier troops is actually a lot farther, or a lot older, I should say, than just the Soviet Union. Evidently, this is a pretty old tactic of empires who are forcing non-ethnically related soldiers to fight for them. But that's not why I raised my hand. I wanted to ask language, excuse me, about the OPSEC restrictions that I'm asking this more for a friend than for me. I have a friend who is very concerned about revealing anything about Kherson on Twitter, and I appreciate her concern. She's absolutely right, but I have to wonder if we're getting our knowledge from Twitter, what the uh, uh, validity or value is in not transmitting it, considering I mean, if it's already online. So I guess what I'm asking language is, how do you personally judge your OPSEC revelation decisions? And excuse me, and thank you, and I will drop down.
Yeah, do get some water, brother. No, just roll a dice, and depending on what number comes up, I kid. So, OPSEC's important. That really is much more. That whole statement is much more directed towards Ukraine soldiers on the front line, telling them not to record videos for TikTok and send them to their girlfriends, as well as for war correspondents saying, "Hey, maybe don't remark on it." Broadly speaking, and give me flack for this if you want, if you see it on Twitter, the Russians already know it. If you see it on Instagram, the Russians knew about it a day ago. If you see it on Telegram, the Russians have it going through their command feed. You're not going to be the one that leaks the information. Stuff that comes from individual units saying, "Hey, we're here, we're attacking here," and that you can't find anywhere else, well, maybe don't share that. But I mean, me telling you here that Ukrainian forces are broadly attacking in one area and firing artillery at Ukrainian positions, if that's news to the Russian troops, then they're in a lot worse state than I thought. And that's generally the case for people who are reporting on this on Twitter. Yeah, I mean, I think sometimes people get a little overly concerned about it. The only time when OPSEC on Twitter becomes a little more important is in the immediate aftermath of strikes, whereas they go, "Oh my God, this missile just landed right here." Yes, technically, Russian forces could go, "Oh, we missed by X amount. Now we know how to correct our fire," or "We hit it." Although, frankly, they also have a tremendous amount of people who are literally walking these strikes in, who are watching what's going on. So in a lot of cases, the Russians know before it's hitting Twitter. They're not getting most of their intel from us, which is both a good and a bad thing. Good in that we can be a little more liberal with what we discuss, and bad in that the Russians are not as quite incompetent as we might hope. Hopefully that kind of answers the question.
Yes, thank you. I will drop down. Thanks.
And then maybe the last one on that. Broadly speaking, if you can think of it as an information pipeline, the closer you get to the source, the vastly less likely it is to be written in English. So as a general rule of thumb, if you're not talking to someone on the ground there and you see it written in English, it's been around on Ukrainian or Russian media sources for several hours, and you can probably go wild with it. That's not always the case, but if you see it in English, I wouldn't really worry about it.
Go ahead, Greystone.
Thank you, Language, for your excellent update. I just have a question around the Svatove and Kremina highway. My understanding is that it's under full Ukrainian artillery control. In your report, maybe I have to go back and listen to it. There was something about their expound on that a little bit. I also want to add that I'm seeing, again, it's on Twitter in English, so take it for what it's worth. Kuzamivka, a town which is 12 kilometers northwest of Svatove, has been liberated. Thank you.
Right. I want to say it's a decent distance further than that. My map could be off. Kuzamivka lies along the highway, the P66, P07, which goes from Kupiansk to Svatove. I was under the impression that had been taken or broadly liberated a couple days ago. But in general, what we're seeing here is that Ukraine forces are trying to control multiple angles of attack into Svatove before they commit to it. And like you said, broadly artillery control of the whole area. It's important to recognize that around Svatove, the area immediately to its west is very hilly, like right as you go into town. Should Ukraine forces be able to get all the way to there, they will have considerable command of firing positions because serious concern for the Russians, which is why they're trying to prevent that from happening. Serious concern for the Russians, which is why they're trying to prevent that from happening. The more Ukrainians are in the hills, the less the Russian Ukraine artillery exactly where you are. It's not a good position to be in. Does that kind of answer the question or expound on anything?
Yes, no, that's super helpful. Thank you. And yes, you're right. The Kuzamivka is, if you take the outer bounds of the city, town or city, and take it to the outer bounds of Svatove, it's 12 kilometers. So from city center to city center, it's probably farther, or village center. I know Svatove is a city, but anywho, thank you very much. That was helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we'll go to Carlito next.
Thank you. And thank you as always for the update. Also to our hosts for keeping things on track. I do appreciate it. I was curious. I've been looking at several different maps, many courtesy of Language Learner, who provides them with this excellent guidance. I'm looking at it's the darker red shading, for lack of a better term, of areas that have been occupied for pre-February, pre the latest invasion this year. And I'm wondering, one, has Ukraine moved into any of those areas yet? And two, if not, what looks to be the first one? I'm thinking kind of around Luhansk and that southern area there, around the border of Luhansk and Donetsk. Just curious what the reaction might be if it has happened. Has it been different, more challenging, less hugs and flowers, or sort of what the dynamics of entering those areas that have been under occupation might be?
Yeah, it's happened on very limited scales. Ukraine forces around Donetsk city have skirmished into areas, blown up some Russian equipment that got stuck and then left. We haven't seen any major commitments to striking these areas as of yet, and I suspect it will be, at least along the front lines of where things have been since 2014, it will be more challenging. That being said, the basically incredible degradation of anything that was DPR, LPR conscripts beforehand, like that military doesn't exist anymore. They've been folded into the Russian army now. They do not have the same sort of level of indigenous support among citizens in these DPR, LPR areas. If Russia ever had it, generally sending people to die by the thousands and abusing family members that remain does not get you a lot of support. So there are operations that have been planned there, some strikes that have happened. That's fairly ongoing, but I would suspect it's going to be a challenge. I agree that the most likely first push would not be towards Donetsk city, but along this area from Svatove east towards the Luhansk region, because running into one of the largest cities in Ukraine that's been occupied by Russian troops for 8 years is going to be incredibly challenging, and finding ways to limit Russian forces in the area, cut off their supply lines ahead of time, means that thousands of people don't have to die needlessly.
Fair. Thank you.
Thank you.
ahead, Craig.
Hey, language. What's good to hear from you? A couple quick questions. Well, not always just like quick. I do apologize if any of these have already been answered. I was a bit busy and distracted, so I missed a couple of the Q&A section. On Iran, Israel, and Ukraine, there was the announcement that Iran would send ballistic missiles to Ukraine. The Israeli, I think it was foreign minister, I believe, it might be wrong, on Twitter said that it was time for Israel to supply Ukraine with direct military support. I was wondering if you had any information about that, and then also I was just wondering if you thought it would be useful to just slightly discuss the realities of the issues facing the Russian military in general. When it comes to the war, especially because of more recent information, like the things that we kind of were talking about in DMs. I don't know, but that's up to you though.
Sure. I mean, I'm happy to talk about anything I send to people in DMs. So you may have to specify, but we were talking about the casualty numbers there.
That and the Moscow thing.
Might have forgot. Oh, the Moscow thing. Yes, that had come out a little while ago, basically indicating that the Moskva had severe issues aboard before it was sunk. This is not new in the Russian Navy. The most spooky example as we head towards Halloween is the Russian singular aircraft carrier, which belches out smoke and barely leaves harbor. I think it had its own crane fall on it last year and really hasn't gone anywhere. They have entire sections below decks that are welded shut and nobody knows what's behind them. So if you want to write a little Halloween story, I'm sure you can do something with that. The Russian Navy is not the Soviet Navy, and who knows what the Soviet Navy ever was like. But it's a lot less hunt for Red October professionalism and a lot more just generalized incompetence and corruption. And then as far as the Iranian missiles being sent, I might be confusing this with a message that I'm looking at as well. It remains to be seen what their impact will be on the battlefield. They can shoot further and just about as accurately as what Russia currently has. A number of them have already been used to great effect. Some of these were the ones used on the U.S. airbase attack following the death of Qasem Soleimani back in 2020. So we'll just have to see where all this shakes out, if that makes sense. And then as far as anything else regarding casualties, I mean, can you be a little more specific? I can just run through the numbers real quick, I guess.
Yeah, I thought that we had that was an older conversation we had, but that was I think that would be a useful thing just for people to understand the casualty ratios and what's been going on. I know you had also mentioned that the Ukraine Southern Command had brought up that casualty ratios in Kherson have gotten to 6.5 to 1. So I thought it would be very useful information for everyone to know.
Right. Yeah. So this is data that comes from a very good source that's done quite well. Volia Media, who has, by their own admission, and I have no reason to doubt them, because one of the guys got upset that people were calling him out on it, so he showed his DMs that included things from both Russian and Ukrainian military officers. These guys are plugged into everything up to Russian high command, and I've seen no reason to doubt them. Very broadly speaking, up until the 9th of this month or the 8th, and this thing, we're going to say just losses includes dead, it includes captured, it also includes missing, of which 20% of the Ukrainian number is reported missing, 30% of the Russian number is missing. Generally, missing means you're dead. Your body just hasn't been found, but it's important to consider that. The numbers are far higher, especially than the ones Ukrainians themselves have claimed. Very broad upfront. As of then, the losses for Russia were estimated to be between 60 and 66,000, with wounded in action a little over twice that at 112 to 124,000. And then somewhere between 35 and 38,000 Ukrainian troops had been lost, including roughly 6,000 had been captured, and then 55 to 60,000 were wounded in action. We could talk a little bit more about it, but just broadly speaking, it's a rough ratio of 2 to 1 casualties. However, again, the way that all kind of spins out, a lot of Ukrainian casualties are coming from rear line strikes, whereas a lot of Russian casualties are coming from either frontline combat or artillery missions, and the survivability of those who are wounded on the Russian side is very poor currently. Even if you get to a medical facility, which a lot of people are basically given bandages and said, just wait it out, they don't fare well. The lethality of even just being in a Russian hospital now near the front is somewhere close to 50%, which is atrociously bad, horrible. You wouldn't go to a hospital where 50% of the patients died. So on average, the casualty ratio is somewhere about 400 Ukrainians that's wounded, killed, lost in action, captured a day, and the average per day for Russia, wounded, killed, lost in action, is somewhere between 750 and 900. So that's just sort of a general. I mean, this is a war. We don't really talk about Ukraine casualties a lot here, but people die in pain every day, and it's a terrible thing. So this is part of the reason why, by supplying more equipment, more medical gear, more international pressure, we can bring this war to a close in a manner that befits Ukraine themselves, and thus stop the bloodletting. Hopefully I kind of touched on everything, Craig.
Yeah, that was amazing. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Michelle, can I give a little update on the breaking news?
Yeah, I was just going to announce it. So go ahead, Prince.
Yeah, Kiev is being hit. What it looks like is that there's been some of the drones headed that way, and at least 4 explosions were heard in Kyiv this morning. The Kyiv mayor confirmed that there have been an explosion in the city's Shivernitsky district, and said further details will be provided later. I'm seeing some videos of air defense hitting the drones, so I'm sure they took out some of them. The last one that I thought was of note was the head of the railroad having put out a tweet saying that there was shelling or something hit basically near the Kyiv Central Station. No casualties and passengers are safe and keep running. So that's what I've got so far. I don't know if Colby's looking at stuff like that too. So things are like happening like right now. The Kyiv Independent, I read out what they put out, and that was just 2 minutes ago. So just in the last like 10-15 minutes, this has been happening.
Right, I've heard of at least 2 explosions there, and I want to say Shevardnitsky district, that's to the west side of the city center. I'd have to pull up a map, but it's unfortunate. It's an area that's been hit quite a bit before. It's on the west side of the Dnipro. Yeah. Yeah, it's basically, it's not the government quarter, but it's immediately west of really the downtown Kyiv area, and it's the area that suffered the most strikes by far thus far. It's near the zoo, it's near some parks. There's a lot of civilian infrastructure there. Though hopefully, even though it is about 7 in the morning right now there, so there'll be people on their morning commute, we don't see as many casualties as we have before. I wouldn't be surprised if we continue to see these uptick in recent days or upcoming days as Russia tries to get as much missiles into Kyiv as possible before some of these modern air defense systems arrive, which are projected to do so by the end of the month.
Well, yeah, and I haven't seen that they're missiles. I've seen that they're drones. I haven't seen anything about missiles yet, but you may have more accurate information than I did. I sort of wanted to get it into Colby's ears, because I think he probably can get to information better and quicker than I can. So, and you can too, language, but you're answering questions. So thank you.
I don't have anything that you don't. I see the same reports about more munitions hitting the city.
Well, I guess we will have more in the following minutes, hour. I'm glad the language and Craig opened up the subject of wounded and casualties, because that was my question also. Michelle, do you know who is next?
Yeah, it's Brad, Leonard, then Dr. Paul.
Hey guys, hey language. Nerdahar, quick question. Should, or rather when, the Ukrainians make a move south through Zaporizhia, of course, it would be, if you're a Russian troop in the nuclear facility, it would be insane to stay there and get encircled, right? But if they did, and if that somehow happened, what would the Ukrainians do? I mean, it is a nuclear facility. A direct attack with heavy weapons is, you know, complicated. Would they just starve them out?
Yeah, I think that's going to be an interesting topic once we get there. Though you can think about it as, you know, defensive positions within defensive positions, right? I don't need to go into the second hall of a nuclear power plant if I've surrounded the nuclear power plant. I don't need to go into the nuclear power plant at all if I've surrounded the city. And I don't really have to go into the city that much if I've cut off the supply lines towards Crimea and to the east. So I suspect we won't see, I certainly hope we won't see, you know, running gun battles near nuclear infrastructure. However, this is one of the few locations all the way from Zaporizhia down to Enerhodar where there are fairly well-established Russian defensive lines that run basically from the Dnipro River down to the Sea of Azov. So we'll have to see when we get there. But in just everything we've seen with Russian troops not really eager to fight to the death when they have a chance to leave, I suspect Ukraine will take advantage of that because otherwise it'll be incredibly challenging.
I mean, I have heard rumors, and mind you, they are just rumors, that Leroy Jenkins has joined the International Legion. So you've got some loose cannons there on the Ukrainian side. I'm just saying, anything can happen.
Right, indeed. That's an old reference, but it checks out.
Go ahead, Leonard.
Thank you, Michelle. Yeah, I think that's an excellent point. Language, the Zaporizhzhia power plant, and if Enerhodar, the city or surrounding city are actually cut off and surrounded, I think it's highly unlikely, specifically after Kherson falls, which clearly is in the offing. And somebody was projecting earlier today that Kherson would be fallen within the next 7 to 10 days. Now that may be optimistic, but regardless, if Kherson is gone, then whoever's left in Zaporizhzhia or Enerhodar has got to be having ears or eyes to their back continuously, and serious considerations going on as to the viability of their future on the planet. So yeah, that may resolve that. And you know, there was a specific reference a few moments ago to OPSEC and specifically Kherson, and I think the gentleman was expressing some concern about information coming out of Kherson. I would just mention that we've had actual citizens of Kherson who escaped, albeit earlier, but who actually escaped the city sometime within the last 2-3 months, perhaps. Maybe it was a little bit more recent than that, but they were relaying information on a weekly basis out of Kherson. And I would just suggest that they were presenting it fairly regularly on this space. And the bottom line seemed to be that any information coming out of Kherson was not violating OPSEC because let's face it, it's been the city proper has been a Russian occupation zone. So any information coming out of there would be deleterious to the Russians and certainly of no adverse consequences to the Ukrainians. So yeah, I think probably the concern on OPSEC, as long as we have live direct information being relayed by actual residents and or family and or associates, if you will, within Kherson, as language expressed, there should be very little in the way of concern about OPSEC. And certainly there's no information that is being conveyed vis-a-vis the Ukraine positioning or the status or standing or location of Ukrainian troops. So I think that hopefully summarizes that adequately, in that OPSEC should seriously not be a major concern for Kherson. So thank you.
Right. I mean, use your best judgment. Like, I've talked to partisans or people who are affiliated with them. I'm not going to come on here and be like, oh, yes, the partisan headquarters is located at this corner above the coffee shop. No, like, just be smart about it. Absent that, being like, this is the Ukrainian position where they're digging in their artillery, and here's a video of it. Also, probably not a good idea. Look, I'm not there. Somebody from the Ukrainian government reaches out and tells me to shut up, I'll shut up. But broadly speaking, if I'm telling you something, the Russians most likely know it. Despite all their demonstrated incompetence in the field, this is still a military that possesses satellite imagery, that possesses very capable electronic warfare systems, and generally soldiers know when they're being shot at. And generally they call up on the radio and they yell at it. So, I've seen a couple takes on Twitter. It's very rare. I don't think people do it maliciously, but people say, "Oh my God, you're leaking Ukrainian battle plans. You're telling the Russians where they are." If by the time I'm talking about it, the Russians know, right? And I think that's broadly true for most people on Twitter, aside from some very small accounts that do some wild stuff, but thankfully are small accounts. Generally, there is a delay built in.
Thank you. Before moving to Dr. Paul and Daniel, I need to go. It was an extraordinary morning for me, your evening, and with very interesting topics and talks. And thank you all for everything. Joseph will be soon up to be with Michelle. So thank you for everything.
Thank you so much, Anda, and I hope you have a great rest of your evening. And I'll see you tomorrow. Go ahead, Dr. Paul.
Thanks. Just a comment language and then a question. So the comment is actually about General Petraeus. Typically, when he reposts the ISW's key takeaways, it's usually a copy and paste job. Tonight, it seems a little bit different and worth reading. Specifically, seemingly to outline like strategic war aims for Ukraine economically and for security purposes. So it's worth taking a look. But my question language is over the weekend, on CNN. A woman I hold in pretty high regard. She's she lived in Moscow for many years, but she made a sly comment that was kind of interesting that, seemingly acknowledging and as a matter of fact that Russia has received munitions from North Korea. At the time when that first came about, that was just a rumor, but the way she was speaking about it seemed to be as a matter of fact. I mean, do you have any information about that?
I don't. I'd love to read more about it if you don't mind sending me the link. I mean, it seems like it's a credible hypothesis. It's not necessarily something I focus on as much. I mean, that's sort of future proofing. Like my crystal ball remains in the shop for repair, so I just can't tell you about it, I'm afraid. But I'd love to read more about it and learn.
Morning, Daniel. Hope you're doing well, and go ahead. Morning, Daniel. Hope you're doing well, and go ahead.
Okay, first about drones from Iran. Yesterday were heavy lifters, Ilyushin, coming from Tehran to Russia. So that is very, very confirmed. Second, at this moment are 4 degrees here. We're the same latitude like Kherson. With a bit of wind, you can feel like 1 degree Celsius. Is very, very cold in this night. And third, which was most interesting for me, I saw a weekly update of military losses published by Ukrainians. I don't know if it's an error there, but they seems another ship was killed. And I don't see anything to Saturn or Ghani or the naval guys. And I wonder, is a tug, is a ferry, is a corvette, is a frigate? Any input is welcome. Just thank you.
I haven't seen anything at all about that. I suspect if you can send me the link on it, it's possible it's another naval crossing or a pontoon barge / pontoon bridge in the Kherson region, because that's been happening over the last several days. But I've seen zero indication, and frankly, look, it's not a secret. Here, I'll tell you where the Russian ships are. They're off the coast of Crimea, and they've been sheltering from the storm. There's less of them out today than there were yesterday. They actually track those. I want to say there's only 6 ships out right now, and they are very much outside the range of Harpoon missiles, as far as we know, as well as protected by fairly decent air defenses the way they're all grouped up. Is it possible that one of these little suicide bomb kayak things, drones could fly into one of those? Sure. Would we probably know about it? I imagine so. Russian Telegram would be lighting up right now if another ship was on fire, and we'd see a lot of naval traffic. So I think that may be just perhaps a miscommunication between a couple people that's getting amplified.
I just wondered also, because if it's possible to be an error or wrong estimation or things like that about this boat tug, what was it? But what's interesting, I saw it on Telegram on ZSO at War. They usually take everything from the general staff, but also can be a clerical error.
It's also possible this was one of those much smaller boats that gets used occasionally. I'm blanking on the name. I'm sure somebody can correct me here. But these are essentially what you might think of as like patrol boats. Raptors. There we go. You got it. Could be one of those doing stuff, and then one of them got shot down in a river somewhere. Wouldn't be outside the realm of possibility, especially near Kherson. But beyond that, I'd speculate it's either a barge, one of those, or a miscommunication.
Language, how are you doing on time, buddy?
I'll probably give it no more than another 10 minutes or so. It's been somehow the weekend was just as busy as the weekdays, so it'd be nice to get some sleep.
I've been there. So if anyone has any questions for language, we'll do one more round. So please come on up. So we had a question. Someone was trying to get up. Dan Miner, who comes up sometimes. He wanted to reference an article of another Russian commissar who fell out a window. This is a guy who was in charge of the mobilization in the Far East. In a city.
He's a general, Joseph, not a commissar. A general.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, but so anyway, I was just wondering if you had anything to say about that language.
I'm still waiting for more evidence to come out. I've seen the stories was essentially this man had hanged himself, and then his family said he would never do that, and he was responsible for elements of mobilization. Until I get more evidence on stuff like this, I'm just going to kind of play it safe and say, who knows? We've seen a lot of very suspicious deaths in Russia. We haven't seen a lot of high-profile suspicious deaths of military officials, at least as of yet. We've seen people disappear, and then we've seen people placed under house arrest. But the by and large of people who have been potentially killed on orders from the Russian government seems to be mostly industry personnel, people affiliated with the oil and gas production and what have you there, as I suspect to be a warning to others saying, don't take your money out of this country and don't talk to anybody or we'll kill your family and make you watch, stuff like that. Because that specifically happened in at least one location outside of Russia. At least those are the allegations that do seem to be borne out by the evidence. So those are more warnings. Killing people in your own military when you can, they're in your country, you could just disappear them into a prison somewhere and not worry about them and then shoot them in the head. Why would you make it public? Doesn't really make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, definitely weird. I know that some of the media outlets are calling him like the guy in charge of the mobilization or whatever. As far as I can tell, he's just in charge of it in one little area. It's not like he's in charge of a major, but a major area. But it's still relatively significant. He's a lieutenant colonel, Daniel. Everywhere I'm seeing, like even Medusa's calling him some kind of commissar. I'm not familiar with what the rank means in the modern Russian Federation,
Function.
but
Is the function, not the military grade. So you have a function in the office and you have the military grade. And I don't think it's implausible to be killed because it's about recruiting. they need some scapegoats. For example, the Tajik incident. Maybe he was responsible on that area. I didn't read Medusa.
Yeah, and I don't want to imply Medusa is like the most authoritative source or something, but it is like a Russian source to my knowledge. So I would think that they would at least get something like that right. But I'm not aware. I don't know. But thanks, Daniel, for your information and language as well. So yeah, I'll put out maybe one last call for questions. Colby, do you have any questions for language?
Nope, I'm good.
All right. Well, I think unless we got anyone trying to get up, Michelle, that I can't see, I'm kind of blind a bit because I use an Android phone, which apparently is really terrible. Everyone keeps telling me, so I'm sorry, everybody, but we got no requests, right, Michelle?
No, we don't have any requests. And Twitter for me has been super glitchy tonight. So I know that people have been trying to come up and then they get pushed back down and I bring them up again. Anyways, it's been a glitchy day, night for Twitter.
All right, no worries. Well, language, maybe I'll give you the floor. And if you had anything you wanted to sign off with, feel free, buddy.
Yeah, that should be about it. Thank you guys so much for having me. As per usual, audio and text is up top. Feel free to take a look at it, share it. The more people that look at it, the more comments and critiques I get. And frankly, the more information sources I get, which makes my life a lot easier and keeps me from pulling my hair out. And then I guess, beyond that, should be good to go. I hope you guys have a wonderful evening. I hope that folks in Kiev are safe and take care of yourselves. Cheers.
Thanks so much, language.
See, now Nick's coming up and he's going to be like, I have a question for language. And I'm going to be like, what, Nick? Nick,
I was just thinking
I
that.
gave you plenty of time, Nick. What happened? Go ahead, buddy.
Thanks so much, language.
You gave me plenty of time, but
See, now Nick's coming up. He's going to be like, I have a question for
Oops.
language. And I'm going to be like, what, Nick?
Okay,
Nick,
mic check.
I gave you
Can
plenty
you
of
hear
time,
me?
Nick. What happened? I can hear myself.
Can you hear me? Yeah. I had to.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Kill my Bluetooth speaker because I came up suddenly, and I came up only because I heard that you didn't have any hands up, and that's a travesty. So
You can take the man out of the co-host slot, but you can't take the co-host out of the man, Nick.
Dude.
And I really appreciate that. Nick's an old co-host around here. Is very helpful to us back in the day. This is his slot back in the day.
True that. I just wanted to ask. I know we can't talk about Kherson. I appreciate that and value that. And I've spent the most of the weekend watching my local sports teams or my college team, actually college teams, because Michigan was on a couple of different sports networks doing a couple of different sports. But I wanted to know if there is news from non-OPSEC sealed places, like perhaps near the Bakhmut and southerly environs of Bakhmut areas that I might have missed out on. Thank you.
So as far as I know, unless the situation has changed, and Colby and Daniel can correct me if I'm wrong, the situation in Bakhmut has been pretty much the same for roughly 2 weeks. You've got the Russians sort of creeping forward at massive cost. They seem to be losing guys. They've taken, a village here, a village there. They are getting closer to Bakhmut. Eventually, there might be a Battle of Bakhmut, but I think everyone I've talked to who has like any kind of military common sense says Bakhmut is like the worst place Russia could attack in terms of a city or in terms of an urban warfare environment, right? It's like a city that has it's divided by rivers, and it's got a lot of terrain that favors the defenders around it. Like it's not based on Russia's current so-called success rate or ability to take ground and exploit a breakthrough. Like, it just doesn't seem like they would be capable of successfully doing much around in the city of Bakhmut itself. So it's very possible we'll see Russian forces get to the outskirts of Bakhmut and maybe even get like a little ways in. But I don't think it's realistic by any measure for them to actually take the city. And I mean, if you ask them, they're like, we're going to take it tomorrow. 10th time's the charm. Like they've just been throwing guys at this for ages. I think Constantine can probably add more to this. Go ahead, Constantine.
Why me? Well,
I don't know. Your hand was up. I just thought you might, but
yes,
if you
yes,
don't, I can move on.
yeah. Well, I was joking. Yeah, no one is taking Bakhmut. I don't believe it. They are. We have some guys there fighting that I keep contact with. They are, one of the brigades is there. We're taking losses as well, and we're giving Russians hell over there. And each centimeter that they're moving costs them so much. That it's similar to what was happening around in Severodonetsk and Lysychansk when they pushed so hard, and the result they got Lysychansk and they got Severodonetsk, but as a result, um, 2 months down the line they lost entire Kharkiv region and not half, part of the Luhansk region, and now they're being threatened to be thrown out and encircled in through Svatova and Starobilsk. So what they're doing is just strategically is complete nonsense, and if they keep doing this, unfortunately, it's going to cost our troops a lot. That's the reality. But it's going for them. It's going to be even worse, and they're going to make the victory closer for us rather than achieving something really tangible in terms of military success.
Thank you very much, Constantine. Real quick, we can stay on this topic and go back to Nick, but I think Michelle's out of time, so I wanted to give Michelle an opportunity to sign off. Go ahead, Michelle.
Yeah, thank you so much, Joseph. Before I leave, though, I wanted to make a couple of announcements for tomorrow. We have 2 guest speakers tomorrow. So we have Ika Korhonen, who's an economist specializing in translation in developing countries. He's also the head of Bank of Finland's Institute for Emerging Economies. So he's going to be on tomorrow at 12 p.m. Eastern. And then an hour and a half later at 1:30 p.m. Eastern, we have Lubov Subolska, who's a hybrid warfare expert, and she's also an advisor to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine. So we have 2 really amazing guest speakers tomorrow. So please join us and retweet the space whenever you get the chance. So thank you so much. It was an enjoyable day, and enjoy the rest of your evening, everyone.
And you too. Good night.
Thank you very much, Michelle. Maybe I'm crazy. I'm not sure if I heard the time. So the finished one. Sorry, the guest Ika Korhonen is 12 p.m. Eastern. And
12 p.m. Eastern, and then Lubov, hope I'm saying this right. Cybulska is at 1:30 p.m. Eastern.
Thank you. Yeah, 12 p.m. Eastern, 1:30 p.m. Eastern. Perfect. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Michelle. Thanks so much for co-hosting tonight. You put in a bunch of time, and I think you're on vacation for a little while, right? You don't have to say where, but
I'm leaving next Saturday. I'll be gone for a week.
Oh, okay, so you're here this week.
I'm here for a few more days.
Perfect. Okay. Well, have a good night, and we'll see you soon then. So we'll go from there. We'll go back to Nick. If Nick, you had anything to add about the Bakhmut situation, or if you had a new question, go ahead.
I did, yeah. I learned on a reputable podcast, I believe it was the Telegraph, or it might have been the BBC. I don't think it was on a Twitter space. I think it was like a paid for journalistic enterprise that that Wagner is in charge of the assault on Bakhmut, and that they earn a bonus for every kilometer of acreage they acquire, and therefore, and because they're there in Bakhmut, that may explain the idiocy of the Russian assault on Bakhmut, which is strategically pointless and yet lucrative for what's his name? His name is escaping me at the moment, but the proprietor.
Prigozhin.
Yeah,
Prigozhin.
Prigozhin. Thank you. And then I also had a question for Constantine, because Constantine, if you are listening to me, I know that you are a fluent English speaker, but it's not your first language. But I have had a question burning in me for months about the use of the word settlement for Ukrainian municipalities that have presumably been in existence for centuries. Because in English, a settlement implies something that has been inhabited recently by settlers, and settlers sort of implicitly denotes people who moved into a region recently, possibly at the expense of indigenous people. And I'm just curious, why is the word settlements so commonly used, not just by English-speaking analysts of Ukraine, but by Ukrainians themselves? What is there something
Sorry,
about
let
that
me
word that
stop you
I
here.
don't understand?
Can you be more concrete which word they're talking about? Because
I'm talking about.
a lot of things get lost in translation.
I'm sorry. I'm talking about the use of in English of the word settlements to denote established probably centuries ago uh, um, villages and towns in Ukraine. It strikes me as very peculiar because, and this is because I'm an American speaker of English.
Yeah, no. I understand your interest, but when you're talking about how Ukrainians say it in English, that's one thing. If you're talking about specific Ukrainian words that we're using, for to the settlements or cities or how we call them, that's different because most of the if you talk with professional or professional translators or Ukrainians who have experience with English, speaking English due to living in the United States or Great Britain or any other English-speaking country, they would say town, city, or a village. But I have not heard anyone, but it's probably someone using the Google Translate instead of
it isn't. It actually isn't, Constantine, and this is why I have finally asked this question after months of confusion. I have heard Ukrainians like Yulia Mendel, who is from Kherson, and other people use the word settlements in.
I think that's
so
yeah,
common.
I got it. So Yulia Mendel is not she probably did not live too long outside of Ukraine, in the United States, Great Britain, or other countries. So she uses what she learned, and I'm not in any way saying that she does not know English, but it's a lot of things get lost in translation, and so many ways how you can say town, city, village, settlement, whatever, because and I guess that's probably the reason. And I will one thing to add to this is that in Ukrainian we say for anything where people live, we say населений пункт, which essentially like a term that says populated point. But also you can translate it, if you probably would translate it in Google, it may as well tell you the settlement, because it would mean like literally populated. um, I wouldn't. It does not have relationship to time, but I understand why would it translate to settlement instead of anything else, and we use it a lot. It's a term, which means just any town, city, village, because for someone like a press officer, he does not know absolutely every city or town or whatever that he's talking about at this moment. So you would use some general term that would depict it. And probably the Google Translate, when you say naселенный пункт, I'm going to check it. And it just sounds, for me, it sounds so similar to settlement that it may as well, be the reason why people are saying like that. But I would not, give it any weight or any reason other than just, it happens like this because someone at that given moment read it in the dictionary and started using it, and then it cascaded from one to another one. And in Ukraine we use it. But I personally I did not hear that because obviously I'm listening to Ukrainians mostly in Ukrainian or Russian. I don't listen to them in English, and that's why I don't really hear it too much. But for me, I would rather not use word settlement, and I did not hear too much word settlement, but I did hear it to some extent.
Thanks. So
Yeah, I think
can just really quickly, and I will happily drop down because Liberal has been waiting patiently for a few minutes. So when I hear the word settlement, I can effectively assume that it is a sort of mistranslation from population center. And by population center in North America generally means a big place. But in the context I think you just described to me, Konstantin, population center means any size, not just a big size. And if you give me a
That's
thumbs
what
up,
we use.
I'll get the hell down where I belong. Thanks.
No, that's. I mean, you should not just try to. It would be wrong for people try to find while we use exactly this word instead of other word because it's not if you would learn any other language like foreign language and you usually grab some word and start using it. So and sometimes you should not look into why exactly you're picking this word because for me living abroad for long, like I lived abroad for probably 10 years out of 20 years of my adult life, and I had so many times when I used the wrong word, and I did not realize it, so I would not try to find something something some meaning in that. It just that's what they learn in school, that's what they read, and that's what they use without any much meaning. But when they say settlement, it's probably more like a population center, not anything else. I would translate it like this as a Ukrainian speaker.
Yeah, I would just to say Konstantin said it pretty perfectly. But as far as I know, yeah, if you kind of play around in Russian or Ukrainian with the word village, you can start getting, the same root word can lead you to settlement. And I think it's probably just, as Konstantin said, some translation stuff. I would say, because I've sort of seen that too when they talk about settlements, I would lean towards it being more a village or a less inhabited area. Typically, if it's a city or a town, like Popasna or Donetsk city, they'll say city or town. Whereas settlement tends to be village, but it's as Constantine said, it could basically be any inhabited area or any inhabited place. I think that's a pretty reasonable translation. So yeah, thanks Nick. So we got Liberal next. Go ahead, Liberal.
Hey, thanks, Joseph. Good evening to you. What up, Nick? I have a question that's not relevant to settlements, but that was an interesting discussion nonetheless. Given the recent declaration of Iran to transfer missiles, long-range missiles, to Russia, does that not reinvigorate the discussion of supplying ATACMS to or ATACMS, depending on who's speaking. Does that not, especially when they start raining down on Ukrainian cities, I mean, is that declaration not, does that not give more credence to why the West should supply ATACMS to Ukraine?
Certainly a good question, Liberal. I think there's some people in the space who might tell you that wink, wink, nudge, nudge. We might already be at that point. I think that other people would say would agree with you and say, Congress has already essentially approved this. Why can't we just do it? But yeah, I mean, I think that the one thing I've seen that seems pretty clear is that the more stuff Iran sends, the more Israel's willing to sort of like publicly help. They've already been helping quite substantially, with I guess sort of clandestinely, or I don't know, I don't want to put it quite that way, but they've been helping without, bragging about it. I'll put it that way. Plenty. They put one of the largest hospitals in Ukraine, for example, like field hospitals to help people. But, when Iran starts cooperating openly with Russia, we've seen a little bit more like cooperation. So from what I can tell, what it means is that Iran's enemies, and Iran has plenty, they've made plenty of enemies with their posturing in their region. It's going to kind of move them closer to Ukraine or aligning with the people that Ukraine is supporting or supporting Ukraine. So that's like my broad take is like, even though obviously Russia helping or being helped by Iran isn't great, overall, it seems like it'll balance out with support from Iran's enemies being more open because they don't like Iran. They don't like Iran and Russia being friends. And so they'll help anyone who Iran's trying to hurt, right? So that's like my hot take. Constantine, do you have anything to add? Then we'll go to Colby. Welcome up, Colby.
I just want to say about one small thing about Israel that people don't realize. Israel is not in position to help anyone in terms of military. It's in position to be helped by others because Israel is, while right now it appears to be stable, but it in terms of geopolitical condition and situation, Israel is even in a worse situation in Ukraine because it's like literally small, tiny country that that is surrounded by countries that want to destroy it. And it even Ukraine at least has a border with Poland, Hungary right now is not the best partner, but still with European countries through which it can get some aid from its allies. Israel does not have, I would say, it does not have that luxury, and Israel is a really small country. And it's not in the position. It can do some support, like maybe technology, maybe consultations, but Israel would never be in a position to help other countries militarily, like in terms of equipment or it's just not there. Um, it's a big name, Israel, in the military terms, but in reality, they don't have stocks, obviously, because the country that is I don't know, what is it, 8 million at the moment, and as small as by area as is, and at the same time being surrounded by enemies from all sides. It just it's not feasible for them. It's much easier to get help. Well, I don't say it's much easier to sort of saying that it's not easier to get help from somewhere else, but it's definitely Israel's not in the position to send. I don't know. It cannot send 200 tanks. It cannot send 50 planes. It cannot send I don't know. 20 Iron Dome or even 10 Iron Dome batteries, because it's Israel is one of the most expensive countries to live in. Cost of living there is absolutely crazy expensive. So for everything that is Israel can provide, they're going to be, the price is going to be astronomical because it's going to be produced by Israel also, and it has it's not as simple as people think. Just oh, Israel has some technology and some equipment. Let's give it to Ukraine. Okay, Ukraine will get I don't know, 5 tanks. Are they going to change anything? No. And Israel does not have capability to give 100 or even 50 tanks. It's more like 35, maybe 10. So just be very careful when you even consider Israel as helping Ukraine with some military equipment. It can help technologically with some technology consultations, maybe some parts sales, but definitely not supplying the equipment. There's also this, Israeli produced, Israeli partially produced by Israel a system called Spike. It's like a missile system that can be in question at this moment, but that would be purchased, not in any way given to Ukraine for free. Because, like I said, Israel is not in a position to provide Ukraine with any military support because of the situation that Israel finds itself.
Yeah, thanks, Konstantin. And it's excellent points in terms of, the actual scale and size of Israel, right? It's just not a country that is in the same league as obviously a country like Russia or even a country like Ukraine, right? These are much larger countries, bigger populations, and the amount of military equipment, as you said, Israel just doesn't have. I think there's certain specific capabilities, like when it comes to fighting Iranian drones or missiles, that Israel probably can help, as you said, with very specific technological things. But in addition to Israel, right, Iran has other enemies, Saudi Arabia, other countries. We don't have to get into details and go through the whole politics of the Middle East. But point is, I think I see them, when Iran steps up to help Russia, I see them stepping up to help Ukraine, at least in some limited way. Not with tanks directly or anything like that. But I don't see Iran ultimately tipping the scale in Russia's favor or anything like that. And I think you made a lot of great points specifically about Israel, though. I'll let Colby cut in here. Go ahead, Colby.
If Iran is going to openly supply Russia with short-range ballistic missiles, then I think that the United States can openly supply Ukraine with ATACMS. And make no mistake, these ballistic missiles are not something to joke around with. They are capable. They will get through in some number. They're not all going to get shot down. So there will be damage done by these missiles. Even though they're coming from Iran, and Iran is subject to many sanctions, and the quality of some of these drones is not super impressive. They're still doing damage, and these ballistic missiles are capable weapon systems. Even if their guidance and their accuracy may leave something to be desired, that doesn't really matter, given that Russia is just using them to strike civilian targets at large. So when we have Ukrainian civilians dying because of these Iranian ballistic missiles, I don't understand how the White House can conclude that it is not feasible for them to publicly supply ATACMS to Ukraine. I just don't know at that point.
Yeah, thanks, Colby. I think that brings it right back to kind of Liberal's original point, right? So, Liberal, anything you want to tie this up with? Go ahead.
No, I think that actually Colby, I was going to direct it to him initially, and I forgot to say that maybe Colby would be well equipped to answer that. But I agree with what Colby said 100%. Thank you.
Thank you, Liberal. Up next, we go to Leonard.
Thank you, Joseph. I have just a sort of a question / comment for Konstantin, perhaps just to confirm. I just received a memo from an historian she holds a PhD from the University of Alberta in Ukrainian history, and she was responding to Thomas Steiner's presentation earlier in the day, and he had just quickly referenced casualties of war, or the numbers of war dead in the Second World War, and she just said a quote or made reference to the statement from Dr. Timothy Snyder at Yale University, who has specifically worked on many of the details surrounding this. But her comment was specifically that Dr. Snyder confirms that of the 12 million dead in battle, and I think that was referenced by Thomas Steiner, that the majority, in other words, over half of those were actually Ukrainian citizens. So, in other words, Ukraine suffered perhaps even more significantly in battle losses in the Second World War, and just wanted she wanted to clarify that point. And as part of the overall estimate, which it was 30,000, or sorry, 30 million dead total casualties of the Second World War. So that would have been another 18 million or thereabouts civilians who died. And of course, many of those would have been of Ukrainians also. So just to sort of put that that horrendous experience and the statistics into some kind of perspective. And I just wondered if Konstantin is essentially in agreement with those, if he feels that assessment is quite accurate. So thank you.
Could you really go quickly again and summarize?
Sure.
Yeah,
Okay. So the point just briefly was that Timothy Snyder had said that there was at least 12 million war dead, casualties of battle in the Second World War, and that more of those were Ukrainian than Russian. And that in the overall war dead was approaching 30 million. So that would be even more Ukrainians in that terrible debacle also. So in other words, the Ukrainians suffered more in those circumstances, and largely at the hands of the Russians, as well as the whole context of that war. So I just wondered if you had essentially agreed with that, Konstantin. Thanks.
Yeah, I got your question. So when we talk about when I talk about stuff like that, it's really hard to do those calculations. And like I say, I like to say the history is sometimes being written by the victors. And we don't really know the numbers. I cannot, say that they are wrong or they are right. I read multiple ways how, not ways. I read about how those casualties were estimated. And it's usually been they used specific, for example, you take Ukraine as a whole. You take each I wanted to say settlement now. You take the population center, and then you compare numbers before and after the war. Then you try to subtract that the information of the people who were displaced and evacuated, and that was one of the most, as far as understood, most common technology methodologies how to identify how many Ukrainians were killed. In not any way I'm saying that they are wrong, but there are a lot of questions about that. But in general, yeah, Ukrainians have suffered in Second World War. Probably one of not not more than other nations, because there are Jewish, for example, who were literally exterminated. But the war was Ukraine was one of the countries where the heaviest battles took place, and that's where a lot of action was happening, and it was under occupation. So it's those are the facts that you cannot deny. How you calculate the numbers is something that you can discuss. So what I'm saying is that I don't know how they calculate those numbers, but I know that the war was happening on our land, and for example, my family had to be we evacuated because my granddad was a scientist, so they were evacuated in the first place. but our cities were occupied, and for example, my grandmother, she was not evacuated, and she lived under German occupation, and they were eating. When I started remembering her stories, they would go to the forest and take this thing that is around the, I don't know the right word. It goes around each tree. You peel it off, and they would boil boil it and drink the water. Because they were told they would get some nutrition out of it. And you can imagine they had a lot of people, a lot of her. She's 1931, and when the war was happening, she was 12 under the occupation, 10 to 14, and lots of them have died, and none of them were accounted for, and they did not even have any papers that they were alive. When she got back, when those lands were deoccupied from Russians, from Nazis. There was a big problem with the documentation, because no one knew. There were no simple documents. Those who were occupied. How you're gonna, it's not like right now you have some electronic register that keeps track of everyone. Back then it was just an entry in the archive. Lots of archives were lost. We tried, by the way, to recover, and it was a problem with that. There was simply no record of one of our relatives. Never existed. So it was hard times through we went, but I don't know about the estimates. Like the estimates are like, I don't understand how you can do it precisely. But the fact is the fact that we suffered through this, we went through this, and when Germany right now, for example, is saying, "Oh, we have a debt in front of Russians at the moment," and hell with Ukrainians, we don't care about them because they are just small Russians. That will hurt a lot, and I'm sorry, I drifted a bit from what you asked. Was the Timothy Snyder, because some people are right now portraying like really picture, or was a huge support for Ukraine, and I am all up for that, but I'm also realistic, and I have a lot of because if you make statements like this, at some point 20 or 50 years later down the road, you will have to pay for it, because someone will find out, okay, this was it was unsubstantiated claim, and you will have to pay for that, because you will always find someone who will say, okay, this was complete hypocrisy, and like it was all wrong, and down 50 years, and people will just say, okay, it was the entire war was made up, and it was totally different, because we had some people who did not understand what they were talking about. So I'm really careful about statements like that. But the general direction of what they say, I totally agree with them. It's just the calculations that I really have questions about.
We have Yehuda joining us. Welcome, Yehuda.
Hi there. Just listening in. For now, I don't know the context, but was that a story of your family, Konstantin, during World War II?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
We were just talking about your family during World War II.
No, we discussed that there was, I had to I did say about my grandmother that she had to eat bark. Bark. Thank you for the right word. She had to go out in the woods and peel the bark of the trees and then boil it. They were told that the resulting water will give them the nutrition. and they had to drink it.
Yeah. Story of so many Ukrainians during World War II. Obviously, they bore the brunt of the Nazis. It was one of the first places they went to murder Ukrainian Jews, like my one side of my family, my wife's family, Constantine's family. So the story has come down, and the effects are still there. Like my mother-in-law still hoards things, and because that's the way she was brought up. Because if you had food, you kept it. Um, so it's especially poignant when we hear. I'm sure Constantine, especially being Ukrainian, not descended, but being actually Ukrainian, hears stories about neo-Nazis and how basically Ukraine is just this big neo-Nazi state, and it makes us want to throw up. It's so ridiculous. We have Americans who don't support Ukraine, for example, the weird ones on the far extremes talking about Nazis in Ukraine, and meanwhile they don't even ask Ukrainians themselves. What do you think of that, Constantine? Does that piss you off like it pisses me off?
Well, it does, because after all this was over, we thought that sometimes prosperous time will come, but with Soviet Union, just so you know, for example, my grandfather, his name is Solomon. Sorry, his name is not his father's name is Solomon, and he had to in the passport, for example, he had to write it as a Semyon. That's a Russian name, because he would not get any, he would not be able to get any promotion, or he would not be able to finish the university, because if someone would know that you're Jewish, you would get, well, you would not. It's not like in the with Nazis, but you would get really heavily discriminated against, and it was like that. And it was like having.
What do you? Sorry, go on.
Go ahead.
I was going to ask you a question. Why don't you tell the audience? Is it I think it's fifth line stupid. Are you old enough to remember that? I'm not sure if you had. I don't know how old you are exactly. If you ever had a Soviet passport.
You're talking about nationality. We had a nationality line in the passport, obligatory, where each passport you had to have.
What your race is?
Huh?
Race. I mean, for everyone. So
yeah,
so
yeah,
for, if you were,
race.
I think it was the fifth line.
Yeah, fifth line. We call it. Yeah, it's race, but we don't say race. We say nationality, basically. It's in Russian and Ukrainian it's nationalists, and we don't say race. We say like race.
No, but what's the implication of it, though? Why don't you tell people like that? That's Russia. That's Russia. So having a grandmother from Ukraine is different than like my wife was from Ukraine and Kostin is from Ukraine. That when you talk about Nazis and you talk about discrimination and bigotry, the Soviet/Russian system literally would put Jew in your passport, and if you wanted to get a job and you had to show your documentation, I think I had it translated. I think I thought for some reason in my mind it sticks as fifth line stupid. So if someone did a good job, the employer would just tell someone else, "Oh, he's fifth line stupid." So generally it meant Jewish if they couldn't tell that you're ethnic, like a Buryat or some other group. But it's literally all of these so-called there are people on the left who claim to be like pro-human rights and they're tankies, right? And meanwhile they glorify one of the sickest regimes in the world, like the only, you know what I mean? Like it's just bizarre. And I just recently, the reason why I'm talking about, I was listening to Constantine, and I had listened to and read a bunch of nonsense from certain types going after American politicians for supporting Ukrainian Nazis, and they claim to be on the left. These are the same people that might support gay rights but wear Che Guevara t-shirts, who literally set up concentration camps for homosexual men in Cuba and murdered them. Yet this is a world of where not even the basic minimum research that an adult would do on something before screaming it from the top of their lungs that they believe in it. And this is what we face. I'm not just picking on the left, I pick on the far right way more. But it just boggles the mind. Like so that the experience these are the experiences I remember listening to my grandparents or other people in our community about Russia. What is Russia? Well, Russia is discrimination. Russia is where you know you know there's an inordinate number of Jewish engineers and mathematicians from the Soviet Union. Why? Because it was the only it's one of the few professions where your proficiency is measured by a mathematical answer, as opposed to lawyers or doctors even, where they could have a component on Russian language and Russian history. You can't, you could discriminate, as Konstantin said. His grandfather put his name, Russified his name from Solomon to Simeon, Semyonovich, and what that did was it kind of gave him a bit of a leg room to maneuver. So, in case you're wondering, this isn't new. This isn't Russia just became this, and it's all Putin's fault. This is the culture that Russia has, and it's endemic. It's very prevalent, and they're almost proud of it, if you ask me. But when I hear, I never heard stories on my side, not my wife's side for sure, but on my side, I've never heard stories. Oh, the good old days back in Russia when we were second class, third class citizens, and we couldn't get jobs, and we got murdered and raped by angry mobs. Oh, the good old days. No one says that, right? So, um, and it's interesting
Well,
hearing.
let me interrupt you here. There are people who have those stories, and those are exactly the ones that who were doing that stuff, who were discriminating and raping, and there is a layer of those people who who remember that and who actually have benefited from this. So it's right now we don't like it's been in the past, and it's a legacy that Ukraine is dealing right now, because it's not like for example, if your grandfather was related to he discriminated against someone and did not let someone get a job or something like that. It's not like he's saying right now, "Oh, it was great times when I was discriminated against those stupid Jews," or anything like that. He is not gonna behave like that. He is gonna say just it's a good old times where things were cheaper and I was getting I had a stability and my job was guaranteed, and I was I don't know, getting my 155 rubles and the ice cream costed only 10 cents. Well, five, I would say 5 kopiek. That's 5 cents essentially. And they were reminiscing about that, but it's usually people who were. Well, they were brainwashed. I mean, the propaganda is working right now. You can see how propaganda works right now. It was pretty bad, and it was, I mean, pretty good in influencing those people. And if you don't have any access, and if you're poor, and the easiest way they attack it at where you are the weakest, and there it's working right now in Russia pretty well. It worked in Soviet Union as well. Just I will give you like I'm sorry for ranting for too long, but I will give you a standard example where all our grandmothers would say this. When we would come to them, I would come home and talk with them, and the same with my wives and others grandmothers. You would come, and every week or every 2 weeks, or I don't know, whoever has the schedule. And you would sit down and talk, and they would say, "Well, it was so great when we lived, when we were in Soviet Union. I could take you kids to the sea, to the resort in Crimea every year. We would go there." And I'm saying, well, we right now I can take the kids to the Crimea once a year, and then we would another time we would travel. Same year we would travel to Egypt, and then we will go to Europe, and then we're gonna travel to Austria for skiing and snowboarding. And but they would not listen. They would be just locked in that it was like that. It was just so great in Soviet Union, because the propaganda, it just people don't understand how heavy it is, how influential it is, and they cannot just snap out of it. I'm literally telling her, like, No, we have this right now. We have even better. We're not locked to one time. We can go anytime that we can. We have enough money. I mean, the salaries are good. The people can do what they want. They are free to travel outside Ukraine. They're free to travel to Europe. We can travel to Egypt, to Turkey, and it's cheap, and it's like we can afford that. Even people who are not rich can afford to travel 2 times a year to have rest, to the resort, and but they would be locked on this, and this propaganda created this, this I don't know how to, like, literally people would just lock in on this, and would not listen to anyone else and just think about it. But if we go back to racial question, and Jewish people actually had it pretty easy compared, for example, to Romans, to I don't know the right word. I'm sorry. I'm probably gonna insult it. We call them Roms, and it's
In
like
English, we say Romani, and the colloquial used to be
it's
gypsy, but it's a
yeah,
derogatory term.
yeah, and those were discriminated so much worse than anyone that you can imagine. They would, like, literally be, derated, as they would not be considered to be human beings. They would be considered, someone who you should, stay out, and you you should not get any contact with them. If someone, like, we would separate them to, to their own communities, and try to make sure that they don't go out of them. And it resulted to a lot of problems that we dealing with them right now. We have this legacy as well at the moment, and it was insane, and the racial discrimination was just insane in Soviet Union. People think it was all fun and games, and everyone was happy walking around and working at the factories. It was not like that. It was hell on earth. It was good for only those who were in the party. So if you're in the party, that's good. If you're not, you're like a hermit, like someone who is not, well, the life is going to be hell for you.
100%. People as well, if you could pay or anything, and you could change your passport, people did that if they could change their nationality, just so they didn't face discrimination. And it's a big problem. But yeah, no, I think people need to hear that. I think especially since the next round of Russian BS is going to be about Nazi Ukrainians. It's one of the things that just drives me mental the most when I see it. So it's important to mention, because it can't be further from the truth. We talked about a Pew Research poll in a few years back, and it went through anti-Semitic attitudes of Eastern Europeans, and Ukraine literally scored the lowest. This is before Zelensky, so you can't say it's because they had a good president. At 5% of the population holding anti-Semitic. Well, if you extrapolate from the question, that's what I take from it. And Russia was at 15 or 17%. Hungary was pretty high. Poland was at 12. So it's incredible that you have all the empirical evidence in the world predating the invasion. So you can't say it's because of Zelensky or anything, or feeling sorry for Ukraine. And all the evidence points to the most progressive, region, Eastern Europe, and yet Ukraine has to suffer these accusations by unqualified, recently, minted internet experts on Ukraine, and that's why it's even more insulting. So for you who aren't Ukrainian or descended or have any skin in the game, you might think, oh, it's just a silly comment. It's actually more than silly. It's insulting to the nth degree, because even my mother-in-law will say what happened, how Ukraine has changed from what it used to be because of the Soviet occupation to what it is today. It's just a different world. So always good to point that out, and it's part of our battle to fight misinformation and lies. And so, although I want to post so much on all the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Russia, all their websites, when they write stupid nonsense about how the regime, the puppet regime in Kiev, it's just insanity. It's almost like upside down land, you know. They talk about CIA puppets in Ukraine. They're just mad. They're butthurt. They're mad that Ukraine is so much more advanced, that the whole world is leaving them behind, and these are the death throes of not just Putin, but of political culture that needs to go. It needs to go. I enjoyed hearing your family story there, Konstantin. I think everyone needs to hear these things, and I pass the mic back there.
And I just wanted to say that you're like Russia is upside down. I mean, it's literally they say the peace is war is peace, black is white, white is black, and they just turn everything upside down and say that's the reality. And if you listen to them, like literally with this Nazi crap, for example, like they saying there is absolutely no not a single not even an evidence, like they just the proof of the Nazis are just some pictures of people with patches. I don't know, like 310 people they managed to find an entire Ukrainian military in the Ukrainian history was Nazi patches, which of course I don't know, we don't appreciate in any form. But for them, it's like they literally exercise.
Don't we lose you?
I think we might have lost Constantine.
Maybe you got a phone call. We'll wait for a second here. I'll use a smoke, there's fire, right? And this is what I find that the Russians do. Imagine your homeowner just comes and starts attacking your house, and we've used this before, and takes over your living room. Okay, so you call the police. This guy's sitting in your living room. The police come and they say what happened, and you say, "Well, my neighbor attacked me, and he just won't leave my living room. He says it's his." And then the cop speaks to the neighbor, and the neighbor says, "What are you talking about? It's not even his house. It's my house. He sold it to me. I literally own the whole house. Get him out." So to the police officer, immediately there becomes this concept that, okay, so both of them are not telling me the full truth, because both of their stories are so diametrically opposed. So the truth should lie somewhere in the middle. Maybe he said to him he can use his living room, or maybe he rented his living room out, because the human mind, people generally tend to believe that it's very hard to accept that someone's a totally insane pathological liar. And what upsets people like us is that the Russian narrative is so insane and so counter reality that it lends to the phenomenon. I'm sure Tom or some psychologist can tell us the phenomenon where an outside party, an outside observer who doesn't know much, say like the average Westerner, might go, "Well, I support Ukraine, but I'm pretty sure there's probably more to it, because Russia just didn't get up one day and decide to invade. I mean, that's crazy." And the reality is, it's exactly what happened. It is exactly that, right? Like, there are people who I've spoken to who support Ukraine, but have said, well, there must be some kind of like really deep-seated, like, fighting and hatred against each other in eastern Ukraine, and that's why the Russians even did this. No, no, that's not it. If it's an Elon Musk, who obviously knows nothing about the region until like the last 6 months, he hears, well, the Russians, the ethnic Russians in eastern Ukraine. What do you mean ethnic Russians? They're Ukrainians. Yes, but of course they speak Russian. So do people in Lviv. So do people in Zaporizhia. So do people in, Kiev speak Russian. It doesn't mean they're Russian. Are the Irish English because everyone in Ireland can speak English? No, it's a language that was brought in and it became the lingua franca. It's not rocket science. Ancient Jews in Judea at some point all spoke Greek. Why? Because that was the common language of that part of the world. It didn't make them Greek. So it's insane. It's this insane understanding. This is insane proposition that that somehow the Russians even gain a modicum of legitimacy because their claims are so outrageous and fantastical that it forces a person to say that there must be some truth to the Russian claim. It might be exaggerated, but there must be this thing where like Russian speakers are just totally harassed. Like you can't walk down a street in Ukraine without being stopped and scolded. Why are you speaking Russian? And maybe they're not beating them, but they're definitely being attacked. No, they're not. I know a Ukrainian Canadian who's pretty wound up, and she would complain to me that in Kiev, everyone in the restaurants speaks Russian, and it bothers her because she's very into the Ukrainian language, and she doesn't say anything. I mean, she lives in Canada, but the point is that even the argument that Russia is trying to protect Russian speakers is spurious. It makes no sense. You can't make these claims, and the problem is the outside observer sometimes thinks, okay, I support Ukraine, but yeah, there's nothing to it. The people that I'd say half the people, the Ukrainians on our panel, are from Eastern Ukraine. They're from Donetsk. They're Ukrainian. They speak Russian better than they're Ukrainian, yet they completely support Ukraine and its independence. Same with an Irish person who might not speak Gaelic very well, but they are proud Irish people, and et cetera, et cetera. So it's one of these things that you keep saying it. I hope this helps if there are people in the audience who are confused about it. There is no, it's not quasi-Russian land, and it just happened to get assigned to Ukraine at the breakup. This is Ukraine. In fact, there are places in Russia that historically were part of Ukraine. So ironically, those areas were already taken by Russia, and they just want to take more, right? And they don't just want to take Donbass and Now you see apparently Zaporizhia, ancient Russian heartland, Kherson Oblast. Ooh, couldn't be Russia without Kherson. It's just BS, and it keeps going and going and going. So I hope that helps explain a bit of the confusion that exists. There is no fire. The smoke is made completely by Russia. There's no culprit. You can't assign blame to anything that Ukraine has done. The only blame you can assign Ukraine is from breaking away from an abusive, relationship, if you want to call it that. But Ukraine has its independence, and that's where we're going with it. Sorry for the rant. I hope that helps. Colby, I think you got to get Joseph back up and some other people here now.
Did we lose Joseph? Yeah, okay, he's requesting. I will bring him back up. 1 second. I also sent an invite to Constantine, but he might have lost internet connection, maybe because he's not back up yet.
No problem. Whoever wants to come on up, please do.
Thanks, Yehuda. I do appreciate your rants. And Constantine hopefully will get back up. Yeah, as Yehuda said, he made a lot of great points about, I just generally speaking about this sort of both sidesism, right? We see in the media, we see in sort of the, I don't know, the logic of conflict resolution in diplomacy in the West, right? With other diplomatic disputes we've seen in the world in the past. And yeah, as Yehuda said, it's all bull. Russia's just going to keep saying that it's all Russia until we give them more and more and more. And yeah, they'll never be satisfied until essentially they'll be satisfied, I guess, when the U.S. is out of Europe, NATO doesn't exist, and they can just tell Europe to do whatever Europe has to lick their boots every time they turn the gas line off. I think that's kind of the end state, right, Yehuda?
100%. And that's why I spoke earlier about people talking about negotiations. that, yeah, no problem. Let's talk about negotiations. You know, the negotiations will be, it's certainly not going to be how much territory does Russia get to keep of Ukraine. It's going to be how many war criminals will they turn over? What will their reparations payment schedule be like? How big will the demilitarized zone in Russia be? Will it be 50 kilometers into Russia? 75 kilometers? Now, people listening to this, especially, you know, international relations people, might think I'm crazy. Is this guy nuts? Do you think Russia would agree to having, you know, a demilitarized zone? Not only that, I'm saying, who's going to monitor it? The United Nations? Maybe NATO. How about an EU force? Why do I say that? Because this is how you deal with, you know, genocidal fascist bullies. You don't give them the option of, well, we'll let you just go back and have a nice day and Ukraine's all intact. No, forget Crimea. Ukraine is well within its rights to demand assurances, and assurances backed by concrete measures, that Russia won't do this again. So if I was a Ukrainian negotiator and a Russian was trying to babble to me, like a Lavrov wanted to babble to me about what they wanted to do, I'd say no. I'd say that's not the starting point. The starting point is 75 kilometers into Russia. Forget you. Don't care about you. So it's not crazy. This is the position. You know, Zelensky is not a maximalist. He's not asking for that even. I think he should. 1 second.
Yeah, I mean, just going back to your family metaphor, right? It's like household metaphor, right? It's like Russia came in, they kidnapped, you know, 2 out of your 5 kids, and they're saying, well, why don't you negotiate with them? Because they kidnapped our children. Like, that's why. I mean, what you negotiate with them so we can get 1 kid back? I mean, what are you talking about, right? I mean, that's the bottom line here. So people seem to have this, you know, broad impression that, especially since Ukraine said something very simple. It was, don't annex Ukrainian territory contrary to international law and common sense, because we're coming for it like now, and we will continue to negotiate. But if you do these stupid fake annexations with these, you know, silly shamarenda, then we're going to stop negotiating with you, because there's clearly no point, because you're never going to stop. You're just going to keep lying and saying it's all Russia and blah, blah, blah. And so, yeah, anyone saying now, oh, Ukraine's not interested in peace, blah, blah, blah. I mean, it's silly. Ukraine did their absolute best, even under the, you know, extreme duress, to try to have some sort of negotiations with Russia. But I mean, at this point, they've kidnapped millions of children. They've annexed Ukrainian territory illegally and unilaterally, contrary to international law, and they've are committing, you know, extreme war crimes on a systematic and daily basis in occupied Ukraine. Like, they've leveled Ukrainian cities. I mean, like old timey, you know, barbarian hordes. Like, what is there to negotiate here? You know, we have to pay them gold every year so they don't come level the next city again. I mean, that's the kind of people we're dealing with. And I mean, I genuinely don't understand the people who say, oh, we need to come up with a peace agreement here with Attila the Hun. I mean, what are you talking about? You can maybe pay them off for a little while, but eventually they come for you. I mean, that's common sense. Maybe I'm oversimplifying it here, Yehuda. Go ahead.
I don't know if you cut off, but what you're saying is exactly right. And we're going to hear it more. That's why I think I like talking about it. I want people to hear. Zelensky's, you know, I actually unfortunately heard a 10-15 minute interview on Times radio, London Times radio, and it was apparently a chat with a University of Cardiff professor, and I said that with air quotes, who basically said that, you know, I'll paraphrase, I'm not going to quote him, paraphrase, that Ukraine is going to have to accept that parts of southeastern Ukraine are going to be part of Russia. And unless Zelensky pursues his maximalist agenda, what? Like, insanity, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. I mean, the people who seem to want this peace thing too are also fixated on Zelensky. Like, he would be the one to broker it, right? Like, I mean, obviously he's a leader. I mean, he's someone that could take a peace treaty to the Ukrainian people and make a case for it. But the idea that you can just, Zelensky surrender, right? That was their old mantra, because this is just their mindset, right? The strong man, like Zelensky. If Zelensky just changes his mind, then this will all go away, right? But that's not how this works. Ukraine's a country. It's full of people. It has democratic processes. It has institutions. All the institutions have recognized this existential threat to their nation, and they're going to resist it. And we've talked about the polls here numerous times. It's like 95% or something like that. 92 to 95% of Ukrainians say we're not giving up any territory. We're ready to take this to the mat and make sure that all of Ukraine is liberated. This is a fight they don't want to give to their children, right? This is something we hear often, that they're done with this. They're going to liberate all their territory, and if eventually there's some kind of peace reached once all of Ukrainian territory is liberated, great. But I mean, we're not holding our breath. This is Russia we're dealing with. I don't know how else to say it. I mean, I understand why people want a peace, but at the end of the day, all wars end, and Russia will have to come to some settlement, and it'll be on Ukrainian terms, not on Russian terms. And we ignore that at our peril, because Ukraine is definitely going to liberate their territory. I mean, there's no question about it at this point. If we look at the way the military situation is developing, right? I mean, that should be obvious to anyone with a brain.
And it's certainly, the comments that are made by the West that irritate some of these strange people. I'm talking about the Rand Pauls, not even the Tucker Carlsons, the Rand Pauls, a bunch of weirdos on the right, a bunch of weirdos on the left. It's not your lives. These aren't your lives. So be quiet. Ukrainians are the ones who live within that, in living memory, that historical living memory of what Russia keeps doing to them. And they're saying, right to your face, I don't care if I die. I don't want my kids to deal with this anymore. We're done. So who the hell are you to talk? You don't care about Ukrainian lives. If you cared about Ukrainian lives, you'd say, how can we help? If you cared about Ukrainian lives, you'd say, you know what? They're not asking for the United States or Canada or Great Britain or Germany to come in. They don't want our young men and women to fight. They're doing it themselves. They're saying, we've got this. Hold our beer. If you could send us stuff, that'd be great. And by the way, when you do, not only are we fixing our problem, we're fixing your problem. You might not realize it. You might not know enough about the world, but we're fixing your problem, because Russia's not your friend. Okay? Russia is literally not your friend. And they're crazy. And speaking to Akash earlier, we talked about nonsense statements. Just days after, threatening a day, I think, threatening how cold Europeans will be. And after Nord Stream, after blowing up Nord Stream pipeline, to scare Europe, the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs had a series of tweets where they brag about how they are the most reliable energy partner in the world. Like, you can't make this up. It's like a child molester bragging about being the best grade 1 teacher. What are you talking about? Like, it's so crazy. They do it with a straight face. You go read MFA Russia. It is literally the most tone deaf, bizarre series of nonsense tweets I've ever read. Great President Putin, they don't say that, President Putin has said the world is already a multipolar society. The West cannot stop us. We have everyone and the freedom of other cultures to choose their own destiny. It's like the Nazis talking about how they're the best for the Jews, right? Like it's so insane. It's not even funny. But why they do it is, I think that they think that they want to create some kind of balance, because it's a human instinct to create balance. You could hear two different versions of the same situation from two different people, and I guarantee, no matter what it's about, you're going to see truth in something that each person says. You might lean heavily to one side. You might say, nah, they're both shady, but somewhere lays the truth. But this is not the case with Russia. It is literally almost a national delusional state they live in. There's this mass delusion in their country, and they believe that, that they're great, that They're smarter than everyone, better than everyone. Their men are the man's is a real man's, and that the women are real women. This is the stuff that they believe, and it's not new. It's been a part of their culture for centuries. So you're going to see more of it as Ukraine gets stronger and stronger and starts taking back more and more land. You will see the useful idiots pop up all throughout the West. Just give peace a chance. Oh, oh, so what's they look at a map? Oh, this little bit of Ukraine. Who cares of Donetsk? How do you pronounce that? Why do we care? Why do we have to be all, have everything messed up in our countries? But why is the price of gas more expensive? Because of a piece of Donetsk. Because it's not just a piece of land called Donetsk. It's a piece of land called Donetsk today, and then tomorrow it's this province and this oblast. And how do you know it? You might ask, is Yehuda just making this up? They do it everywhere. The Soviet Union collapsed, but the Soviet mentality stayed. And they've done it in Georgia. They've done it everywhere. They even have a law that says that they can invade other countries if they want to protect Russian speakers. And why have they done that? Because after 70 years of Russian influence and Soviet domination, many of their people were moved there by their leaders, like Stalin. They were put there. Crimea. Why does Crimea have a lot of Russian, ethnic Russians living there? Actual Russians from Russia, because they were moved there. And when they took over Crimea and Ukrainians fled, ethnic cleansing occurred. They gave those homes to Russians from Russia. So, Mr. Musk, it's a little awkward to do and conduct a referendum in Crimea if, in fact, they're not even from there. If I invade Elon Musk's house, I'm sure it's quite big, and we put 50 of my family members, and then I say, well, Elon, let's just have a vote. Whose house is this? I think that the west wing of your house is actually my house. Why do I say that? Because I have 50 people here. Yeah, but you came in illegally. Well, do you want peace, Musk, or you don't want peace? Because if you don't want peace, it sounds like you don't want peace, Mr. Musk. Because I'm telling you, we've got 50 people here. We've all voted. It's my house, actually. This part. I mean, you can keep your other part. I'm probably not going to go there, but this part is mine. Well, I'm going to fight you. Well, that means you're a warmonger, Mr. Musk, because you should just accept that we're here, and for the sake of peace, because I have nuclear weapons. I didn't tell you this. In the trunk of my car, I have antiquated nuclear weapons. Oh gosh, the nuclear war. Can you imagine Musk's friends saying to him, well, Elon, why are you leading us into World War III? But they literally just came into my house. Yeah, but Elon, no one wants World War III. I like my iPhone at $2,000. I don't want to pay $2,500 for it. That's just crazy. I'm really upset about that. But they're in my house. Yes, but they have nuclear weapons, dude. You're causing a nuclear war. You're basically a Nazi. So this is the same argument people use about Ukraine. And it's going to get more spurious and sillier and stupid. There will be a direct relationship as Russia loses ground. The only thing they're decent at is flapping their big old gums. Yeah, blah 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 blah. So what they'll do is they'll start painting the picture. It's almost like a victim. We are ready for peace. MFA Russia. Get a barf bag, put it by your desk, and start reading the tweets from MFA Russia. It's absolute delusion on drugs times 10, plus infinity. Like these guys are just, it's shocking. They're looking like they are the statesman. They're the mature adult in the room. And no one listening, whether you agree with me or not a single person here listening, sound of my voice, would ever accept the same thing happening literally to them in their house. You instead of saying it's your house, say it's a big farmer's field. You're a farmer. I grew up on a farm. Let's say 25 acres somewhere in the back. Someone just squats on it. Well, it's it's mine because I say so. And my grandfather actually used to own this land, and he sold it, but still, and I want it, and I'm going to put a shack on it to prove it's mine. Yeah, but you can't have it. Well, I've got nuclear weapons. Oh, you can have it then. No one would say that. No one, if put in the same position, no one would use that logic to defend someone, to defend a person attacking, their position and defend their position. No one, because it doesn't make sense. It's antithetical to all the norms of justice and democracy, and it's not even justice, it's like natural law. You go back to philosophy. This is the natural law, the natural cause of things. So we'll see it more. Wait for it. Expect it. It's coming, and we're going to see. Unfortunately, the useful idiots in the West. I mean, it's funny and I'll pick on the far right now. These are people who are all about guns and God, and never back down from a fight. But when it comes to Ukraine, it's like, oh, why would there be a war? I don't want to have a war. Yet, if you told them we're going to take half of Texas or half of New York State or half a quarter of California, they might actually give you Cal. They don't like California. They probably say, take it. It's California, go, go, go. But let's just say let's say it's a quarter of Texas, then they're going to be hell no. The Mexicans got a good claim to Texas. You literally fought them for it. So, in this case, this is actually Ukrainian land historically. In fact, parts of Ukraine spill over into its neighbors. You don't see Ukraine going after that. You see Ukraine saying, you know what, this is history and we get it and this is our country. But you can't go back and start trying to carve it up. And that's what they're doing. Anyways, there's too many people with their hands up. I will defer to, I think it's Nick and Polly.
Thanks, Yehuda. I have a couple of points germane to what you were just saying. If I recall correctly, the name of the magazine in my youth, there was a glossy named Soviet Life that was as full of bullshit lies as everything coming out of Russia. Black is white, and etc., as Konstantin was saying. And I'm also, I wanted to comment also on the professor who you mentioned, who wanted to start negotiations with how much of Ukraine has to be given up to Russia, because that is, in my mind, a conflation of the old Soviet Union with Russia. People like that professor assume somehow that current Russia is the same entity as the old Soviet Union, and they couldn't be more wrong, because all the smarts and guts of the Soviet Union were in fact Ukraine, as we are learning now, watching it unfold in real time. I also wanted to comment on somebody recently, it wasn't this morning, but it might have been the morning before, on this space, and I don't remember who it was, because in my time it was early morning. But he was he had a pretty dry and cute quip about how the berserkers had melded with the Mongols, and that's where Russians came from, which I thought was humorous and sort of cute and appropriate, except that the berserkers are now the Scandinavians, and they have progressed massively from barbarism. They are in some ways the height of the civilized world, and Mongolia is no longer a barbarous state, but the Russians still are. So that offspring, that melding, uh, unfortunately left a somewhat developmentally challenged child, shall we say. And lastly, I wanted to mention that within the last hour, both the New York Times and Washington Post have published pieces on how Kyiv is being hit yet again today by terror attacks, by indiscriminate munitions from Russia. And I tweeted those both out. I don't want to clutter the nest with them, but they are if you look at my particular personal thread, they're the only two tweets past my tweet if anyone wants to read them. And thank you very much. And I want to drop down.
Thanks, Nick. Yeah, no, it's same, right? I think I remember his name is Craig Campbell. I know because I Googled him after. I was so pissed off listening to him. And he started the conversation okay, normal, like talking about, I think it's like what's in it, like what's Putin's situation or something. I forget. It's Times Radio and YouTube. His name was Craig Campbell. And then midway through, he's just like, it wasn't just that he said, and he's an academic, and he obviously was raised in the world that saw Soviet Union, and what was very bizarre was that he used the terminology maximalist. If Ukraine, persists with this maximalist, what the maximalists like get our children unstolen, that's maximalist to you? Maximalist is literally, Ukrainian security zone inside Russia. That's maximalist. You have to agree to we will have sensors and security cameras all over, 50 kilometers inside of Russia, where we're going to watch you to make sure that you're not bringing. That's maximalist, right? Middle of the road is we'll have peacekeepers. So let's give your head a shake, people. Anyone, not to make fun of the poor guy, but that was probably the most. It was a pathetic display of complete. Not even, you could couch it differently. You could say, listen, I'll be honest, I just don't think, Russia will ever accept this. I think that Russia is just too far gone, and they're just too big with too many nuclear weapons. Really, we know their army sucks, and I just think that Ukraine doesn't have an option. I really just don't think. But who spoke about it, like from my understanding, was it was a matter of fact. It was just, no, that's a given. Like, they're giving up. They have to accept. If they don't accept that parts of southeastern Ukraine will be Russia, then they're just being fantasists, right? It's a maximalist approach. No, sir, it is not. That was true 50 years ago. I don't even think it was true 30 years ago. And we're going to see that come to fruition because Ukraine will actually take back what is theirs, and then it's going to need the world's help to twist Russia's arm behind its back to get their people back and get their children, and then try to make a plan to make sure that the Russians don't do this again. I don't think any UN or NATO forces want to patrol 50 kilometers inside of Russia, frankly, but I think certain measures have to be put in place to ensure that they don't. Ukraine doesn't deserve to live on tenterhooks and believe that they can be attacked at any time, at the whim of Russia. That's not fair to Ukraine. And the rationale for checks and balances is, well, this last invasion. Let's go to Paulie, then Charlie, then Liberal.
Good morning, Yehuda. How you doing?
I'm well, thanks. Welcome, Paulie.
Yeah, I fully concur with your reasoning regarding the borderline and the arrangements that need to be done after Ukraine has won. Fully agreed. Last evening, Kiev time, there was a dream team on the ice. You were there, and Chuck and John and Nuno and Thomas. I don't know if, well, there might be few listeners that weren't present last evening. But I don't want you to repeat all of the discussion last night. But what are your key takeaways on top of your mind now? Because I think the lineup last evening was quite something that we don't see in any main media or TV channel. It was really good discussion. So, are there any key takeaways from last evening from your discussion?
It was almost 4 hours, so I can only say a few things, but I'll say this. I mean, what is it like? It's like, for me to help moderate discussion between, in one case, he's the world's foremost expert in the world on urban warfare. Then you've got Chuck Farrer, a Navy SEAL, former squadron leader, SEAL Team 6, kind of a big deal. Thomas Tyner, he's former Italian artillery officer from the infamous, well-known Alpine Regiment, but he was also pretty much a staff very high functioning staff officer in the procurement and the technical side of the artillery world. So he possibly knows more about things that go boom artillery than any human I've ever met. And I'll tell you that as a fact. He's actually the author of all the NATO and artillery articles you're going to find online. He randomly, in a discussion with me off topic, he was talking to me about my own military and asking me questions that I think that only someone who actually was in the Canadian military would know. It blew my mind. I'm like, how do you even like how do because you can't find that stuff online. And he was asking me to clarify because he had updated some things. Just tell me those units, what strength are they at? And he started naming them. I'm like, how do you even know this? Like
Just a
how
few
can you
things on a spreadsheet he needed you to fill in, Yehuda.
yeah, he seemed to know everything. I'm like, wow, you're really you're really friggin' smart, bud. So we had him, and he writes prolifically about this, right? Then Nuno, the Portuguese Special Forces sergeant, who's really dialed in as well. So it was a great conversation. The people were amazing, but the key is we talked about, Ukraine's capabilities vice Russian. We talked about ATACMS. We talked about, there is a growing group of people, for some reason, are listening to, I would say, super unqualified individuals about truck bombs and this and that. And we spoke about it. Chuck is on board as well with the no truck bomb theory, and Thomas really went through the details, explaining to people why it is an ATACMS, and how it operates and why the Russians couldn't do anything about it. And I think the overall understanding, and we all agreed. I think I asked a question to the panel, which I wanted to answer myself, which was, like at what point, like, like, what do you think the most surprising situation here is, like, of the whole invasion, and that is that how the Russians underwhelmed everyone, how everyone, and I said, what's the point? I realized it. I gave the point I realized. It ended up being the same one that Thomas. It was a video of a VDV column being destroyed, just driving into town, and all of us who've been in the military all said the same thing. It just did not look like what we meant to say was it didn't look like a tactical move. It just looked like people driving as if you're picking up ice cream in town, whereas you wouldn't be fighting like that, especially if you're the best of the best. You have a screen or a recce element. He said recon, we say recce. Where you have people go ahead and look for things, even you don't know where the enemy is. You don't just guess. Were they just arrogant and then just drove in thinking the Ukrainians sucked? Was it a bit of racism? Thomas was right, probably. But more importantly, after that, they still behaved the same way. Even after they got hit hard, even after the rest of the Russian troops knew that the Ukrainians were hitting them hard, they still took their tanks and drove them one by one, and like almost like school children having their hands tied together when they're toddlers at 4 or 3, walking into the park. That's what the Russians are doing. And so for me, that's when I knew the war was over. I said the war is done. Apparently, everyone in the Russian military doesn't know what they're doing, right? You could say at first it was a mistake. They thought it was going to be a cakewalk, so they let their guard down. Fine, we'll give them that. It's a mulligan. The first 2, 3, 4, 5 days a week. Then by week 8, you're still watching entire BTGs be destroyed to the last person. You're thinking, what's going on here? We train for years. They teach us in staff colleges, and first of all, in basic training and more advanced courses. Then in actual military colleges of countries, they teach us, well, what happens? You're going to roll up on, you're going to advance to contact. You're going to see a Russian, BDET or CDET company detachment size at a battle position. You're going to fix them, and then you're going to use a striking force to assault them. But you know what? They're going to withdraw because they're going to sustain casualties. They're going to reconstitute somewhere else and form a. That's what we're taught. But no, they don't do that. Actually, they actually have no idea what they're doing. And then when you're in the defensive, and the Russians are doing, once they become combat ineffective in attacking a position, they'll withdraw and reconstitute elsewhere and fight another day. No, they won't actually. Apparently, they just drive into bullets until everyone's dead. That's not what we planned for. So once you see that enough times, you're like, okay, so there's something just devastatingly incorrect about our assessment of Russian capabilities and conduct. They do not fight like we thought they would fight, or furthermore, they do not fight like any person with 2 brain cells in their head would fight. because most people, I would assume, I would run away at that point. They're not like that. So it's a very high level of stupid. Nothing I've ever seen before. And I struggle to understand it. So yeah, these are main takeaways. We all had the same impression at different times. There are some people. We had a guy. I'm not going to mention his name. Was in the military at some point. Apparently, he became something of an academic. I don't know his background or his bona fides, but boy, did that guy really hammer. Oh, don't get too happy. You just wait. The Russians are coming. This went on for months. I think he's still doing it, but for 4, 5, 6 months. Oh, they're wait till they turn a game. Oh, don't mess with Russia. Wait till their Air Force comes out. Wait till their Navy. Wait till the better forces. There's no. And I used to get into not fights, but little tiffs online in this space, and I would say, I don't see that. They're not going to get better. They're not better. Oh, they're going to train and they're going to learn from it. No, they won't. They certainly not going to. No, when you have a system it's a systemic situation. The problem is their organizational structure. The problem is their force generation model, the way they train. You know, the Russians had to make fun of us for being inclusive, and we don't do these things and we don't do those things because we're becoming more civilized, right? We've climbed down from the trees. We're no longer throwing our poop at people. However, in Russia, this is still acceptable apparently. So but yeah, there are people that, and you'll still hear from them. Oh, don't mess with Russia. We're just they've only gotten started. Russian telegram and propaganda channels say crazier stuff. They say things like the Russians have only used 20% of their forces. That's why they just did a mobilization, of course, right? And they're wait till they really, and those aren't even good. And they fought off, 50 NATO countries, and they've only used nothing, 20% of the force. That's not true. That's not true at all. So we're seeing this more and more. It's getting more and more crazy. But that's what we pulled out from it. I think that's important. Then we talked about the attackums. And on that note, let's pop over to Charles because he's got his hand up. Then Liberal, then Lisa, and Joseph. I'm gonna have to pop off soon. Thanks, Paulie, for the comment.
Thank you, Yehuda. Have a good week, everyone.
Likewise.
Great. Hi. Yeah. Just an admin question for the space. First of all, I really want to thank you guys for organizing the panel yesterday. There was an amazing discussion and one of the key values of this channel that makes it so great. My admin question is how long does it normally take you guys to get that onto Spotify? I know it's 4 hours long, but I would love to listen to it again because it was so dense, and there was so much stuff there.
Oh, I talked to the guy who does this. You want to take this, Yehuda, or me?
You go.
Well, it depends a lot. Okay, so it really depends on how clean the audio is. If it's just if it's just a person talking, for example, if someone just came and gave a presentation, he could have it up in an hour, 2 hours. Just level out, get the sound levels right. Make sure the quality is clean and everything. Assuming the person's audio is good, like really quick. If there's people with that bad audio, the question and answer gets difficult, right? You got to edit out a lot of the back, some of the faff. Sometimes there's bad audio. So like basically the more complications you add to it with bad quality audio and, questions, just more people involved means more audio profiles you have to mix and so forth. The more difficult it is. I would say, what would you say the timeline is, Yehuda? I would say like minimum a day, maximum a week for something that's like priority. Go ahead.
I don't bug him about it. I let him do what he does because he does it for free. So I don't usually bug them. I'd say I think because the type of conversation and the demand, I think it's going to go up pretty quick. So I think a few days, just because he also likes people like seeing benefits of the work they do, especially when they're doing it for free. Because again, everyone here works for free. I know he said, "Oh, Thomas's last Spotify was so well listened to," and obviously it makes him feel good, and he knows that people want to hear it. So I think he'll be motivated. We do have other people that can do it too, but he's very good at it. But yeah, so hopefully soon. I don't have an exact answer. Sorry, Charles.
No, that's good. I think 3 days is good. A good guess. Like I said, I think this is obviously a priority, as Yehuda said. We all know this was like a great a piece of radio or a piece of the program. So it's obviously a priority, but it's just a question of how difficult it is technically, and also just how much the editor's got on his plate. We are working on a system pretty soon. We have some volunteers who want to step up and help out, but that's probably just going to increase bandwidth more than like. In other words, we have other podcasts that need editing. But this one's obviously top of the docket just because of how awesome it was, I would say. Back to you, Yehuda.
Yeah,
Great,
no
thanks.
worries.
Just tell him thanks for me. Yeah, I really appreciate you guys as a panel and bringing those guys together. That was amazing. Thanks.
You're very welcome. If you all right, so let's go to Liberal, and I'm gonna pop off. Good night for now, everyone.
Hey, Yehuda, my question was for you, but if you're gonna pop
Okay,
off,
I'll
yeah,
answer it.
yeah, no worries. I respect your time. I posed this question earlier, and I'll try to be brief. Iran is supplying Russia with missiles that have ranges of 300 to 700 kilometers. The U.S. position is that they won't give ATACMS missiles to Ukraine because it would be an escalation or cross some, Russian red line. I mean, what's your take on that?
It's bunk.
Yeah, I'll take that as an answer, and I don't want to
Yeah.
keep you up any longer.
No, I
It's
mean,
fucking bullshit. Sorry.
yeah,
Of course,
yeah. No, it's
It's like, what's the red line, right? It's like, it's been crossed.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, the murdering children and women and tying people up and shooting in the head is kind of a red line for me. But I think this is just This is just statecraft. This is just diplomacy. It's not true. They have attacked. I think it's pretty clear. The Americans want to say they have attacked. No, because there's just the same way with the Israelis and Russians. When the Russians say that they're letting the Israelis fly over Syria, the Russians say they let the Israelis bomb the terrorist targets, Hezbollah, and they turn off their S-300s and 400s. It's not true. They have them on. The Israelis don't tell them. They just do what they want. They go, yeah, we have an agreement, blah blah blah. Because the juice isn't worth the squeeze. Why publicly humiliate them when you're still getting what you want? Right? The Israelis know they're good. They don't need they don't need to brag. They know they're good. If people were under the misapprehension that the Russians are giving Israelis permission, the Israelis don't care what Timothy 359 at Twitter thinks. Like they literally just don't care. The Russians use Syria as a proving ground for a lot of their equipment. They tell the Indians and other, oh, look at our stuff is so amazing. Even the Israelis ask us for permission. The Israelis go, whatever. They don't care. Now, if all these countries want to buy garbage Russian material, like who cares? They don't care. So the Americans, same thing. Oh, you give the attack arms, we're really going to be mad. Okay, we won't give them. Pinky swear. Oh, we'll give them to Romania. That will give them to them. Huh. Well, we'll give ones to Turkey, and then Turkey will give those to Ukraine. We didn't give them. Turkey did. No one asked Turkey. No one asked Romania. No one asked Bulgaria. So there are millions of ways. It's just double speak, and that's fine. It's not always fine, but sometimes white lies are necessary. And the Russians clearly know. I mean, if they don't know, then they're even stupider than I ever could imagine, right? But I would assume they would know, right? Especially their own technicians go into the bridge and they go into Saki Air Base. They clearly say, "Well, this is a munition we've never seen before," and our radar picked it up coming from the sky directly down at Mach 4. Must be a truck bomb. No, they probably know. I want to believe they know, Liberal. I want to believe that. I will lose faith in certain level of humanity if the Russians really don't know. I suspect they know, and I suspect they're happy that no one's bragging about it, because for them it's all about face. It's all about reputation. It's all about status. So, and I'm not sure why so many people are married to this friggin' truck bomb nonsense or tactical elephants smuggling explosives. It's just so bizarre. But, yes, Ukraine has a vested interest in propagating it. Yes, the Washington Post and New York Times reporter were lied to. Yes, someone said, yes, it is a special forces operation. Who knows? Maybe it's not a lie. Maybe they had someone who's, firing the ATACMS who was immediately honored with a special forces badge. You are special forces. Press this button. Look, special forces operation. We can't tell you the details. Special forces. Anything can happen in the military. Trust me. In politics, they can say anything. They can say, yeah, that's what it was, and then have that. You know what I mean? Like I've heard of attaches who are a lower rank because he's a general. We just made him a general yesterday because this dictator doesn't want to talk to a colonel. You can do these things, right? So
one special forces guy on a boat saying, "Yep, it hit," right?
Yeah, he's there. and therefore you can get, you're technically not lying, but you're not really being honest. So in this regard, they, you know, the Americans want to make sure that they don't give the Russians the ability to publicly state. So if they said yes, we gave them ATACMS, then the Russians will say, well, the only reason why they gave them ATACMS is to they want to attack Russia, they want to attack Moscow, they want to destroy our country. See, look what they've done. See, we were right. NATO is trying to kill us. NATO is trying to destroy us. You know, although they'd only be convincing their friends that they already have, the Americans aren't going to give them that freedom, that leverage. No idea what you're talking about. We're not going to give them ATACMS. You know, and again, we suspect they've had ATACMS for quite a long time, and they weren't using them. And when they do want to use them, they tell the Americans, "Look, this is the target. We need to hit it. We got to use it. We'll say it's special forces." Um, and the Ukrainians never themselves said it's a truck bomb. They just said it's a special forces operation. It's very different than a truck bomb. So they put it. They allow you to put a big question mark on it. I guess you know who's probably happier more than anyone about the crazy truck bomb theory and special forces, and I'm sorry, Trent keeps doubling down on this horrible idea. The Ukrainian government probably likes it even more. They love it because it's creating this buzz that it's not ATACMS. Okay, so maybe we're being jerks by saying it's ATACMS. Maybe we should be saying yes, it's a truck bomb. Totally, that's what truck bombs do. They fly out from space at 4 Mach 4 and land on bridges, and that's fine too. But I mean, I figure not too many people listen to us, only several thousand a day. So, but yeah, it's definitely a silly. It's not a silly comment actually. So it makes sense. I hope that makes sense, liberal. Why it's actually a decent comment. You know, the Americans are being responsible. They know what happened. Ukrainians know what happened. The Russians probably know what happened. I hope they do. But you know, should Ukraine? I think the real question you should be asking is why are we pretending, or why can't everyone say yes, Ukraine has them, and guess what? They're not. You know, their literature online says they go 300 kilometers, and that's a lie. They go a lot more than that, more than double, and they can hit other cities in Russia. And you better shut up, and you better not continue to move material to the front because we're going to blow it up 400 kilometers inside your country. So go away, right? That's the real question, and the real answer would be to not look like you're being, the aggressor, or you're not thumbing. You know what I mean? You're not unnecessarily provoking them and giving them no option but to go up the escalatory ladder. I suspect the State Department and the Pentagon both know that there are ultra nationalist forces in Russia that push on Putin, and they just don't want to give him that ammunition. They don't need to. Let Putin get stuck between let Putin get stuck between a rock and a hard spot. And what is that spot? Having to admit that they're incompetent. It was a truck bomb that got through it. It made it through. Who believes that? It made it through 14 countries with a poop ton of explosives, detonators. We got into our country. We didn't check. Got on the bridge. We didn't check. They actually have an entire brigade whose sole job is to defend the bridge. They can't check every truck. They only X-ray some trucks. In fact, they even said they X-rayed the truck. So they X-rayed the truck with the bombs and still didn't stop it. So now they're forcing Putin to sound like an absolute imbecile. They're forcing Russia to sound like the most incompetent group of dummies. And as you saw, what happened after that? Boom, Rybar. All of the military bloggers in Russia are being threatened with prison because they're making fun of their own army. Like, how do we do this? How do we let this truck bomb through? Well, you didn't because there's no truck bomb. But whatever, your government's saying that, and that's actually the best story they can pull. You know, why don't they just say it's ATACMS? They should. You would think that no, it wasn't a truck bomb. We're not stupid. We're not incompetent. Thousands of Russians on the Kerch Bridge defending. They're not stupid. It was no truck bomb. The Americans gave them ATACMS. Well, they can't say that because they said if it is ATACMS, we're going to do something. They have diplomats that have said if it's ATACMS, we're going to go hit Poland and we're going to hit Romania. We're going to bomb it. They can't bomb Romania and they can't bomb Poland because they know if they did that, one missile lands in Poland from Russia. Just one missile lands in Poland. That's the same as setting off a nuclear weapon. And I'll tell you why. Black Sea, Baltic Sea fleet, all gone. Russian fleet in the east, gone. Northern fleet, gone. Every bit of hardware in NATO, United States, Britain, France, would target anything that moves that's Russian. So do you see the trick now? So it's actually a perfect reason. So don't despair when you hear the Americans saying, "Oh, give them attack arms," blah blah blah. It's perfect, great. It's not attack arms. Don't worry, guys. And the Russians can't do diddly. They just can't. You know, and that's their answer to as to why the Russians aren't admitting it's attackums, because they're the ones that said, if it's attackums, we're going to do this. Okay, it's not attackums. Okay, so say it is attackums. Why do you want? So he is so scared of the West that he's willing. His backup plan is to look like an idiot. His backup plan is to make the entire Russian military, security system, police, customs agents, the bridge people. He has to make them look like the biggest group of incompetent idiots in the planet, because he knows that the alternative is he's destroyed immediately, not in the end, but like tomorrow. You know, launch a rocket, launch a rocket launch a Grad at Poland, launch an Iskander at Poland, see what happens. You're done. You're done. They don't even have to invade. They can literally take down every airplane anywhere near a border, every Russian jet near a border gone, every Russian naval vessel gone, submarines in the Black Sea gone. How? The Americans have. Don't worry. Don't worry your pretty little heads off, everyone. They literally cripple. There would be no Russian Navy overnight. So, except the ones in port, and even those would get targeted. Because once you step over that line, attack a NATO country, he's toast. He cannot say it's attackums. And that's the reality that we're at. Hope that helps, Liberal.
Yeah, that was extremely informative and longer than I expected. I apologize if I kept you up later than
No,
planned.
it's fine. I'm looking at a baby monitor on my cell phone as I'm talking. So as long as that baby is not tearing off a wet diaper, I'm good. Let's go. Any other question here? And then I'm going to pop off. Anyone have a question for me?
Give a clap if you got a wave. Okay, Lisa, go ahead. We'll do a brief question for Yehuda, and then we'll get him to bed. Go ahead, Lisa.
Okay, I won't keep you long, Yehuda. I'm sure you're tired. Oh shoot, what was I gonna say? Now I'm having a brain fart. Darn it.
No worries. Write it down. We'll answer it later.
Okay,
No
will
problem,
do.
Lisa. Nick,
Will do.
Christian, are you good?
Hey, Yehuda, you don't need to stay up for this. I just wanted to echo what you were saying about the Russian Navy. What a lot of people probably don't know is that the U.S. Navy has sub-hunting submarines who have probably been shadowing the Russian submarine fleet for decades, or at least months, and they're all targeted, and they're all going to be sunk on the order of the president of the United States, with, like you said, overnight, basically. So and Putin knows that. I also wanted to comment on your I think I don't know exactly how you phrased it, but there is a groupthink in Russia, and the groupthink seems to be we are the best, and we are invincible, and we're all going to profit off of this carcass of the Russian Federation, and that's why they are they're in the straits they're in. And finally, last time I spoke, I forgot that I wanted to emulate the great David Farrell and mention MriyaAid and how none of the proceeds that you donate to MriyaAid go to anything but to Ukraine. And therefore, if you have any change in your pocket after your weekend out on the town, if you didn't blow it all on nightcaps, and if you woke up with a hangover, but it wasn't a really bad hangover, and you think that that's a good reason to donate to Maria Aid, please do. And hopefully by now Lisa has remembered what she wanted to say, and that's a good excuse for me to stop yakking.
No worries, Nick. Thank you for that. And yes, if you can help Maria Aid, please do. Anyone who works there, they pay their own way. Like there's a lady that drives from Ottawa to Toronto to help pack the shipments, and she pays her own gas. She doesn't. There's no reimbursements. There's no mileage payments. Literally, we have people driving from all over Canada and Ontario specifically. They'll just drive right in, and people have flown in to help to do different things. So it is pretty incredible. Christian, last question for me, and then I'm going to pop off if you have one.
I didn't really have a question. I
No
just
problem.
wanted to add that I wouldn't like to see them try, but I would like to see them try. I mean, I would like to see them cope with F-35s and F-22s and that whole arsenal of democracy. I used to think America was really strong. But come on, man. I'm realizing at 33 years old that these guys are absolutely huge. Absolutely huge. And we've seen what Russians do against Molotov cocktails. I'm not going to even try to fathom the second that they hit even the Polish army or Romania or whoever. I just don't want to see it, because that's going to be a sad, sad sight for the Russian people. Thank you.
No, and not just the Navy. I mean, air defense systems throughout all of anywhere near the border in Russia, near the border of any other country, gone. They will be blind. They will be impotent. They will be useless. And if I suspect he knows it. I am sure he's been told it. I'm sure the Americans aren't going to tell them hit their plans should they do something stupid. But if he was to do something stupid, it could be Romania, it could be Poland, it could be Bulgaria. It would be game over, just game over. Right now, there are those hunter subs, whoever mentioned it, yes, and they're probably sitting very close to Russian subs, waiting for an order. That's how prepared the Americans are. They're sitting there waiting. The Brits in the Baltics waiting. When do whenever you want, boss? We're gonna sink those ships. Game over. Even the ones in port aren't safe. We already know when required, Ukrainians, based on information the Israelis gave them from the S-300s and S-400s in Syria, all that information has been given by the Israelis to the Americans, to all of NATO. All of NATO knows what countermeasures to employ to mitigate the risk from Russian air defense until they're destroyed by HARM missiles. Until every time they pop off, boom, HARM missile, boom, HARM missile. And that's it. It's game over. They don't control the skies. They won't even control the skies in their own country. They won't control the water. And what is their army like, really? And what are they going to do? Threaten nuclear war? They have a nuclear arsenal. How effective is it? You only need one ICBM to start it. But they know full well they are outmanned, outgunned, outsmarted, out everything. And they're just not going to go there. And that's why it's so annoying to hear people say, but I don't want World War III to start. Well, neither does Putin, because he knows he's going to be the first victim, or the second, right? So it's a non-starter. All of this World War III talk, nuclear war stuff, it's a laugh. Get it out of your head. It's a ranting of a maniac who doesn't mean it. And he just knows he believes if he scares just enough people, he reaches a critical mass, that somehow the legs of Western nations will tremble. They'll shake. Well, you heard it from Christian there. No one's shaking. No one's shaking. We're just sick and tired. So he didn't stir. People say, don't stir the bear. Well, don't stir democracy, because it's a lot more powerful than the bear. So it's time to sit down, know your role, stay in your lane. You want to be a jerk and a psychopath to your people? We let it. We know what happens in China, but until China steps out of its lane again, it's already done it in Tibet, but no one cared at the time. The whole world cares about Taiwan now, because it's a pattern. So, bully nations with nuclear weapons deciding that they want to do things. Don't let it happen. and I'm not saying that that the opinions of people in democracies don't matter, because they do, but it'd be a shame to see politicians have to deal with the stress of people who are ill-informed. And part of our role here, I think I speak for all of us on the moderator channel, is that we want to highlight these facts so that people don't spin that, like, I've heard people say, I'm really concerned there's going to be nuclear war. I'm a parent. Where do you live? Pensacola, Pennsylvania. What are you talking about? What do you mean you're afraid? What's wrong with you? There are no nuclear missiles coming your way. Okay, like if you told me I live in Kherson and or I live in Zaporizhia and I'm okay, this is a legitimate concern. There's a nuclear power plant there, but all that stuff, you just got to be, realistic and assess, really analyze the facts instead of just thinking about it through emotions. A lot of people in the United States and the West grew up with where air raid sirens. A lot of the leadership of Western European countries grew up with the threat of the Soviet Union, and to them that's a palpable fear. But the movie While You Were Sleeping, well, while we were sleeping, Russia fell apart, and it fell apart, and it was an own goal. It was due to corruption. It was due to stealing things. It was due to enormous cultures of theft. 1.5 million uniforms that were never purchased. They didn't disappear. They were never bought. The money was stolen, and that's just basic things like uniforms. We have tank regiments when 90% of the tanks weren't functioning because some of them didn't have engines. Some of them didn't have transmissions. Why? Mechanics sold them on eBay or on the black market. Sorry. Coughing. So there's your answer. It's not 4D chess. There isn't some glorious, crazy explanation. It's just an example of a big company being pilfered all over, but yet on paper it's supposed to be big. That's Russia. And on that note, bonne nuit, bonsoir, buonasera, and good night from Toronto.
Thanks for stopping by today. It was a great discussion, man. And as Pauli mentioned, there was an awesome panel. I'm calling it Thinerpalooza. I asked for other names for it, but no one else came up with anything better. So that's what I'm calling it. We had Chuck on, we had Felix on, we had Colonel Spencer on, Yehuda, CJ, and Thomas Thiner on, all in one big happy panel. They were swapping stories. It was amazing. So yeah, as we mentioned, we're doing our best to get that up. Yeah, the editor is working hard. He'll do his best to get up as quickly as possible. It was already mentioned by Nick, the gracious Nick. Please check out MriyaAid.org. Please do follow the Maria Aid Twitter handle. And also, just check out MriyaAid.org. They share all the stuff that they're doing there. So just take a look at what they're doing.